Irene let out a fond smile, looking almost starstruck at the mention of Haru. Yes, I have decided that Haru shall be my mate. Urza let out a choked sound. What? You can't just decide that by yourself. And why not, my daughter? Irene countered calmly. Don't call me that. Urza snapped, turning red. She looked like she was stuck between fury and utter embarrassment. Suddenly, that blue cat with the weird angel wings, Yasaka, had no clue how that worked, floated over everyone's heads with a mischievous grin. That's because Urza has a cruish on Haru. She even let him sniff her. Urza's face turned the color of her hair. I do not. He sniffed me without asking first. Yeah, but you didn't mind it afterward, Natsu pointed out. Whack. Ack. Natsu doubled over as Urza socked him in the gut. I was only telling the truth, he groaned, still crumpled. Yasaka watched the chaos unfolding and sighed. Another red-headed mother-daughter duo falling for her son? She couldn't tell if Haru would be thrilled or horrified. He was already trying to juggle an odd harem situation as it was. Not that any of them were officially living with him yet, but Yasaka suspected that might change soon enough. For now, she just wanted these troublesome outsiders gone so Haru could return to his own restaurant and cook in peace. If Irene wanted Urza's forgiveness, she'd have to earn it without scaring off Yasaka's son in the process. Yasaka cleared her throat again and leveled a steady gaze at all of them. I appreciate you wanting to help or apologize, she said, but our actual request isn't happening for at least a week. Anyone who wants to see my son again can come back tomorrow. But for now, I'm asking you all to leave. They started murmuring among themselves, Irene looking especially torn. She seemed to be caught between despair at missing Haru and a strange sort of glee at discovering Urza might like him too. Yasaka just rolled her eyes. Internally, dragons were weird, especially the women. Tiamat still hadn't had a boyfriend in 1,000 years, which said a lot. Before they left, she also asked the wizards to see if any others would be willing to join in, even if it went against their guild vote. Lucy said she'd speak to a few of her friends, and they'd get back to Yasaka and Haru tomorrow. Ria's Kokobeel let out a ragged, furious scream as another blast of Ria's power of destruction tore through his already battered wings. The crimson energy burned through his flesh, singeing the remaining feathers and leaving him flailing midair. Fuck, why are you devils so damn strong? And who the fuck are you? He bellowed, his glare locking onto the new presence, Demiurge. Demiurge didn't bother answering. His posture remained eerily relaxed, his sharp, calculating eyes fixed on the struggling fallen angel. He lifted one clawed hand, and the air around them shifted with an intense, suffocating heat. Aspect of the devil, Hellflame. A roaring column of black and red fire erupted from Demiurge's outstretched hand, the sheer heat igniting the surrounding trees instantly. Flames surged outward, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno. The smell of burning wood and charred earth filled the air. Rias barely spared a thought about the cleanup. That was a future problem. Right now, all that mattered was taking down this bastard who had ambushed her and Sona without warning. Wasn't this guy supposed to be one of the leaders of the fallen angels? What the hell is Azazel even doing? She muttered, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Kokobeel. Sona's voice cut through the roaring flames. Waterlock. A massive orb of water materialized around Kokobeel, swirling violently as it encased him. The fallen angel thrashed, his movements frantic as he fought to stay above the rising water. His wings flicked, desperate to lift him out, but the liquid prison held firm. He started to visibly choke. Rias gritted her teeth. If Akino were here, she could have added a burst of lightning to finish the job. Her own power wasn't suited for fine control. Her destruction magic would obliterate Sonus water prison entirely. At least Demiurge could work with them. Without hesitation, he sent another torrent of hellfire at the trapped fallen angel. The moment the flames licked the surface, the water began to boil violently. Steam hissed into the air, clouding the battlefield as the temperature spiked. Kokobeel's scream ripped through the haze, guttural and raw. Then, with a surge of desperation, Kokabeel forced his wings open, the sheer momentum sending him rocketing out of the boiling prison. His body trembled from the accumulated damage, his soaked clothes clinging to his frame. Blood trickled from his numerous burns, his breathing ragged. He shot upward, putting as much distance between them as possible. Rhea scowled, watching him hover. She, Sona, and Demiurge all had wings of their own, but aerial combat wasn't really her specialty nor Sona's. They were more like magical cannons. High DPS, but not very mobile. Demiurge looked like he might handle mid-range at best, even in his weakened state. Kokabeel glared down at them with sheer hatred. His once pristine angelic robes hung in tattered strips, exposing his gaunt, skeletal frame. The missing feathers and charred edges of his wings made him look even more grotesque. Rhys wrinkled her nose in disgust. Big G obviously hated this guy off rip, she muttered under her breath. This isn't over. Kokabeel bellowed, his voice hoarse but laced with venom. He'll be back. My legions will bury you in this disgusting town. With one last powerful flap of his wings, he shot off into the distance, disappearing beyond the smoke and fire. Rhys exhaled sharply, rolling her shoulders as the tension began to ease. Sona let out a breath beside her, rubbing her temple. I really don't want to tell Nay-san about this. Rhys chuckled. Yeah, our siblings are going to be pissed when they hear about this attack. They're going to be so freaking clingy. Sona actually shivered, her lips twitching in reluctant amusement. Then, to Rhea's surprise, she turned to Demiurge and smiled at him. It was adorable, almost soft, something Rhys hadn't really seen from her before. Thank you for being here, Sona said. If you hadn't intervened, that sneak attack might have really hurt us, she trailed off with a grimace. Demiurge grinned. Of course. It was my pleasure. He tilted his head, his tone shifting to curiosity. Who was that fallen angel, anyway? Rhys and Sona exchanged glances before launching into an explanation. What they knew about Kokabeel wasn't much, just that he was a high-ranking fallen angel obsessed with war. He had been around since the Great War and never quite let it go. Even among the fallen, he was considered a warmonger. Demiurge listened intently, nodding as they spoke. His gaze flickered with something unreadable, but he kept his thoughts to himself. For Rhys, though, she was done. She was ready to be anywhere but here. A hush fell over them as they surveyed the damage. The forest area they'd been fighting in was half smoldering, half waterlogged. Smoke curled into the sky, stinging Rhea's nostrils. She turned away from it with a grimace, then let her wings fade out. I just want to go back to Haru, she admitted. I'd rather watch him kick ass in the competition than deal with more fallen angel drama, although she knew she'd have to deal with the fallout eventually. She could put it off for a couple hours to go and cheer on her fiancé. She hoped she hadn't missed out on too much so far. She also wondered if anyone else she knew was dealing with craziness like she was. Aquino led the small group down the hallway toward the massive double doors of Kuo Academy's gymnasium. She stifled a quiet laugh to herself, thinking about how frantic Kiba and Kaneko must have been while hauling all that cooking equipment across campus. But there was no way they could host this big event in the tiny cooking club room, not with such high-profile guests. Right this way, Nakiri-sama, Tsubaki said in a polite tone, gesturing for the visitors to follow her inside. Aquino knew Tsubaki was trying her best to look composed, but after all the last-minute changes, she probably felt as frazzled as everyone else. The gym doors swung open, and they stepped into the wide space. Rows of bleachers loomed on either side, and in the middle sat a bunch of cooking counters and stations that Kiba and Kaneko had dragged over. Aquino spotted the pair off to the side, both panting and leaning against a wall. She gave them an appreciative thumbs up. They'd managed to set everything up in record time. Senzima Nakiri, the imposing old man leading the Tatsuki group, walked forward and surveyed the area with a critical eye. You've prepared an adequate stage, he said, and that sounded like praise. Aquino silently acknowledged that for a human, he carried himself with a lot of presence. Next to him stood a blonde girl who radiated confidence and maybe a little arrogance. Irina Nakiri, if Aquino remembered correctly. She scanned the cooking stations with a mild frown. I look forward to seeing if your so-called challenger can really match our best, Irina said, her voice clipped. Only the world's finest chefs deserve to cook for my palate. Aquino bit back a smirk. What a little Oji-chan, she thought, recalling how Rias still had a similar vibe sometimes, but at least Rias never ran her mouth like that toward Haru. Aquino mentally noted that Irina's attitude might clash with Rias. Or maybe they'd get along famously. It was 50-50 in her mind. Still, she wasn't about to let anyone disrespect Haru, especially not in her presence. She let a soft laugh slip out her trademark yufufu. Era, you've got it backward, she said, stepping forward. The question isn't whether Haru is worthy of cooking for you, Irina narrowed her eyes. Then what is it? Aquino smiled sweetly, but her tone held a hint of challenge. It's whether or not you're worthy to taste something Haru-sama personally makes. Irina's frown deepened, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Sensman raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. We shall see, he said simply. Soma Sama Yukihira stood at his makeshift cooking station, facing off against the so-called top cook from Kuo Academy. A jolt of unease crawled up his spine the moment he laid eyes on Haru. He couldn't put his finger on it, something about the guy made him uneasy. But Soma wasn't one to back down, just because of a weird vibe. He took a breath and plastered on his usual cocky grin. SMA Yukihira, he said, dipping his head in a casual greeting. I'm hoping to run my own restaurant someday, just like my dad. That's why I'm at Tatsuki to learn everything I can and then surpass him. Standing beside him were Alice Nakiri and Megumi Tadakoro, both quietly introducing themselves to Haru as well. Alice held her chin high, radiating confidence, while Megumi looked a bit uneasy but determined. Soma noticed that Haru was listening politely, yet there was a glint in his eyes that hinted at something beyond normal competitiveness. So, Soma asked, washing his hands at the station sink. What kind of chef are you aiming to be, Haru? They were all prepping themselves to start cooking, but they hadn't gotten the theme from the judge Irina Nakiri yet. Knowing Irina, she would be fair but strict. She always was when it came to food. Haru paused, like he was actually thinking hard about his answer. Honestly, he said, cracking a small grin, I never really thought about it. I guess I just want to be the best. When people eat my food, I want them walking out saying it's the best meal they've ever had. Soma let out a short laugh. Huh, maybe you'll get there one day. My old man's that kind of chef, travels all over the place cooking for big shots. He's mastered just about everything under the sun, and I'm going to surpass him, then open my own place. Haru just chuckled at Soma's claim. I'm sure your father's talented, he said calmly, but he hasn't mastered everything. Doubt he's even scratched the surface of what's out there. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Soma shot back, brows furrowing. He saw Alice toss Haru a skeptical look. Alice cleared her throat. Soma can be a bit of a bumpkin sometimes, but his father is globally respected, she said. He's known worldwide. Haru shrugged. Sure, in the human world. Maybe. Then he smirked, and Soma couldn't help feeling a little twitch of apprehension. But you three aren't up against a human. A chill crawled down Soma's spine. What do you mean? He glanced at Irina and the old man Senzaman, both of whom suddenly looked unsettled. A couple of women from Kuo Academy, Aquino and Tsubaki, if he recalled, palmed their faces as if they knew what was coming. One of them started to say, Haru, you really shouldn't, but Haru cut her off. I never hold back when I cook, Haru declared, and you all deserve to know who you're challenging. Cooking's bigger than that fancy school taught you. Soma's heart pounded as a strange shimmer danced across Haru's body. Then, in plain view, 9 golden foxtails sprouted behind him, swaying lazily in the air, while a pair of golden ears appeared atop his head. His eyes narrowed, pupils going slitted. Holy crap, Soma blurted out, dropping the towel he'd been drying his hands with. Yokai existed, and he was about to go head-to-head with one in a cooking competition. A freaking 9-tailed fox. Haru gave them all a confident grin. So let's get started. Show me what you humans can do. Soma noticed even Senzaman's composure faltered for a second, while both Irina and Alice stood speechless. Megumi looked like she might faint on the spot. Meanwhile, Haru stared them down, the wispy tips of his fox tails flicking with anticipation. What's the matter, everyone? Yokai got your tongues? Soma swallowed hard. Sure, maybe a shape-shifting fox demon wasn't what had expected, but a challenge was a challenge. Fine, he said, feeling the corners of his mouth turn upward in a shaky grin. Let's do this. Chapter 52. Where'd her clothes go? Haru, I noticed Akino and Tsubaki pouting at me from the other side of the room. They were clearly annoyed that I had revealed my yokai status to these kids and the old man. I didn't see what the big deal was, honestly. None of them had cameras, and if they couldn't keep their mouths shut, we could just erase their memories afterwards. I never liked messing with people's minds as much as other supernaturals seemed to, but I would do it if it meant keeping my family safe. It was a small price to pay. I shot a quick wink at the girls who kept pouting. Only Alice smirked back. She stood next to Asia and the girls from the Kuo cooking club, who were all gaping at me like I had grown a second head. I realized I had forgotten they were there with everything going on at once. Yeah, would have to erase their memories later because those Kuo girls love their gossip. The news of Rias Gremory being engaged to a yokai would spread through the school by tomorrow if we didn't. Oh well, we could deal with that after they watched the competition. Speaking of the cooking competition, the only one who seemed to recover was Soma. Meanwhile, Alice, white-haired Alice, along with Megumi, looked like their brains were still rebooting from my sudden reveal of tails and ears. Finally, one of the girls snapped out of her daze. She was the white-haired Alice. Yokai? Are real. How? Is this some kind of trick? She blurted it out with her eyes wide. I smirked and held out my hand. A swirl of blue foxfire appeared in my palm, bright and flickering. The room felt warmer as the flames danced around my fingers. Then I closed my hand and snuffed them out. No trick, I said. You kids all go to the greatest cooking school in the world, well, the human world. I thought I'd show you it's a lot bigger than you imagine. There are ingredients out there that gobble you alive if you try to hunt them. Megumi's voice wavered. I like what? I grinned and reached into my personal storage space, basically a pocket dimension only I could access, and pulled out a giant hunk of tender meat, slapping it down on the workstation table. None of them recognized what it was, and I wasn't surprised. Most humans would never see this stuff. Soma blinked. What is that? This? Dragon meat, I answered. I hunted this evil dragon myself after it tried to burn down a small city. I reached back in and pulled out more slabs, stacking them on the table. How about we use it as the base for our competition? Megumi fiddled with her apron. See, can we do that? I thought we'd be cooking chicken or pork or something. I turned my head and grinned at Tsubaki, who looked like she was fighting the urge to facepalm. She sighed. Do whatever you want, Haru. Just know I'll be telling Sona all about this later. I shrugged. I think she'll be too distracted with her new boyfriend to care. Akino's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What? Sona has a boyfriend? When? How? Rias never told me anything about that. Tsubaki stared at me like I'd just dropped a bomb. She was obviously stunned. Senzaman cleared his throat, drawing our attention. The old man had recovered from his shock, and now gave me a pointed glare. I lived a long time, yeah. Nobody was arguing that. And throughout my life, I've heard plenty of rumors about yokai. But you're the first one I've actually seen. He folded his arms and narrowed his eyes. I have just one question for you. My tail swayed behind me, and I smirked. Oh, and what's that? Is dragon meat delicious? He asked, looking excited. Grandfather, Irina, who stood right next to him, looked appalled. We just found out yokai are real, and all you can think about is the food. The old man chuckled and ran a hand over his beard. Food is one of the few pleasures an old-timer like me has left. Of course I'm curious. I like this old guy. He was fun. Dragon meat is absolutely delicious, I said. It's far better than the most tender beef you've ever tasted in your entire life. Senzaman broke into a broad grin, then addressed his students with a dramatic flourish. What are you all waiting for, then? Get to cooking. Show this yokai the pride of Tsuki Academy. Igriegajis. Sir. The challengers called out at the same time. Yasaka watched as Inri hesitated near the door, shifting her weight from one foot to the other like she was working up the nerve to say something. It had been a slow day, with no customers coming in after she kicked out the fairy tale group. Or maybe everyone was just preoccupied. Even Yasaka was technically skipping out on her own work by being here, though she wasn't exactly concerned about it. With a small chitter, she turned her attention back to the girl. "Is something wrong, dear?" Yasaka asked, tilting her head slightly. Henry gave a hesitant smile. "Some of the villagers have been a bit nervous since we found out the kingdom wants to attack us. I know Lord Haru will protect us, but maybe he could come by and talk to everyone, just to calm him down a bit." She fidgeted, hands wringing the hem of her dress, like she was afraid of overstepping. Yasaka sighed quietly. This might have been partially her fault for not properly coaching Haru on how to manage his new territories. He was strong, but leadership required more than just strength. He needed to show up and show his people occasionally that he was the kind of person they should give their trust and loyalty to. "He'll make sure he comes by tomorrow," she reassured Henry. The girl brightened instantly. "Thank you, Lady Yasaka." With that, she turned and hurried out the front door. Yasaka shook her head fondly before looking around. With Haru gone for over an hour, she might as well tidy up his restaurant a bit. It wasn't like she had much else to do at the moment. Slam! The front door flew open with a force that made Yasaka's ears twitch. "We're closed," Yasaka started, only to stop when she saw Kunu standing in the doorway, her golden tails swaying with excitement. Beside her stood Sansa, the red-haired girl from Winterfell, who Haru had yet to properly check in on after reclaiming the territory. "Hello, Kunu dear." "Sansa," Yasaka greeted, setting aside the cloth she had been using to wipe down a table. "How is Winterfell?" Sansa executed a graceful curtsy. "Recovering well, Lady Yasaka. The food shipments and building materials have been a great help. I hope one day the North can be as advanced and prosperous as Kyoto." That was a long way off, but Yasaka had a feeling the girl would be around long enough to see it, especially if she underwent the rite eventually. But that was a conversation for another day. Right now, she focused on her daughter, who had that mischievous glint in her eyes, the one that always meant she knew something Yasaka didn't. Also, Yasaka noted, Kunu had once again managed to slip away from her guard, Tanya. That girl really needed to keep a better eye on her charge. "Haru is in a cooking competition at Kuo Academy," Kunu announced with obvious glee. "I just got a text from Big Sister Rias." "Oh, that sounds fun." Yasaka smiled, already knowing what was coming next. Kunu had rushed here because she wanted permission to go. At least she was asking this time instead of sneaking off on her own. Yasaka still had a few hours to shirk her duties, so she figured she might as well take Kunu and Sansa herself. "Did Rias say anything else in the text?" Yasaka asked, stepping closer to the girls. Kunu nodded eagerly. "Yeah, apparently, a fallen angel called Coco something showed up and tried to kill Big Sister Rias and her friend Sona, but he got sent packing by Sona's new boyfriend." Yasaka froze mid-step. Her ears twitched as she processed what her daughter had just said. What the hell? Rias slam. The doors to the gym burst open as Rias strode inside, Sona and Demiurge trailing right behind her. She took a quick glance around the packed room, slightly pouting when she realized the cooking competition had already started. Hopefully, she hadn't missed too much. Her attention immediately snapped to Haru, who stood at one of the workstations, his fox ears and tails fully on display despite the sea of humans in the room. He didn't seem the least bit concerned about keeping a low profile. "Oh my gosh, Ria-senpai, Sona-senpai." A couple of underclassmen from the cooking club ran up to them, their faces full of concern. Rias vaguely recognized them, but didn't know their names. "What happened to you?" one of them asked, eyes flicking over Rias' slightly disheveled uniform. There were a few scuffs and minor tears in the fabric, and she was sure her hair wasn't in perfect condition either. Sona looked just as roughed up, though neither of them had any actual injuries. Supernatural battles just weren't very kind to clothing. Before Rias could respond, another girl blurted out, "Did you know your fiancé is a yokai?" "Are you a yokai too, Rias-senpai? Is that why you're so pretty and your hair is so beautiful?" Rias rolled her eyes. No, she said flatly. Her beauty was entirely her own. Thank you very much. Sure, devil genetics helped a little, but she put a lot of effort into her appearance, and she wasn't about to let some overeager underclassman credit it all to supernatural heritage. You three will forget everything you saw today and go home, Sona said, waving a hand in front of their faces. The girls' expressions instantly went blank as the hypnosis took hold. Without another word, they turned and exited the gym. Rhea sighed. She might have let them stay and watch the competition before erasing their memories, but she had just finished dealing with an annoying battle. The last thing she wanted right now was to babysit a group of nosy underclassmen. She continued walking across the gym, heading toward Akino, who was standing with Tsubaki. Two humans stood with them, an older gentleman and a blonde girl. Rias vaguely recognized both of them. "Era, welcome back," my king, Akino smirked, her gaze flicking over Rias' less-than-pristine appearance. "Were you standing a little too close to the fireworks club when they had their accident?" She teased with a wink. Rias exchanged a quick glance with Sona. They both caught on immediately. Yes," Rias said smoothly, quickly fabricating an excuse. "I scolded them for using too much gunpowder." The older man and the blonde girl looked skeptical but decided not to press the issue. "Welcome to our academy, Nakiri-san and Nakiri-sama," Sona greeted, her composed tone returning as she addressed them formally. Rias assumed they were related, considering they shared the same last name. Rias knew adorable Bishop wandered over along with Haru's zombie-killing girlfriend, Alice. "Oh my gosh, do you need any healing?" Asia asked. "Sona kafud akardi." "No, we don't need any first aid," she said, putting heavy emphasis on those two words. Senzaman rolled his eyes. "You girls couldn't be more obvious if you tried. It's obvious Kuo is some kind of secret supernatural academy none of the schools in Japan were ever privy to. I suppose that explains how you all cheated last year to almost beat our students in cooking." Rias pouted. "We did not cheat." She blatantly lied. "That's right," Sona added, pink creeping on her cheeks. Shockingly, it had been Sona's idea last year to try and cheat, but they still ended up losing. The old man scoffed at them as Asia's hands lit up green in a blatant display of supernatural ability and started healing the few cuts or scrapes that Sona and Rias both had before moving over towards Demiurge. "It's always pragmatic to keep a healer on hand." Demiurge nodded at Asia, who smiled at him. Slam! The gym doors were once again thrown open, and Rias saw two more nine-tailed foxes alongside another one of Rias' possible future sisters enter the gym. "Era, lots of doors getting slammed open today," Akino giggled. "Haru, I was definitely enjoying myself. Being a chef wasn't a particularly ruthless career choice, but all chefs took pride in their work. There was also a certain glee in ruthlessly putting some upstarts in their place. My nine tails were a flurry of activity, shifting in front and behind me as they shuffled ingredients around the table. My hands moved at supernatural speeds, slicing through the thick dragon steak with precision. The meat had been aged just right, tender and rich, practically melting under my knife. The sizzling aroma filled the air as I seared the thick slices on the hot griddle, the fat crackling and releasing a mouth-watering scent. Across the workstation, Soma smirked, but I could see he was nervous. His hands worked as fast as they could, but he was still only a regular human teenager. "You're making dragon steak tacos? Isn't that like cultural appropriation?" Alice Nakiri whined as she tried her best to keep up. I could see she was making some kind of dragon stew, based off of a beef stew recipe. I'm sure it would be good, but my nose could smell she was using too many high-end sauces and spices. Throwing expensive items into her pot wasn't going to give her the win. Megumi, on the other hand, was just staying simple and trying to make a dragon version of roast beef. So far, I actually thought she was the best cook here, since she was keeping it simple with an ingredient she hadn't mastered cooking with. Soma, on the other hand, was making dragon fried rice. There was nothing wrong with that, of course, but I could see he was the opposite of Alice Nakiri in his culinary mindset. He wanted to prove he could make good food as cheaply as possible. which was good for someone on a budget, but not someone in a cooking competition. We had laid out dozens of extra ingredients along with multiple types of rice, from high-end to ordinary. And Soma was trying to prove a point or something by using the literal cheapest brand of rice with his dragon meat. Go! Niken. I smiled at Kunu and my mom Yasaka, who had both shown up at some point to support me, alongside Sansa Stark. I hadn't even noticed them all entering the gym. I tended to get a little distracted when it came to cooking. I also noticed that Rias and Sona were both back, and they seemed fine other than some messy clothes and hair. I was glad for that, but definitely wanted to know what the hell attacked them earlier. I gave Demiurge a thankful nod for keeping them safe, and he returned it. I put the finishing touches on my dragon tacos, placing the tantalizing meat and mouth-watering vegetables in the shell before sprinkling small amounts of handmade guacamole and sour cream over the top. Not too much, though. Dragon meat had a strong flavor on its own, and you always wanted to emphasize it. I was the first one to finish and managed to make enough food for not only our judges, but also everyone in the gym. I laid out the plates on the counter and placed a stasis and warming charm over them to keep them perfect while everyone else finished up with their food. Everyone laid out their plates in front of Senzaman and Irina Nakiri for judging. I leaned back slightly, arms crossed, watching as they started with Alice's dragon stew. The aroma was rich, thick with spices and a deep, smoky undertone. It looked impressive, and honestly, I was curious to see how it tasted. Senzaman took a bite first, chewing thoughtfully. Irina followed, her expression neutral at first before she gave a small nod. It's good, she admitted. The flavors are bold, but you overcompensated. Senzaman finished for her. Too many strong flavors clashing instead of complementing. Alice let out a tiny sigh, nodding as she accepted the critique. I could see the disappointment in her eyes, but she took it well enough. Next up was Megumi. She had gone for a simple roasted dragon steak with a side of roasted potatoes and asparagus. The presentation was clean, straightforward. I inhaled deeply and had to admit it smelled damn good. No excessive sauces or over-the-top plating, just a well-executed dish. Senzaman sliced off a piece, taking his time, chewing before giving an approving nod. Irina followed suit, and the moment she tasted it, let out a soft moan. This is really well done, she said. Megumi blushed, but bowed her head. Thank you. Senzaman turned toward her with a pleased expression. Excellent control of flavors. You let the dragon meat shine without overpowering it. I smirked. Yeah, she was definitely the best cook here in my opinion. Then came Soma, who looked way too confident for his own good. Prepare to be blown away, he declared, setting down his fried rice. Senzaman tried a spoonful first, and his expression instantly tightened. Irina took a single bite and then immediately gagged, spitting it out into a napkin like she'd been poisoned. Inedible, she declared, her voice sharp and final. Soma's smirk disappeared instantly. What? Sona, who had been quietly observing, leaned over to Rias. So that's the famous gods, Tongue Alice and Megumi exchanged glances, whispering to each other. I've never seen Soma fail before, Alice murmured. Senzaman sighed, setting down his utensils. The flavors don't work together. The cheap rice and heavy sauces completely drown out the dragon meat's natural richness. It's an imbalance that ruins the dish. Soma looked genuinely stunned. Damn, I thought it would work. I would have warned the kid about that before. But I figured watching him fail would be a better learning experience. Finally, my turn. I stepped forward, placing 2 taco plates in front of the judges. The moment I set them down, the entire gym was hit with an intoxicating wave of smoky, savory, and slightly charred aroma. Oh wow, Irina's mouth was already watering. Akino smirked at her reaction. Remember what I told you, Oju-chan? Irina scowled but kept her focus on the food. I'm sure it's good, but it can't be that she took a bite. A second later, something happened that no one, including me, expected. Irina's entire face flushed deep red, and she let out a very loud, very inappropriate-sounding moan. And then all of her clothes completely exploded off her body. HHH. Everyone in the room, including me, shouted at the same time. Chapter 53. Guided tour Haru, I blinked a couple of times. trying to process what the hell just happened. Judging by the collective silence, everyone else in the gym was in the same situation as me. Yep, Irina's clothes had just randomly exploded, and from the way her face had flushed and that sound she made, she may or may not have lost her mind from a single bite of my dragon steak tacos. I always wanted people to enjoy my food, but not to that level. Awawawa. Asia Argento had turned a brilliant shade of red, clutching the hem of her skirt like she was trying to shrink into herself. Kuna wasn't any better, frozen in place with wide, horrified eyes. Thankfully, Mom was there to handle things, immediately wrapping a pair of her fluffy tails around their faces to block their view. "No peeking, little ones," she murmured with amusement. "Aurora, this girl is quite bold," Aquino smiled, her violet eyes twinkling with mischief. "Is she trying to seduce Haru?" Rias snapped, crossing her arms as her brow twitched in irritation. Right next to her, Alice stood with her arms crossed, glaring daggers at the barely functioning Irina. I didn't sense any magic when her clothes exploded. "How strange," Demiurge muttered, rubbing his chin in intrigue. "Oh, for Mao's sake, will you all stop gawking?" Sona groaned and waved her hand, conjuring a thick blanket with a demonic power before tossing it over Irina. It took another couple of seconds before Irina's brain caught up with reality. She suddenly gasped, clutching the blanket tightly around herself, her wide golden eyes brimming with sheer horror. Her lips trembled, and I could already tell she was about 5 seconds away from crying. "Era, is this some kind of sudden moment of clarity?" Aquino asked, barely holding back a giggle. Senzaman, who had somehow remained impressively stone-faced through the entire ordeal, finally moved. He let out a deep sigh before bowing his head to everyone in the gym. "I deeply apologize for what just transpired. However, given the circumstances, I believe it is best if we take our leave immediately." He turned toward me, his expression unreadable. "We concede to Kuo Academy and the yokai chef, Haru." And just like that, the entire Tsuki delegation filed out of the gym with the speed of people fleeing a crime scene. I exhaled slowly, running a hand down my face. Well, that was a thing. It certainly was, Aquino said with another laugh, clearly enjoying the fact that Rias was openly pouting. "So do we win?" Tsubaki asked, glancing around. Rias snapped out at her, glaring at the door where the humans had left, and then smirked. "Hell yeah, we won. Kuo Academy is now the best cooking school in the country. Suck it, Tsuki Academy." She cheered. "Well, at least we will be until tomorrow, when I officially unenroll Haru from his classes," Sona pointed out before turning to me. "Are you ever actually planning on attending Kuo?" "Nope, not all." I shrugged. Schooling in my past life was enough, and having tutors in this one covered all the bases. No need to go through that all over again. I paused for a moment, scanning the room until my eyes landed on Yusaka, Sansa, and Kanu. "Thanks for coming to cheer me on. Sorry it turned into whatever that was." Mom unwrapped her tails from around Kanu and Asia's heads, giving me a small smile. "Era, that was certainly interesting, but I'm always happy to cheer on my son." "I've never heard of a cooking competition before," Sansa admitted, tilting her head. "It was quite interesting and entertaining to watch. I think I'll start hosting them in Winterfell." I walked over to them, then turned back to Rias and the others. "I guess we can have a victory celebration back at my restaurant if everyone's interested." The gym still had cooking stations scattered around, but after what had just happened, the buzz had pretty much died. "That sounds like a wonderful idea," Yusaka said before turning to Rias and Sona. Her voice was still gentle, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. "You two can also tell me why one of the fallen angel generals tried to attack you." Yeah, Yusaka did not sound happy about that. Sona and Rias stiffened slightly. They were in for some dramatic talks before they got to their celebrations. I worked behind the counter. The sound of sizzling, grilling meat filled the air, but it was nearly drowned out by Kuna's voice as she excitedly recounted everything that had happened again to anyone who would listen. Who at the moment was Asia Argento, who seemed far too kind to point out to Kunu that everyone had been there to see everything firsthand. Over in the corner, Mom had Rias, Sona, and Demiurge in a booth across from her as she grilled them about why exactly Kokabeel had attacked them, not that he needed a reason, of course. I knew the guy was just a crazy asshole, but no one quite knew how crazy just yet. My ears twitched. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I couldn't really help it either. Do you realize how delicate these peace talks have been so far? How much work has gone into ensuring that all these factions even consider sitting at the same table? And now this happens? She demanded. Sona pushed her glasses up, but still looked slightly uneasy. We didn't anticipate an attack, Lady Yasaka. It's not as if we invited him to ruin everything. Rias crossed her arms, visibly frustrated. We handled it. He fucked around, and he found out. Mom didn't look particularly satisfied with that answer, her tails twitching slightly. I turned my head and ears away from that conversation and focused on the two beautiful young women in front of me. Sansa sat at the counter next to Alice, who nursed a strong drink I had whipped up for her. Sansa, on the other hand, had opted for some light wine, swirling the glass slowly as she watched the scene with curiosity. An entire school only for cooking? She asked with her cute brows furrowed. Are all of those kids going to be chefs when they graduate? Are there even that many open positions in this country? I flipped a steak on the grill while I thought about that question. Assuming the academy pumped out around 100 graduates every single year, and most students work for 30 to 40 years afterwards. And those students were also all prideful elite chefs and would demand to be the heads of any kitchen they worked in. Not really. There would need to be something like 4,000 five-star restaurants operating at all times in Japan to constantly employ all those graduates. And Tatsuki isn't the only cooking school in the country either, just the best. Second best, Alice said with a small smirk, pointed my way. I smirked back at her. My tails couldn't help but wag a little bit proudly. That's right, they were second best. What happens to all those students then? Sansa asked, still looking intrigued. Alice downed another large portion of her drink before answering that one. They'll tell you what happens to them. They end up getting corporate office jobs where they work 12 hours a day for a soulless company that cares nothing for their existence. And then, when they want to go home after a hard day's work, they can't because their bosses are all raging alcoholics who force their poor employees to go drinking with them since they have no friends. They end up getting so blackout drunk that they can't even make it home most nights, so they just crash back at work, only to wake up 4 hours later and do it all over again. They keep that up for a good few years before inevitably taking a swan dive off the highest rooftop or bridge they can find. Alice listed off all of that in one breath. Sansa and I were openly gaping at Alice. The fuck, Alice? I asked, staring at her blankly. She just shrugged at me. What? Japan has the highest suicide rates in the world for a reason. I mean, fuck. She wasn't exactly wrong, but still. Now Sansa was going to get the wrong ideas about my home country. Judging by the horrified look on her face, she already had. Not all of them will turn out like that. Sansa, I tried to reassure her. Just a lot of them, yeah. The humans in this country really needed to get their shit together before it was too late. I was immensely glad to have been reborn as a yokai, where life was much less stressful. Whatever, Alice added playfully before going back to her drink. I'm pretty sure she was just messing with us at this point. It turned out my zombie-slaying girlfriend could be a bit of a troll when she was tipsy. I coughed politely and decided to change the subject with Sansa. Yasaka had told me on the way back from Kuo that I needed to start paying more attention to the lands under my rule. While I technically had no legal rights to the north or the Riverlands unless I actually married Sansa and her mother, Yasaka insisted I should still be a bit more active in monitoring them. Just a bit, though. The whole point of me running a restaurant was to avoid all that responsibility and dump it on Kunu when she grew up. Oh, how the turns have tabled on me, I sighed internally. Sansa smiled when I mentioned Winterfell, clearly happy that I was taking an interest in her home. The castle is almost completely repaired. Soon, they'll be calling upon the still loyal noble families to visit and formally swear fealty. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Traditionally, women aren't allowed to rule in Westeros. But after my mother and I saw how much everyone respects your lady mother, Yasaka, we realized our methods are outdated. I grinned and gave her a thumbs up. That's the spirit. I'd much rather be king consort than an actual king of the north. The latter sounds like way too much effort. Sansa chuckled at that, but then looked at me more seriously. Could you be there when the nobles arrive? It's time they learn about their future lattice lord husband and the changes I'm going to be implementing. I gave her a small smile. Yeah, he'll be there. I finished plating Sansa's hamburger and fries and placed them in front of her. Here, eat up. You'll need your strength for all that ruling you're about to do. I gave her a cheeky grin. The next day, early in the morning, I found myself walking into Enris village. The place had definitely improved since the last time I'd been here, and everyone didn't look like they were starving or hadn't bathed in weeks anymore. Big improvements. I promised my mom, Yasaka, I'd pay a visit to calm the villagers down about the whole war situation. They had every right to be nervous, but keeping them from outright panicking was part of my job now, apparently. Meanwhile, Yasaka was handling negotiations with Fairy Tail. Now that we had a better grasp on the guild's actual strength, we realized that while they boasted about having 100 members, only around 20 of them were actually worth a damn. The rest? Just a bunch of nobodies riding the coattails of a high-ranked guild. Instead of recruiting the whole lot, Yasaka planned to offer a premium to just the top members. We already had Irene's daughter and her friends on board, but 4 people and a flying cat didn't exactly scream overwhelming force. A few more capable hands would definitely help. As Demiurge and I stepped into the village, I smirked at him. You look like you've been up all night. Do I need to hide you from Serafall? Demiurge chuckled. I did not besmirch Lady Sonus' honor, if that is what you're asking. We simply talked long into the night. She is as intelligent as she is beautiful, he trailed off, looking uncharacteristically unsure. I hope the other guardians won't have an issue if I visit her again. I rolled my eyes and clapped him so hard on the back that he stumbled a couple of steps forward. Ains is a good guy. He's not going to keep you away from a girl you like. It's not like Sonus a threat to Nazarick or anything. Demiurge straightened, adjusting his glasses. You are right. The other floor guardians have pointed out that I tend to overthink things, but I find that's my best quality. Nothing wrong with being brainy. I said, you heading back home soon? Soon, he confirmed. But first, I would like to fly over the Katsa Plains and properly observe the future battlefield myself. I sighed, sorry that you guys are going to be fighting the bulk of the army. Not that I thought Nazarick would mind. Most of Ains's forces were literal monsters, and killing thousands of humans probably didn't mean much to them. Still, I wondered if Ains would be able to live with it, or, well, not live with it. Because, he's already dead. Demiurge smirked. I'm sure this was all part of Ain Samus' plan from the start. Good luck in your own battle, Haru-sama. With that, wings sprouted from his back, and he launched himself into the sky, flying off toward the plains. A few of Enris villagers gasped at the sight, but not as many as I expected. Guess they were getting used to all the strange beings and yokai coming and going. Enri popped out of a small house, her eyes lighting up when she saw me. Lord Haru, she called excitedly, jogging over. It's been a while. Would you like a tour of the village? And she hesitated slightly before continuing. I'd like to finally introduce you to my parents. You've been my boss for a while now, but you've never properly met them. I blinked at that. She wasn't wrong. Despite all the work she did for me, I had never actually sat down and met the people who raised her. Yeah, sure, I said with a grin. I'd like that. The moment I stepped inside, her father immediately fixed me with a sharp gaze. What are your intentions with my daughter? He demanded. I choked at the question, nearly losing my footing. I don't have any intentions with Enri. I stammered. I just make sure she's safe and always has a steady paycheck. Her father dramatically pointed at me. Is she pregnant? Is that why you're showing up after all this time? You better take responsibility, young man. It doesn't matter if you're the lord of these lands or not. Our daughter is a proper young lady. Congratulations, sweetie. Her mother chimed in with a happy smile at her daughter. Yay, I'm going to be an auntie. Nemu cheered, throwing her hands up without a care in the world. Enri turned beet red, sputtering. Mama, Papa, Nemu. She pouted at all 3 of them and vehemently told them she was not pregnant. Then, to my horror, she glanced at me briefly, poking her fingers together as she mumbled something about not minding if she was, though. I facepalmed so hard her mother let out an amused "oh my" when I grabbed Inra's hand and said, "Why don't we just take a tour of the village now instead?" "That sounds like a good idea," Inri blurted out quickly. We practically rushed out of her house, and as we walked, she sighed. "I'm really sorry about that. My parents keep telling me it's time to get married now, that I'm 16 and an adult." Then she turned to me with a teasing smile. "What do you think about that, Lord Haru?" I choked again, my ears flattening on my head. "Nope, I'm not touching that topic for at least 2 more years. Absolutely not." I immediately shut it down. She giggled at my reaction before launching into the tour, pointing out various village improvements. "This here is the magical greenhouse. It keeps out all the bugs and makes the plants inside grow 10 times faster than normal, making our village almost self-sufficient." She gestured toward a well. "This will always pumps out clean water, and nobody has ever gotten sick after drinking it." Finally, she led me to the edge of the village, patting the sturdy structure. "And these are the new walls surrounding our village to keep out wolves and hungry goblins. None of this could have been accomplished without you or your people, Lord Haru. Thank you so much." She beamed at me brightly. I reached over and patted her head. "Thanks for being such a great employee. Your people deserve to be safe and happy. I promise the army won't even get close to these new walls." A villager on top of the wall suddenly called out to Enri and me, his voice carrying over the village. "Lady Enri, Lord Haru, a small group is approaching. Some of them have weapons and armor." I frowned at that. Without thinking, I scooped Enri up, earning a surprised eep from her, and in a single bound, I landed atop the 20-foot wall. Setting her down gently, I turned my focus toward the incoming figures. Enri squinted her eyes before suddenly lighting up with excitement. "Oh my gosh, Haru, it's Infiria. He's one of my best friends. I'm sure he'll love to meet you." She waved eagerly before pausing and tilting her head. "And who's that with him?" She squinted again before suddenly letting out a squeak. "Oh my," she exclaimed. Those are the adamantium adventurers, the Blue Roses." She pointed at the 4 women who flanked the wooden cart Infiria rode toward the village. Chapter 54. Welcome, adventurers. Haru. I glanced down at Enri as we stood atop the village wall, my eyes shifting between her and the group approaching in the distance. "So, tell me more about these Blue Roses," I said, curiosity piqued. Enri's face lit up with excitement. "They're one of the most famous adventurer teams in the world. All of their members are women, and they have a reputation for only taking on righteous jobs. They don't do anything shady, just hunting down dangerous monsters and taking out bad guys." I raised an eyebrow. "So they're basically a fantasy world's version of superheroes? Is that so?" She nodded enthusiastically. "They've got a huge following." I hummed in thought, my gaze returning to the approaching figures. "Then why would such a famous group be acting as bodyguards for your friend? That kind of protection has got to cost a fortune." Enri furrowed her brows, clearly thinking the same thing. "I don't actually know. Infiria is talented, but hiring the Blue Roses seems a little extreme." I reached over and ruffled her hair. "Don't overthink it. We'll find out soon enough." Still, my instincts told me something was up. Either Infiria was loaded beyond belief, or there was more going on than just a routine supply run. Considering the kid was wearing commoner clothes when we spotted him in the distance, it was obviously the latter. Turning my attention to the village lookout, I raised my voice. "Go ahead and open the gates." The villager nodded, shouting down the command before moving to help crank the massive wooden doors open. Before Enri could react, I scooped her up in another princess carry and leapt down from the 20-foot wall, landing effortlessly in the dirt below. Enri let out another adorable shriek, clinging to my shoulders. "Havu, you gotta stop doing that." I chuckled, tightening my grip just enough to keep her from slipping. "Why? It's fun messing with you." Her cheeks puffed out in a pout. Lockhughes was this tiny village always surrounded by such an imposing wall? Gagarin asked out loud as they approached, her voice carrying easily over the sounds of the rolling cart. Infiria, who was sitting beside her, shook his head vehemently. Carne was just a peaceful farming and scavenging village. I don't even think they had any real weapons. Obviously, a lot has changed since the kingdom sold off this territory, Lockhughes pointed out, watching the towering wooden walls loom closer. Honestly, in hindsight, it was a smart move. It got the kingdom out of massive debt, and now that the people here aren't overtaxed into starvation, they actually seem to be thriving. She gestured toward the fields, which looked far more prosperous than they had any right to be, although these fields didn't technically belong to the kingdom anymore. That wasn't the point, though. It was starting to look this nice in other places, too. Of course, some greedy nobles and that idiot first prince had to go and ruin it all. All because it turned out the person who now owned this land wasn't human, though they all knew that was just an excuse. Evil Eye suddenly stiffened beside her as the village's massive wooden gates creaked open. Lockhughes turned to her. "What's wrong?" Before she could answer, Tina and Tia started snickering. "She's just too short. Tall walls are her nemesis. I can fly, you idiots." Evil Eye snapped, folding her arms over her chest. "That's not what's wrong." Her masked gaze was locked on the two figures standing just beyond the gates. Although, realistically, everyone was only looking at one of them. Lockhughes' breath caught as her eyes landed on the man waiting for them. He was strikingly handsome, but what made her muscles tense were the obviously non-human traits. His ears were just a little too sharp, his eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and a pair of sleek, furred tails swayed lazily behind him. Beast man? No, she had never seen one that looked so human before. Evil Eye's voice dropped to a rare whisper of genuine unease. "Do not pick a fight, no matter what. If you do, we all die." Tina and Tia immediately stopped giggling. Gagarin shifted, her usual bravado tempered by caution. "Why?" Evil Eye hesitated before answering, her tone more serious than Lockhughes had ever heard it. "That fox man is more powerful than any dragon I've ever seen." Lockhughes stiffened. Evil Eye had met a dragon before. More than one. That was something she would have to ask her about later. Right now, she had more pressing concerns, namely, their escort mission and their secret diplomatic mission for the princess. The group of 4 adventurers stepped through the village gates, the massive doors shutting behind them with a loud, almost ominous bang. "Sorry about that," the handsome blonde fox man said as he approached, a teenage girl walking beside him. "NFI." Enra's voice rang out as she dashed forward, wrapping the nervous alchemist into a tight hug. "It's so good to see you again." Nfiria immediately stiffened, his face turning bright red as he sputtered incoherently. Lockhughes watched with mild amusement. This must be Enri-chan, the girl Nfiria hadn't stopped rambling about during the entire trip here. It was painfully obvious how much he was into her. Before he could get a word out, Enri pulled back and returned to the foxman standing beside her, the very same man who had Evil Eye looking like she wanted to disappear. Lockhughes had never seen their tiny but powerful magic caster scared of anything before. Enri turned back to them, her face lighting up with excitement. "Welcome to Carne Village. It's an honor to meet Blue Rose." She then turned back to Nfiria with a warm smile. "And welcome to you too, NFI. If you're here for alchemy ingredients, we've got plenty stocked up." Nfiria nodded, but he still looked too nervous to say anything coherent. Gagarin barked a laugh and clapped him hard on the back. "Come on, man, spit it out. She's not going to bite." Meanwhile, Tina and Tia stood slightly behind Lockhughes, their eyes locked warily on the foxman as she stepped forward to formally introduce herself. With a composed nod, Lockhughes offered a slight curtsy despite being an adventurer. Given his well-tailored clothing and confident stance, it was obvious this was no ordinary beast man. He had the air of someone from a well-off background. Was he the one who had bought the land and bailed the kingdom out of its debts? The foxman smirked as he returned her gesture with a small but graceful bow. "Nice to meet you all as well. I'm Haru of the yokai faction. Welcome to my territory." His slitted eyes swept over the group. "Is there a reason one of the kingdom's most famous adventuring teams is out here besides guarding Enri-chan's friend?" Haru, I could see the nervous tension in the adventurers sitting at my bar. They were trying to hide it, but their stiff shoulders and wary glances gave them away. The small one, Evil Eye, was the most on edge, practically glued to her seat. Her masked face was locked onto me like she expected me to lunge across the counter and rip her throat out. A vampire, obviously, and obviously trying to hide it. I wondered if her team knew. I stood behind the counter with Henry beside me, while our guests took their seats on the bar stools. Gagarin, the largest of the group, glanced around the foxhole. "This is a pretty cozy place you got here," she said, nodding in approval. "Thanks," I replied with a grin. I wanted it to be a place where all people and races could feel at home and enjoy a good meal. I let my tail sway lazily behind me as I leaned against the counter. Just know that I don't tolerate any fighting in my restaurant. The four adventurers gulped in unison, their nervous energy spiking for a moment before I eased them with a grin. "Now, what do you all want to eat?" Lockhughes, the leader, tilted her head slightly. "Wait, are you a chef or something?" I gave her a blank stare. I'm literally standing behind the counter of my own restaurant. "What do you think?" Before she could respond, Evil Eye suddenly blurted out, "Why? Why would someone as powerful as you be cooking?" I shrugged. What does being powerful have to do with anything? I like cooking, so I open a restaurant. Simple as that. Tina and Tia, the twin ninja girls, suddenly burst into laughter. They elbowed Evil Eye playfully. Our tiny magic caster got us all nervous for nothing. Tina snickered. "Yeah, so much for he's more powerful than any dragon I've ever seen," Tia added, still giggling. Evil Eye, still masked, said nothing, but I could practically feel her pouting through the cloth. Lockhughes cleared her throat, her posture relaxing slightly. "All right, fair enough. So, Haru, why set up a restaurant in Carne Village of all places? And could you make me some pasta? I want some meat." Gagarin added enthusiastically. "Soba for us." Tina and Tia chimed in together. "It'll have nothing," Evil Eye muttered, clearly because of her vampiric nature. I smirked and winked at her. "It'll make you something special. You'll like it." She stiffened slightly, but didn't argue. As I turned to the kitchen, my tails moved behind me, opening the fridge and grabbing ingredients while my hands flicked on the stoves. Oil sizzled in one pan, while butter melted in another. I moved seamlessly through the motions, preparing 5 different meals at once. Multitasking in the kitchen was second nature to me. As I cooked, I answered Lakia's question. Carne Village is the best place for my restaurant. How else would I have met my adorable little sous chef, Enri-chan? I chuckled. Enri, standing beside me, turned bright red. That's when Firia, her alchemist friend, suddenly stiffened. "You're going to be a chef, Enri-chan?" He blurted out, his eyes flickering toward me. Was that jealousy? That was definitely jealousy. Enri was still blushing when she responded. "Right now, I'm just a waitress. But I'm taking cooking lessons from Haru. I hope to help more in the kitchen in the future." "You go, girl." Gagarin chuckled. I kept moving, chopping, frying, boiling all at once, effortlessly handling multiple dishes. Evil Eye, still watching me closely, finally asked bluntly, "Are you the owner of this entire territory? And are you the one who bailed out the kingdom?" I didn't even pause. "Yeah, I own the land, but someone else actually bought everything in my name. Doesn't really matter, though, in the grand scheme of things." I finished cooking and placed the plates in front of the adventurers. The scent of seared meat, rich spices, and fresh herbs filled the air, and the girls were practically salivating at the sight of the food. Without hesitation, they all started digging in except for Evil Eye, who stared at her plate of blood sausages with obvious confusion. My ears twitched as I picked up the faint sound of her sniffing beneath her mask. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted the fabric just enough to bring her fork to her mouth and took a cautious bite. The instant the flavor hit her tongue, she let out an adorable little squeal, her body tensing with delight before she quickly started devouring her meal, still careful not to reveal too much of her face. That was when the others froze, forks suspended midair, eyes locked onto their tiny magic caster in utter disbelief. "Evil Eye is actually eating?" Gagarin said, her voice dripping with shock. "I always thought she was anorexic or something," Tia muttered. "She never eats." "That's mean," Lockhughes chided, though her expression suggested she didn't entirely disagree. Gagarin smirked as she watched Evil Eye devour another bite. "Looks like you and me have a lot in common. Short stuff because I love me some sausage too." I coughed. Henry, standing next to me, went bright red, while poor Nefarious started choking on his macaroni, the one Henry had made especially for her friend. Yeah, the poor kid had no idea how deep in the friend zone he was. Hardcore. I wasn't blind. I knew Henry had a crush on me. But I wasn't about to reciprocate her feelings. If she still felt the same way when she was older, well, we'd see at that point. A small note materialized out of thin air and floated down onto the counter. I sighed as I picked it up and read the two simple words written on it. She will evil. I finished her last bite of blood sausage and glanced up. Where did that come from? I think I sensed a trace of space magic. I roll my eyes. Just a random Tsundere goddess sending me a message. Happens from time to time. All four adventurers gaped at me in obvious confusion. I didn't elaborate. Their confusion was too amusing to me. Once everyone had finished eating, Henry decided to take Nefaria out of the village to show him where they kept all the supplies. That left me alone with our guests. I offered them some tea while we got down to the real reason they were here. It was obvious that the most famous adventurers in the kingdom wouldn't waste their time simply guarding one guy on a trip across the country to visit a small village. We've done more boring jobs, Lockhugh shrugged. But then she sighed and admitted, but you're right. They finally told me they were here on the request of the kingdom's princess. She's a good girl, Gagarin added, stretching her arms over her head. She doesn't want any fighting. She doesn't want the kingdom destroyed in a war we might not win. Lockhugh clarified. I snorted. There's a 0% chance the kingdom will win. Hell, I could probably destroy the kingdom myself, and am not even close to as powerful as my buddy Ains. The girls flinched at that. Evil Eye, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke up. Why are you friends with an undead? And where did this Ains' old gown even come from? Lockhugh folded her arms. He just randomly showed up in the capital one day and declared that the Katsa Plains and the surrounding lands were his. He wasn't alone, either. He had a whole group of monsters with him. I nodded. Ains could be a bit blunt, but he's a good guy. And let's be honest, neither the kingdom nor the empire actually owns the plains. They fight over it every year and thousands die. Now that Ains has claimed it, at least that pointless bloodshed can stop. Of course, that was just me being an optimist. I knew damn well that wasn't how things worked. Medieval humans were notoriously stupid and greedy, at least their nobility was. Or maybe I had just watched too many period dramas. Lockhugh sighed. The problem is Prince Barbaro isn't going to back down. They've already gathered an army of 100,000 ready to fight. Yep, that lined up with our intelligence. I had already heard whispers of their mobilization. A fight like this will be devastating for all sides. Lockhugh continued before looking at me seriously. Is there any possibility that Ains, or you could go to the royal capital to try and talk things out? I frowned at that, my tail stiffening behind me. No, I said bluntly. There's nothing to work out. My land was purchased fairly, so there's nothing to discuss. The kingdom isn't getting it back. Furthermore, I continued, I don't want to kill any of the serf soldiers that will be forced to attack us. I've even tried hiring mages who specialize in non-lethal spells to minimize casualties, but that's as far as I'm willing to go. I leaned against the counter as I explained to them that we yokai weren't a particularly greedy race. We didn't go out of our way to claim territory, but we would always defend what we had vehemently. Evil Eye tilted her head slightly. What exactly is a yokai? Is that some type of beast man? Lockhugh asked. I snorted, shaking my head. Fidno. I've heard about this world's so-called beast people, and I have to say they're disgusting. Barbaric even. Evil Eye narrowed her red eyes behind her mask. This world? I grinned and spread my arms dramatically. That's right. Welcome to the Foxhole, a restaurant that connects to numerous other worlds and dimensions. Evil Eye suddenly stood up, her chair scraping against the floor as she pointed at me. Are you a player? She shouted, her voice filled with shock. The other girls looked at her in confusion. Player? Tina and Tia exchanged glances, clearly lost. I sputtered. While it's technically true that I do have a harem, I wouldn't consider myself a player. I don't like guys who treat women like that. I trailed off. At least I didn't think I'm not that kind of player. Evil Eye snapped, her embarrassment evident even through her mask. I mean players powerful beings from other worlds who always come here to attack or take over. That's what you're doing, isn't it? I blinked. That's kind of a weird way to put it, but I guess by that definition, I would be a player. I rubbed my chin in thought. Ains too. I guess honestly, where did that strange definition even come from? We have to leave. Evil Eye suddenly declared to her team. They all looked at her, startled by the abrupt shift in her demeanor. Why? Lockhughes asked, brows furrowed in concern. The dragons and the players are ancient enemies who always go to war with each other. Evil Eye explained, her voice urgent. I don't want to be anywhere near when a fight of that magnitude goes down. Dragons again? I thought to myself with my tails twitching behind me. Why did every new world seem to have dragons that wanted to kill me or my friends? I wanted to ask more, but Evil Eye had already strong-armed her team out of the restaurant, practically dragging them with her. I wasn't about to stop them if they wanted to go, but I could always ask Yasaka to send some yokai spies after them later to gather more information. Still, one thought lingered in my mind. I wondered what the dragons of this world tasted like. Also, I suppose I should give Ains a heads up if the guy wasn't still busy dealing with his 2 clingy monster girlfriends. Were they still going at it? It had been over 24 hours. Lockhughes, as they left the village like their asses were on fire. Gagarin huffed and crossed her arms. Are we just leaving the kid behind? Lockhughes shot a look at Evil Eye, who was marching ahead at a pace far faster than normal. Slow down. I need to know if you're serious about everything you said back there. Tina and Tia exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yeah, not like you to get this paranoid, Tina added. Of course I am. Evil Eye snapped, whirling around to face them. None of you understand how terrifying players are. The 8 Greed Kings, the 6 great heroes, they were all players. Lockhughes sucked in a breath. She hadn't even known other worlds besides their own existed. And now she was hearing that the most powerful beings in history had all come from different ones. Still, Haru didn't seem all that bad. She muttered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. He was nice and, well, very handsome. Evil Boss has a crush. Tina-san, it's the end of days. Tia joined in with a grin. Lockhughes pouted at them. That's not. Ugh, shut up. Doesn't matter if he's nice or not. Evil Eye interrupted, her tone grim. His undead friend, Ains, definitely isn't. And the dragons of this world have sworn to kill all players on sight. No exceptions. Gagarin let out a low whistle. That's a little harsh. But you also said Haru was stronger than any dragon you've ever met. She tilted her head. And he said his buddy Ains was even stronger? Evil Eye stiffened. Lockhughes felt her stomach drop, a small gulp escaping her lips. And our kingdom is sending armies after these 2? Are we insane? We're boned, Tina declared. Mega boned, Tia added for emphasis. Lockhughes shook her head, regaining some composure. We need to go back and report all of this to the princess. Evil Eye, teleport us back to the capital. Evil Eye sighed. That much magic at once is going to drain me. I know, Lockhughes said, resting a hand on her shoulder. But this is an emergency. Sort of. Honestly, she still didn't think a guy like Haru could be evil. But if anyone could make sense of this, it was her good friend, Princess Renner. The girl was a genius, after all. What about the kid? Gagarin asked again, jerking a thumb back toward the village. Lockhughes shrugged. I'm sure Infirio will be fine. Our mission was technically only to guard him to the village. Not on the way back, Tia pointed out. With that, Evil Eye cast her spell, and the group disappeared in a flash of magic, leaving Carne Village behind. Chapter 55. Red-Headed Tales The Hangover. Urza walked through the bustling streets of Magnolia, feeling both exhausted and on edge. She had barely slept the night before, still reeling from the conversation the conversation she endured with her mother. The fact that she even had a mother was still a concept she struggled to wrap her head around. A mother who had abandoned her. A mother she absolutely did not forgive. But maybe she'd think about it. Someday. She had left the rest of her friends back at the guild, needing time alone to sort through the tangled mess in her head. It was almost noon, and the streets had grown more crowded. She had to be careful not to barrel through people with how distracted she was. Something on your mind, child? A voice rumbled from her right, low, and familiar. She jumped slightly, turning to see Master Makarov walking beside her. Master Makarov, what are you doing here? The old man chuckled. It's my job to make sure all my guild members are okay. I wanted to check on you after your mother made her dramatic entrance at the guild. He gave a visible shudder, shaking his head. She certainly felt as powerful as a dragon. I don't know if Fairy Tale would survive a fight with her. Urza snorted. At least half the guild wouldn't. Bunch of cowards. Makarov frowned at her. That's no way to speak about your family. Urza, she rolled her eyes. I've been thinking, she admitted, glancing at Makarov. The others have too, surprisingly. We've started noticing that a lot of our guild members don't really feel like they belong. They joined for money, for fame, for the prestige of being a fairy tale mage. They're not like Lucy, who fit in immediately and became friends with everyone. She collected herself before continuing. Haru came to the guild. He made an offer. We took a vote, and it didn't pass. But 10 years ago, Fairy Tale would have jumped at the chance to save lives. We've changed, and not for the better. Makarov let out a heavy sigh. He didn't say he disagreed. That alone told her enough. They finally stopped in front of the foxhole. Urza turned to him, arching an eyebrow. Why are you following me again? Makarov grinned. I wanted to speak with Haru, or his mother, if possible. Actually, I'd prefer to speak with her. Then, to her horror, the old man's grin turned sly. He let out a few lewd giggles. That woman's thighs, her perfect breasts whack. Owie, Makarov yelped, rubbing the back of his head where Urza had just smacked him. Keep those pervy thoughts to yourself, old man, she muttered, stepping through the door of the restaurant. He only chuckled, following her inside. Urza stepped into the restaurant, immediately noting how much more crowded it was compared to her last visit. Back then, it had been empty. Now it was lively and filled with conversations and laughter. She supposed that made sense. This place was popular with people from other worlds. She was still trying to wrap her head around that concept. As she scanned a room, she spotted two familiar faces in a nearby booth, Harry and Hermione, the young wizards who had spent a few days with Fairy Tale. They were good kids. She gave them a small nod as she made her way to the counter. Behind it stood Haru, wiping a glass with a rag while chatting with two strikingly beautiful women, both of whom also had red hair. Urza suddenly felt oddly self-conscious, though she quickly shook off the thought. Ho-ho! Makarov suddenly leapt onto the bar beside her, grinning widely. Hello again, young Haru. While Makarov engaged Haru in conversation, Urza took a seat at the booth next to the two red-haired women. The moment they noticed her hair, both let out a sigh. Urza blinked. What was that reaction? It's because you're a beautiful redhead, the woman in green armor with face paint said. Sorry, we just know Haru has a tendency to attract women like us. She lifted a thick mug of mead before continuing. Emila, by the way, and Sansa, the slender girl in a regal dress added. Urza nodded at them both. Elsa, Ela smirked. Oh, are you that crazy dragon Irene's daughter? Urza sighed. Please don't call me that. I sense there's a story there, Ela said with interest. If you got stress or troubles, this is the perfect place to unload. She slid her mug toward Urza invitingly. Sansa rolled her eyes. I don't know how you can drink so heavily in the middle of the day. Ela scoffed. A Nord warrior can drink whenever she pleases. Then, without hesitation, she turned and called out, Hey, lover, we need more mugs over here. A lover? Urza sputtered, nearly choking when Haru chuckled and began pouring more mead. Sansa blushed, while Ela smirked proudly. That's right, I was Haru's first. Urza coughed on the small sip she had taken, while Ela laughed and patted her on the back. You look stressed out, Urza, Ela noted, almost as much as Sansa here, who's worried about declaring herself queen of her people or whatever. Queen? Urza asked, raising an eyebrow. Sansa sighed. It's a whole thing. She took a hesitant sip of her own mug before gagging. That's awful. Ela chuckled. That just means it's strong. Drink some more? ITLL, make you feel better. Urza groaned as she slowly regained consciousness, the crisp morning air chilling her skin. Something rough and lumpy pressed in her back. She cracked one eye open and found herself staring at an orange Massachusetts. Pumpkins. She sat up abruptly, regretting it immediately as her head throbbed with a vengeance. A groan to her left made her glance over, finding Ela sprawled out, her armor scuffed and dusted with bits of pumpkin vine. On her other side, Sansa was curled up in a rather ungraceful heap. Her dress was rumpled. No, wait. That was Urza's dress. Urza blinked. Why are you wearing my dress? It was one of the spare outfits she kept in her equip space. Sansa blearily lifted her head, her expression blank. Then, as if realizing what Urza had just said, she looked down at herself, eyes going wide. What happened to my dress? Maybe you tore it or something, Ela muttered, rubbing her temples before sitting up. She took a long, slow glance around the pumpkin patch, then sighed. Yep, we're in Skyrim. Urza stiffened. Wait, what? How did we end up in another world? Before anyone could answer, a loud, angry voice interrupted them. Oi, you lot, where's my goat? A scruffy-looking Nord stormed out of a nearby farmhouse, pointing an accusatory finger at them. I wake up this morning, and Nessie's gone. You three stole her. The three women exchanged confused glances before Urza crossed her arms. We don't know anything about a goat. Oh, you don't know? The man scoffed. I saw you lot stumbling around my farm last night, drunk as all oblivion. If you don't bring Nessie back, I'm reporting you to the guards. Ela groaned, pressing her fingers to the bridge of her nose. Gods, I hate waking up like this. This has happened before? Urza asked in disbelief. Unfortunately, I knew I shouldn't have had that second mug, Sansa muttered, flushing. Haru's gonna think I'm some sort of drunken trollop. Relax, it's not that bad, Ela waved her off. Let's all just focus so we can go home, Urza said. So we have to find a goat? Sansa asked, looking between them, bewildered. Why would we even want a goat? A better question is where we took it, Urza sighed. Fine, let's track it down and get out of here. Thankfully, Ela's tracking skills proved invaluable, and after a few minutes of inspecting the dirt and scattered footprints, she motioned for them to follow her. The trail leads into the woods. As they walked, the brisk air helped clear some of the fog in Urza's mind, but she still had no memory of what had happened after they started drinking at the foxhole. She shook her head before looking over at Sansa, a thought occurring to her. By the way, Urza ventured, suddenly noticing something weird. Why did you wake up in my spare dress, Sansa? Well, I woke up in my armor. Sansa threw up her hands. I don't even remember changing. I distinctly recall wearing my own gown. Then Ela leaned in and sniffed Sansa. Hey! Sansa jerked back, mortified. What are you doing? Ela's eyes widened. I smell werewolf. Like, you are definitely a werewolf now. Sansa froze. I am. I know we talked about it a while back, but I didn't think I was going to go through with it so soon. Urza was confused. A werewolf? Ela turned to her, but before she could answer, the forest thinned, and they stepped into a clearing. The sight that greeted them made all three of them pause. Giants. A lot of giants. Towering figures wielding massive clubs loomed over a herd of enormous mammoths. And in the middle of them, of course, Ela muttered. The goats right in the middle of the giants. Urza exhaled, trying to suppress the groan building in her throat. Why do I feel like this is going to be really annoying? This is why she tended not to drink either. She just preferred drowning herself in cake instead. Ela rolled her shoulders. Let me handle this. I've dealt with giants before. Just stay behind me and do not say anything. The three of them slowly stepped into the clearing, careful not to make any sudden movements. One of the giants turned, its massive frame casting a long shadow over them as it stomped forward. The ground shook beneath its weight. Urza swallowed hard. She could fight them if she had to, but she really didn't want to kill a bunch of giants over a stupid goat. Ela began speaking, gesturing toward the goat. The giant responded in deep grunts and slow, deliberate speech. She nodded along, occasionally sighing in exasperation before finally turning back to them. So, apparently, the three of us challenged the giants to a drinking contest last night, she said dryly. And we wagered the goat. Sansa paled. And we lost, didn't we? Ela nodded. Yep. Urza closed her eyes and counted to 3. So how do we get the goat back? Ela sighed. The giant says we can have it back, but only if we help them with a problem first. What kind of problem? Sansa asked warily. Apparently, a vampire living in a nearby cave kidnapped a baby mammoth. There was a long silence before Urza finally spoke. Why do I feel like this is about to get even more complicated? The three women followed the giant's directions, trekking through the dense forest until they arrived at the mouth of a dark, gaping cave. The air was damp and carried the unmistakable scent of decay, which did nothing to ease Urza's growing irritation. "I just want to get this over with," she muttered, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yeah, let's grab the baby mammoth and go," Ela said, rolling her shoulders. "The last thing I want is to spend the day dealing with more nonsense." Just as they stepped inside, chittering noises echoed from the depths. Urza barely had time to react before massive spiders skittered down from the ceiling, fangs dripping with venom. "Oh, gods, kill them!" Sansa shrieked, backing up toward the entrance. Urza and Ela wasted no time, steel flashing as they cut through the monstrosities. Ela's axe split through one's abdomen, sending greenish ichor splattering against the cave walls. Urza slashed clean through another's legs, watching as it flailed before she drove her blade into its skull. Sansa, meanwhile, stayed as far away as possible, pressing herself against the rock wall with wide, horrified eyes. "I hate Skyrim. Don't worry. It'll grow on you someday, princess," Ela teased, flicking spider blood off her weapon. "I don't want it to grow on me." Urza shook her head, stepping over twitching spider corpses. "Let's keep moving. The sooner we find this vampire, the sooner we can leave." The cave stretched deeper than expected, twisting through rocky corridors until they finally entered a large cavern. At its center stood a man pale-skinned, sunken-eyed, and grinning far too pleasantly for someone lurking in a monster-infested cave. Next to him, the baby mammoth stood tethered to a rock, appearing surprisingly calm despite its predicament. Urza exhaled in relief. "Finally, we kill him, take the mammoth, return it to the giants, get the goat, and go home. Oh good. You're all here." The vampire clasped his hands together as if greeting old friends. Ela's grip on her sword tightened. "He's way too friendly for someone about to die. I was hoping you three hadn't forgotten our deal." The vampire continued. "You were all rather intoxicated last night when you promised to help me save those sick children." Ela paused, her sword halfway unsheathed. "Sick children?" she repeated, blinking. Urza and Sansa exchanged glances. I see your memories are a bit foggy." The vampire nodded sagely. "No problem. Allow me to refresh them." He began explaining how they had met the previous night. Apparently, he had been out in the forest searching for medicinal herbs when the three of them had stumbled across him in their drunken stupor. They had struck up a conversation, during which he had told them about an outbreak plaguing a small village nearby, one that affected children worst of all. As it turned out, he wasn't just a vampire, but also an alchemist and doctor, and apparently a really nice guy in general. Because of course he was. Urza wanted to cry. He had been working tirelessly on a cure, but the final ingredients needed were mammoth blood and something called ice wraith teeth. Urza had no idea what an ice wraith was, but judging by Ela's groan, it wasn't going to be pleasant. Ice wraiths live in the coldest, most miserable fucking places in all of Skyrim, Ela grumbled, rubbing her temples. The vampire's hopeful expression faltered. "So you're not going to help anymore?" "I'd go myself, but I'm not much a fighter despite my unfortunate undead nature." The three women stood in silence before collectively sighing. "Yes, we'll help," Urza muttered, already regretting it. The three women trudged down the snow-covered mountain. Despite the freezing cold, they had succeeded. Ela held up the small satchel filled with ice wraith teeth. "Okay, we're almost done with all of this," she muttered, shaking off the snow from her armor. "Just need to get this back to the vampire, save some sick kids, get the mammoth, then get her goat, and finally go home." Fwhip! Urza's instincts flared. Without hesitation, she drew her sword in one swift motion, slicing an incoming arrow out of the air. The steel clanged against her blade before clattering onto the snow. "Look out!" she barked, shifting into a defensive stance. From behind a cluster of rocks, a group of ragged-looking men and women emerged. They looked like bandits, except something about them was odd. They were carrying expensive-looking silver weapons for some reason. The silver hand, Ela snarled, her hand flying to the hilt of her weapon. Urza had no idea what that meant, but Ela's reaction told her enough. The apparent leader of the group, a burly man covered in scars, sneered at them. You think you can just attack one of our bases and get away with it? We tracked you bitches halfway across Skyrim, and now it's time for payback. We did that too last night. Urza groaned. How not the first time I've attacked these guys when I was drunk, either, Ela admitted. Sansa, who had been shivering moments ago, suddenly stomped her foot in the snow. She looked very done with all this. No, she shouted. I am cold, I'm tired, and I just want to go the fuck home. Ela blinked in surprise, then snorted. Never heard the princess swear before. Before anyone could react further, Urza's eyes widened as Sansa suddenly let out a strangled gasp. A deep, guttural growl tore from her throat, and a second later, her entire body burst out of her dress. Her skin rippled and stretched, muscles expanding, bones shifting, first sprouting in an instant. One moment, she was a noblewoman. The next, she was a towering, snarling beast. A massive werewolf stood where Sansa had been, her golden eyes glowing with a feral hunger. And then, without hesitation, she launched herself at the silver hand. The lead bandit barely had time to react before she tackled him to the ground, her claws raking across his chest in a brutal slash. His scream was cut short as she bit down, tearing through flesh with horrifying ease. The other bandits hesitated for a fraction of a second. That was all it took for their doom to be sealed. Ela grinned, leaning casually on her weapon. Wow, you go, girl. Bite his head off. Urza, on the other hand, felt her grip tighten on her sword. Fairy tale mages didn't kill, even against the worst enemies. But this wasn't her world. Don't feel too bad about these assholes. They hunt down werewolf children and skin them for sport. Ela patted Urza gently. Urza let out a sigh and decided not to step in after hearing that. Part of her could also admit she did not want to have to take even more time to tie up all these bandits and then escort them to the nearest guard station. Either the three women stumbled back into the foxhole, soaked from melted snow, speckled in suspicious stains, and thoroughly battered. Haru looked up from behind the counter. His ears twitched as his eyes widened in shock. Wow, rough night? What happened? You three all ran out of here yesterday, and no one saw any of you after that. It was a whole thing, Urza muttered, and the other two women nodded in exhausted agreement. Haru offered a kind smile. Can I get you anything to drink while you tell me all about it? All three redheads answered in unison, loud, unyielding, and with a haunted look in their eyes. And no. Chapter 56. The Illuminati are here. Fortuna, the Lady of the Hats. The path had changed. Okay, that was an understatement. Now, it barely looked like a path at all, more like a convoluted maze of possibilities that twisted out in every direction. A puzzle with an infinite number of solutions to a problem that had once seemed hopeless. She tried to figure out if that made her relieved or irritated. Did it mean that everything she had done was for nothing? All because some powerful interdimensional being thought it would be hilarious to drop a random restaurant into one of the worst cave cities? A restaurant full of beings that could all give Scion a run for his money? Not even her path could give a definite answer, because it obviously didn't know what happened next either. She sighed quietly. So this was what it felt like to think for herself. It was annoying. Are you listening to me, Contessa? Alexandria's voice cut through her thoughts. Fortuna blinked. Yes? She replied. No. She had not been listening. Alexandria's eyes narrowed, a hint of disapproval tightening the corners of her mouth. Just remember why we're here in the first place. Fortuna tipped her fedora and tilted her head. To get some good food? Glory Girl mentioned the chef here is supposed to be incredible. No. Alexandria stamped her foot hard enough to crack the concrete beneath them. We're here to ensure these extra-world visitors aren't a threat to us. Fortuna shrugged and adjusted the brim of her hat, considering one of them soloed Leviathan, and another made the Simurgh flee all the way to Jupiter and stay there. I'd say if they wanted to threaten us, we'd be boned. Alexandria shot her a glare as they stepped inside the restaurant. Her oldest friend never liked hearing about situations where they were clearly outmatched. Fortuna walked into the restaurant with Alexandria close beside her, noticing the tension in her friend's posture. In contrast, Fortuna herself felt oddly calm. If her paths were truly destroyed, if she could no longer see the future, then she figured they might as well face whatever came next, even if it killed them. The interior was surprisingly cozy. Polished wooden floors and walls gave the place a warm, rustic feel. Booths and tables looked inviting and large enough for all sorts of customers. Strangely, the restaurant felt far bigger on the inside than it had any right to be. Under normal circumstances, Fortuna would have assumed Tinkertech, but after Glory Girl's testimony about actual magic, she wasn't so sure anymore. Her gaze flickered around, taking in a variety of patrons. Some were obviously not from her world, like the pair of blue-skinned women sitting in a corner booth, both wearing strange holographic devices on their wrists. Alexandria, less concerned about subtlety, openly stared at them. "Are those real aliens?" Alexandria whispered, trying to keep her voice low. Fortuna shrugged, adjusting her fedora. She had been trying not to stare, but her partner seemed determined to soak in every detail. As far as Fortuna could tell, aside from the few that were blatantly not human, most of the patrons looked like ordinary people. Then again, appearances could be deceiving. They continued onward, drawn to the man behind the counter, a man whose face had been plastered across PHO and every media outlet in their world for the past 2 weeks. That was what happened when someone appeared out of nowhere and not only beat Lung, but also took on the Leviathan. Of course, the whole world wanted answers from the so-called Foxman named Haru. Until now, the Protectorate had forbidden anyone from approaching his place on the boardwalk. They'd been hoping to figure out his motives first, but Fortuna's path had failed to produce any solutions. And after 2 weeks of stalling and enduring Glory Girl's very vocal complaints about losing access to her favorite eatery, Alexandria finally decided to come here herself. She dragged Fortuna, also known as Contessa or the Bogeyman, along for the ride. With her ability to see the future shot to hell, Fortuna figured there was no point in hiding anymore. As they approached the bar, Haru glanced up from the glass he was wiping, his fox-like ears twitching slightly. He flashed them a welcoming smile, the kind that suggested he wasn't even a little bothered by 2 of the Protectorate's most high-profile capes strolling into his domain. Fortuna and Alexandria slid onto the bar stools, neither entirely sure what to expect. Haru leaned casually against the counter, flashing them both a welcoming grin. "I'm always happy to meet real-life superheroes. That was every boy's dream growing up, right?" He let out a light chuckle before pausing, his fox-like ears flicking slightly. "You two are heroes, right? Not villains?" Alexandria folded her arms, her tone dry. "Yes, we're heroes," she confirmed. "We came here to talk with you about something important." Fortuna sighed. Sometimes her friend could be too straight-laced. She tipped her fedora up, giving Haru a faint smile. "Could we get some menus?" Alexandria sent her a sharp glare, like she was trying to remind her of their mission. "We're not here to eat." Fortuna merely shrugged. "Of course we are. It's a restaurant, isn't it? Besides, Glory Girl said the food here is amazing. I want to see if she's right." Haru grinned at her, his voice taking on a playful note. "I'm always glad when my customers recommend the place to their friends. More like acquaintances." Alexandria grumbled. "More like her secret shadowy government bosses," Fortuna added, unable to resist. Alexandria coughed at that before she shot Fortuna the stink-eye. Fortuna giggled. "What? It wasn't like anyone ever believed her when she said that." Haru just chuckled. He handed them each a menu, still smiling. Fortuna flipped it open and instinctively reached out for her power, her path that always pointed her in the right direction. It felt automatic, like muscle memory after all these years. Then she paused. Wow, she thought. Am I really so lazy that I'd let my power choose my meal? A small wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she decided to shut that reflex down. Instead, she let the menu pages flutter randomly under her fingertips, stabbing one at random. "They'll have the chicken and waffles," she announced. Glancing over the item Shed landed on, Alexandria lifted an eyebrow, but, after a moment's hesitation, let out a resigned sigh. I guess I'll have the same, she muttered. Haru, I watched them devour their meals with an intensity I'd rarely seen from customers before. The woman in the visor, Alexandria, right? Had come in looking ready for a fight, but the second she tasted my chicken and waffles, her shoulders seemed to relax. Well, a little. She still shot me a few sour looks, though it was hard to confirm with most of her face obscured by that visor. Her companion was easier to read. A sharp fedora perched on her head, and the way she grinned when I complimented it told me she didn't mind a bit of attention. She ate with more restraint, but still enjoyed each bite, which was kind of satisfying to see. Once they both polished off their plates, the tension in the air thickened again. It felt like we were moving on to something serious. Sure enough, Alexandria set down her fork, wiped her mouth, and leveled a steady gaze at me. So, she began, her voice low and firm. Are you here to take over Brockton Bay, and by extension, the world? I blinked. My tail stiffened behind me, and I nearly choked on my own saliva. What the hell? I managed to say with a cough. That makes me sound like some kind of cartoon supervillain. I looked between the two of them, trying to gauge if this was some sort of joke. But neither of them cracked a smile, and now I was the one feeling self-conscious. I didn't think I'd done anything to give people that kind of impression. Yeah, I had a rough start with Armsmaster, maybe we got off on the wrong foot, but we cooled down afterward. Everything was fine. Then, for whatever reason, he and Glory Girl stopped showing up. I hadn't really questioned it until now. My eyes flicked to the woman in the fedora. Wait, was she serious earlier when she hinted at being some shadowy government boss? Like an Illuminati type? I'd always assumed that was just a myth. My curiosity finally got the better of me. So are you like the Illuminati or something? I asked bluntly. Alexandria sputtered at me, and the fedora wearer actually giggled. She tipped her hat at me, introducing herself properly as Contessa, then explained, we prefer to call ourselves Cauldron. That was quite the story they laid out for me. Apparently, these two women and a couple of others had spent decades trying to keep their world from being destroyed. Judging by the gaps in their tale, it was obvious they were holding back a lot of details like all the sticky stuff they didn't want me to know. And yet, neither of them felt truly evil. Just tired. I set some fresh tea on the counter for both of them, hoping it'd take the edge off. Then we got around to the real reason they'd come here. They seemed relieved when I assured them I had zero interest in taking over their world. I just wanted to run my restaurant in peace. Hell, I already had more territory than I knew what to do with across multiple other worlds. The last thing I needed was another chunk of land dumped on me. That was when Contessa and Alexandria got blunt. They asked if I'd kill the Endbringers for them, and some guy named Scion too. I nearly laughed in surprise. Sure, I probably could, but so could other people I knew. In fact, I suggested they talk to someone else. They seemed confused, so I started explaining that Gabriel had a serious grudge against the Simurgh. Hate fixation? Alexandria repeated. Gabriel? Contessa asked, tilting her head curiously. Before I could answer, a gentle voice chimed in from the bar stool next to them. Did someone call me? In a sudden flash of light, a woman appeared one often said to be the most gorgeous person in the entire world. She had the kind of face and body that made any healthy man need a minute to collect himself and adjust his pants. I tried to hide my flustered reaction with an awkward smile. Hello, Gabriel. What are you doing here? She returned my smile, but hers was more warm and serene. You spoke my name? Haru, she said softly. It sounded like a prayer, and that you needed me for something, so I decided to pop in. Huh. I definitely wasn't praying, but I had a sneaking suspicion this was just the goddess messing around again. When in doubt, I blamed that Sundara deity for everything until she finally decided to show herself and prove me wrong. Contessa and Alexandria, for their part, seemed utterly captivated by Gabriel's sudden appearance. Their eyes were drawn to the pair of shimmering wings unfurling behind her back. Are you Alexandria began? Her voice uncharacteristically hesitant. Are you actually Gabriel? Like a literal archangel? Gabriel tilted her head, offering a gentle smile. I'm called many things, But Gabriel is the name I'm most known by in this millennia. She let the sentence hang, as if amused by the question. Contessa swallowed hard, clearly trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Haru said, "You have a real vendetta against the Simurgh?" She asked. Gabriel shot me a pouty look. Clearly, she wasn't thrilled with my choice of words. Sorry, I bowed my head in apology. I hadn't expected her to pop up out of nowhere 2 seconds after I said it. As if on cue, a small note drifted into view, but I waved my hand and incinerated it before it landed on the counter. Yeah, I knew exactly who was responsible for that little stunt. The 3 women, Gabriel, Alexandria, and Contessa, all shrugged in unison at my action. Then Alexandria cleared her throat and asked, "Would you consider killing the Simurgh, then? The world would be beyond grateful." Gabriel pouted. I tried, but that fake angel hid itself in Jupiter's giant storm. Even with my senses, it's impossible to pinpoint her exact location unless I start blasting randomly at the entire planet. Both heroes went visibly pale. "Please don't do that," Contessa said hastily. "She'll come back eventually anyway. The Simurgh always does. Once she's got a plan." Gabriel nodded, lips curving into a sly grin. "Then he'll wait and smite her when she shows her face again." She paused, gaze suddenly intense as she studied both capes. "I see your souls are stained with sin. Redemption isn't impossible, but it's far from easy. Work for it, or you'll burn." Then she vanished in a swirl of golden light. Alexandria stared at the empty space Shed left behind. Did a literal archangel just threaten us with hell? Contessa fiddled with her fedora. That sure seemed like it. I didn't even know hell was real, she whined. They both turned to me, but I just shrugged. "Don't ask me. I've never been. I've been to the underworld, but that's not exactly the same thing." Once Gabriel vanished as suddenly as Shed appeared, I turned back to face Contessa and Alexandria. Both looked a little stunned. Not that I blamed them, angels had a way of leaving people at a loss for words. Clearing my throat, I tried to refocus. "So, we were talking about giant monsters, right?" Contessa nodded. "Yeah, would appreciate your help with Leviathan. And, if possible, the behemoth." I rubbed the back of my neck, thinking back to what Glory Girl had mentioned. From what I've heard, behemoth's basically a walking radiation machine. Getting too close is a ticket to a slow, nasty death. Or at least super cancer. Alexandria grimaced at that. That's not inaccurate. Honestly, I could probably handle it with enough prep time, some wards here, a few layered enchantments there. But why risk it if I knew a bunch of undead who wouldn't give 2 craps about radiation exposure? Well, maybe a bunch was an overstatement. I don't know, a handful. And I was fairly sure Agner had an undead dragon stashed somewhere. So maybe we could go full kaiju battle. I got a little lost in my own imagination, picturing a colossal showdown between undead forces and a giant nuclear lizard. My ears twitched when I noticed both women staring at me, like ID started drooling. Oh wait, I was drooling, wasn't I? I was imagining what Endbringer tasted like after Baku had been so incredibly delicious. Sorry. Spaced out, I admitted, letting out a small laugh. "Anyway, I'm down to help you guys out on one condition. You, Illuminati, stop blocking my customers from getting in here." "Deal." Contessa smiled, like she'd been half expecting me to say that. Alexandria didn't look quite so enthusiastic, but she nodded. "We're not the Illuminati, we're Cauldron," she grumbled. "The Illuminati, okay. Cauldron, but I wasn't giving up that nickname," took their leave soon after. Before they walked out, they mentioned they also wanted me to kill some golden hero called Scion. I raised my hands in an immediate nope gesture. "Look, the Endbringers have murdered millions, so they'll happily help you deal with them. But this Scion guy, as far as I know, he hasn't done anything remotely on that level. You're saying he might go evil in the future and wipe out mankind, so I should kill him now?" I shook my head, ears flicking in annoyance. "Yeah, well, there's also a chance he'll accidentally make spaghetti with ketchup instead of real tomato sauce one day. Both are equally terrifying futures in my opinion, but neither has actually happened. One of those things was not like the other." Contessa pouted. "They were to me." I smirked. Contessa and Alexandria exchanged a glance that told me they really didn't like my answer. Still, They seemed content enough with at least having the endbringers on my future to-do list. And to be clear, I added, I can't just sprint out and handle them right this second. I got a lot on my plate. I paused, giving them a wry grin. And for once, I'm not talking about cooking. Surprisingly, neither woman argued. The next endbringer attack isn't for a few months anyway, Alexandria said, sounding resigned. You have time with that. They slipped out the door. Once they were gone, Alice slid onto a stool in front of me as soon as the two women walked out. She rested her elbows on the counter, giving me a knowing grin. I didn't think the Illuminati was real. Oh, wait. Yes, I did. They kind of ruined my own world, Alice said dryly. I chuckled at her dark humor. It was good to see her moving past her trauma, at least in her own way. And, judging by how casually she joined the conversation, she'd been eavesdropping the entire time. Not that I was surprised. My friends and most of my customers really were nosy like that. Probably half the restaurant had been listening in. So, I leaned against the counter, smirking. Who do you think would be better for dealing with a walking radiation hazard? Ains or Agner's undead dragon? Alice grinned, eyes glinting with amusement. The dragon, of course. I know Rias would love to see another giant kaiju battle. I laughed. That's what I thought too. She tilted her head slightly, watching me with curiosity. I heard you're going to be pretty busy the next few days. I let out a small sigh and roll my shoulders. Yeah, I've got another meeting with the fairy tale mages in the morning with Yasaka. Then later in the afternoon, I'm heading to Winterfell to help Sansa and Caitlin secure their rule. Apparently, I need to present myself to the nobility as their kind consort or something. My tail swayed a little, betraying my nerves. And after that, of course, would come the war. Well, more of a war for Ains, and more of a battle for me and Carne Village, considering the ridiculous difference in numbers. Still, I hoped everything would work out. Alice reached across the counter, taking my hand in hers. Her grip was warm, reassuring. Everything's going to be okay, Haru, she said softly. You're amazing. I couldn't help but smile at her fondly. You're just saying that so I don't stress. She shrugged and then started smirking. Maybe, but that doesn't make it any less true. Alice grinned at me. And since you're going to be busy with a sexy mother-daughter duo tomorrow, I wanted us to go on a date later. Just the two of us. There's a new movie I want to see. I couldn't help but tease her a bit. Is it a zombie movie? Alice rolled her eyes. No, I stared at her. Okay. Yes, it is chapter 57. Winterfell Haru. I stood in Makarov's office, watching the old man shift uneasily in his oversized chair. Well, the chair wasn't actually oversized. It just looked like that to his tiny body. Across from him, Yasaka perched gracefully on a small stool, her 9 tails curled neatly at her back. Makarov let out a weary sigh. I know many of my children want to help, but I can't stand the idea of dragging them into a war. They're already reckless enough on their own. Yasaka leaned forward, her tone gentle but firm. Master Makarov, I understand you want to protect your guild. Believe me, Haru and I aren't looking to put anyone in unnecessary danger before she could finish. A sudden chill swept through the room. My ears twitched, and Yasaka's eyes narrowed. Something was off. A soft glow flickered by Makarov's desk, and then a small figure drifted straight up through the top of it. She looked like a little ghost girl, a very cute one at that. At first, Master. Makarov sputtered, nearly falling out of his chair. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on Tenru Island? The spirit flashed him a cheeky grin. It gets boring on Tenru Island, so sometimes I like to pop in and spy on everyone. It keeps me entertained, she admitted shamelessly. The spirit smiled sweetly at us. Hello, you too. I'm Mavis Vermilion, the first master of fairy tale. I blinked. So the first master is a ghost who looks like a kid? She pouted. I'm not a kid. I just happened to age very slowly when I was alive. Makarov rubbed his temples. Master Mavis, you're here about this war, aren't you? Mavis' expression turned serious as she glanced around at all of us. I understand why you're hesitant, Makarov. Nobody wants to throw themselves into a conflict, but sometimes war comes whether you want it or not. Better for your guild members to experience it in a controlled environment than be caught off guard later. It almost seemed like she was knowingly saying that the guild was going to be involved in a war in the future. Yasaka and I exchanged glances, but neither of us chose to say anything. Makarov opened his mouth to protest, then closed it again, looking torn. He finally let out a tired breath. Is it really as controlled as you're saying? He asked me. I clear my throat. To be honest, Master Makarov, I don't think these people stand much of a chance against Fairy Tale's wizards. If they do, they'll be there to step in. Mavis nodded. Growth often comes from facing adversity. And if Haru's certain none of your people will be seriously harmed, that makes it all the better. Yasaka flashed me a quick smile, relief in her eyes. We both knew how important Fairy Tale's involvement was. Hearing Mavis back us up was a huge win. Makarov glanced between Mavis and me, then let his shoulders slump. Fine. If the first master believes it's the right course, they'll trust her judgment. A small grin tugged at Mavis' lips. She floated closer to me, studying my face with bright, curious eyes. And you'll protect our guild members if things go south? I nodded without hesitation. I promise. Mavis let out a light laugh. Then everything will turn out just fine. Have faith, Makarov. Her ghostly figure vanished back into the floor, leaving behind a lingering chill. Makarov stared at the spot where Shed disappeared, looking both resigned and relieved. Guess that settles it, he mumbled when Yasaka and I stepped out of Makarov's office. Urza was waiting just a few steps away. She rested her hands on her hips. How'd it go, Haru? Every wizard in earshot seemed just as curious. Natsu, Gray, and Elfman were practically vibrating with anticipation, while others hovered nearby, clearly eager for news. I clear my throat. Master Makarov agreed to accept my request. Any mage who wants to participate in a let's call it a conflict is free to do so. Natsu pumped his fist in the air. Yes, this is going to be awesome. Kicking ass and taking names. Gray smirked. Elfman pounded his chest with one massive fist. This is what being a man is all about. But not everyone shared their excitement. A handful of Fairy Tale members started grumbling in the background. We didn't sign up to join some huge battle, one of them said, voice dripping with frustration. This isn't what a guild is about. Urza's eyes narrowed at them. No one asked you to go, she snapped. It's not mandatory, but even if it was, Fairy Tale mages are supposed to save lives. And if you sorry excuses for mages once she cut herself off, shaking her head in disgust. That set off another wave of complaints from the grumblers. They started throwing insults at Urza. She looked pissed, sure, but also hurt. That girl's got some serious fire in her, Yasaka noted, stepping up beside me. A low, amused giggle escaped her lips as she leaned in. I like her spirit, she added. Then, loudly enough for Urza to hear, she winked at me and declared, I approve. Mom, I groaned, burying my face in one hand. Not another one, I thought. But a small part of me couldn't deny that I admired Urza's passion, too. I suppose she had inherited that fierce drive from Irene, her crazy hot dragon mommy. Urza brushed a few stray strands of hair behind her ear before turning to me. So, Haru, what's next for you? Before I could answer, Natsu's voice cut in. Holy crap, is Urza trying to flirt-oof? He didn't get to finish his sentence before a loud thud echoed through the guild hall, courtesy of Gray's fist slamming into his gut. Shut up, flame brain, Gray grumbled. I actually want to hear this. Oh yeah? Then shut up yourself. You damn human refrigerator. Natsu retaliated, swinging a punch straight at Gray's jaw. And because this was Fairy Tale, that one punch was all it took for absolute chaos to break out. Within seconds, the entire guild was a whirlwind of fists, magic, and flying furniture. Welp, I muttered, stepping aside as a bar stool went soaring past my head. Era. Oh my, Yasaka said, touching a hand to her cheek as she elegantly sidestepped a flying plate. As the brawl escalated around us, I motioned for the two women to follow me. We weaved through the chaos, dodging stray spells, overturned tables, and a very determined-looking Happy swinging a floppy fish at Luce's head. Leave me out of this, cat. Mwahahaha. I will have revenge for you throwing out my stash of fish, Lucy. Of course I threw out. You hid under MY bed. Somehow, we managed to make it outside in one piece. Once we were safely out of range of the madness, I let out a breath and turned back to Urza. To answer your question, they'll be gone for the rest of the day. I'm heading to Winterfell to visit Sansa. Urza blinked, her cheeks dusting with the faintest shade of pink. Oh, how is she after our misadventure? That misadventure, the one that none of them had bothered to give me any explicit details about yet. And damned if I wasn't curious. Yeah, about that still waiting on you three to tell me what actually happened. Urza cleared her throat and looked away, suddenly finding the distant rooftops very interesting. It's complicated. Yasaka, on the other hand, just giggled. Oh, it was quite the adventure. But I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. Wait, how do you know about it? I asked. A mother has her secrets. But in this case, Ela told me everything when I asked, she said cheekily. I rolled my eyes as my mom leaned in and kissed me on the cheek, her usual playful antics making me sigh. Really, Mom? Yasaka just giggled. What? Can't a mother show her son some love? I turned my attention to Urza next, clear my throat. Thanks for speaking up and getting your guild on board with the quest. Even if a lot of them still aren't exactly thrilled about it. I flashed her a foxy grin. Urza blushed slightly, crossing her arms like she was trying to brush it off. It's what a fairy tale mage would do. She hesitated for a second, then added, They'll leave you to Sansa for the rest of the day, but I'll stop by your restaurant tomorrow with the others so we can go over the quest in more detail. I nodded, appreciating the heads up. Then something crossed my mind. By the way, I haven't seen Irene around. Do you know where she went? Urza shrugged. She mentioned something about her boss sending her a message. Said she had work to do, but would be back as soon as she could. I raised an eyebrow. Her boss, Urza, sighed. Yeah, no idea who that is, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. Fair enough. If Irene had business to take care of. I wasn't about to pry too much. Instead, I just gave Urza a nod. All right, well, see you tomorrow then. She nodded back before turning to leave, still looking slightly flustered. A bit later, welcome to Winterfell, my lord and my lady. A human maid greeted Yasaka and me nervously as we stepped through the gates. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, and her eyes flickered between our fox ears and tails before quickly looking away. Winterfell looked a hell of a lot better than the last time I saw it. The muddy, uneven grounds had been replaced with modern stone paths, and all the burnt or damaged structures had been mostly rebuilt. Here and there, I spotted yokai contractors still working on repairs, their supernatural speed and strength making the process much faster than any human workforce would have managed. The human servants and guards watched the yokai with a mix of reverence and nervous fear. I preferred when people just lived as equals, though, considering these were supposed to be Sansa's and my future servants, maybe not complete equals. The maid dipped into a slight bow and gestured for us to follow. If you'll allow me, they'll escort you both to the Stark reception hall. Yasaka smiled kindly. Thank you. As we walked through the ancient castle halls, the maid hesitated before speaking again. We were all grateful for what you've done. The North has lived well under the Starks for thousands of years. When we thought them gone, it was devastating. She swallowed hard, her voice tightening. The Boltons were cruel, horrible lords. When word spread that you helped Lady Sansa and Lady Catelyn reclaim their home, many of us fell hope for the first time in years. I glanced at Yasaka, who gave me a knowing smile, but said nothing. We both understood what this meant to these people. Sansa's return wasn't just about politics. It was about restoring something right to the North. Glad we could help, I said. It was personal for me, too. The Boltons were scum. The maid nodded fervently. Ah, my lord, and we are in your debt. As we passed more guards and servants, I couldn't help but notice the way they all gave Yasaka and me a wide berth. Their gazes flickered to my tails, to my mother's ears, and then quickly away as if afraid to offend us by looking too long. I sighed. You think they'll ever stop being scared of us? I muttered to Yasaka. She chuckled, her amber eyes twinkling with amusement. Perhaps, in time. Fear fades when familiarity grows. We finally reached the large wooden doors leading to the reception hall. The maid paused. Queen Sansa is expecting you. Sansa and Catelyn were in the middle of holding court when my mother and I stepped into the grand hall. As expected, all eyes turned toward us. The room fell silent. Sansa and Catelyn sat at the end of the hall, side by side, on identical chairs. It looked like they were planning to rule together, Sansa over the north, Catelyn over the Riverlands. Both women smiled warmly at me, and I had to fight the urge to gulp. Damn, I had to admit, they were both stunning sitting on those chairs with those beautiful dresses. Yasaka let out a small, amused chitter beside me and placed a gentle but firm hand on my back, urging me forward. I realized I'd gotten a little too distracted. Sansa stood up from her chair. Lords and ladies of the North, may I present Lord Haru, Prince of the Yokai faction, and his mother, Queen Yasaka. Haru is to be the betrothed of myself and my mother, Lady Catelyn. Together, we shall forge a new kingdom, independent and more prosperous than Westeros has ever dreamed of. Maybe she should have eased him into it a bit before outright declaring all that. Silence hung in the air for half a second before the hall erupted into chaos. Is that why you invited us to Winterfell? This creature is wedding two Stark women at once. Ned Stark's wife and his daughter. Outrageous. He must have used foul devil magic to trick us all. The shouts overlapped, voices rising in anger, chairs scraping as men stood in protest. Some of the younger lords looked more confused than furious, while the older, more traditional ones seemed on the verge of foaming at the mouth. Then, of course, one genius decided to take a step further. A burly lord with veins bulging in his neck shot up from his seat and unsheathed his sword. This abomination cannot be allowed to taint the North. He bellowed before charging straight at me and Yasaka, his blade raised high above his head. Before I could even react, Yasaka growled low in her throat. A flick of her wrist and clang. The entire hall gasped as the blade stopped mid-swing, caught effortlessly between two of my mother's fingers. The raging lord's expression morphed from fury to pure shock as he stared at his weapon, now utterly useless in Yasaka's grip. Her golden eyes narrowed. With an almost casual flick, she yanked him forward by his coat and lifted him off the ground with one hand. He let out a strangled noise, legs kicking uselessly as she held him there like a misbehaving pup. Enough, Yasaka said, her voice calm yet dripping with authority. Then she tossed him across the hall. He crashed through the air, smashing into a long table stacked high with food and wine, sending plates and goblets flying in all directions. A stunned silence followed, broken only by the sound of mead dripping onto the stone floor. I sighed. Well, that could have gone worse. Sansa pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling slowly. This was not a suggestion, my lord. Jon Snow stared at the letter in his hand, his grip tightening with every reread. Had probably gone over it 100 times, and each time it made his blood boil. How dare that bastard Ramsay do this to his family? To the traitor and bastard Jon Snow, you allowed thousands of wildlings past the wall. You have betrayed your own kind, and you have betrayed the North. Winterfell is mine, bastard. Come and see. Jon exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the frigid air. It had taken him and what remained of his army of wildlings weeks to march from the wall, but Winterfell was almost within reach. They would take back the North, drive Ramsay from his stolen seat, and reclaim what rightfully belonged to House Stark. And after that, he wasn't sure. Isn't the answer to your thoughts obvious, Your Grace? Jon turned to see the Red Woman perched atop one of their few remaining horses, watching him with that unsettling, knowing gaze of hers. He sighed, grateful that she had brought him back to life, but still uneasy with how easily she could read him. Don't call me that and rule what exactly? He muttered, crumpling the letter in his fist. Melisandre rolled her eyes, her expression bordering on amused exasperation. The North, of course, and then all of Westeros. Jon huffed, shaking his head. I never wanted to rule anything, and yet here you are, leading an army. She pointed out. The North needs a Stark, and you're the closest thing to one left anyway. Jon looked out over the snowy expanse, the flickering torches of his ragtag army painting the white landscape in warm hues. The men followed him, trusted him, but he still didn't know if he was the leader they needed. I just want to stop Ramsay, he admitted. Make him pay for what he's done. Melisandre tilted her head. And then what? Jon didn't have an answer. He supposed he'd figure out once Ramsay Bolton was dead. Chapter 58. Visitors from the Wall Haru ID. Been camping plenty of times in my life, sometimes for fun, mostly because of my mother's training sessions, so cooking without modern equipment wasn't exactly new to me. But cooking in a medieval kitchen? Yeah, that sucked ass. First of all, Winterfell's kitchens were in the basement. No windows, no ventilation, just a thick, choking haze of smoke from the fires that clung to the walls that probably hadn't been properly deep cleaned in 1,000 years. I wouldn't be surprised if every cook down there had some serious lung issues. Getting them proper medical treatment was definitely going on my to-do list, right next to move the damn kitchens somewhere more practical. But that was for later. Right now, I had to make do with what I had, which is why I dragged every pot, pan, and griddle I could find outside into the courtyard. The smell of sizzling bacon filled the courtyard as I flipped a few thick-cut strips on the griddle over an open flame. My audience consisted of my mother, Sansa, Catelyn, and all the lords and ladies of the North that had bothered to show up when Sansa issued that call. And of course, at least one old bastard had to be running his mouth. Lord Umber scowled. Why are we out here in the cold? And why is the future king of the North cooking for us? Cooking is woman's work. The words had barely left his mouth before a few of the ruling noble women shot him dirty looks. Not surprising, considering most of the noblemen had died in the war led by Sansa's oldest brother. The women who had stepped up to rule were not in the mood for outdated bullshit. Our betrothed is the finest cook in all the lands and wished to personally prepare a meal for all of you as thanks for coming so far. Catelyn started to explain. We know it was not easy given the state of the North, but we want you to know that things will get better. As you can see, the yokai are rebuilding Winterfell, and soon, the rest of the North will be stronger than ever. Lady Mormont of Bear Island raised an eyebrow at Umber. And if it's too cold for you, you can always go back inside and warm yourself by the fire. Lady Mormont had just all but called him soft in front of everyone else. Umber's face turned a deep shade of red, his pride clearly wounded. He grumbled something under his breath, but didn't move to go back in. Of course, his tone completely changed once I started serving lunch. Nothing too fancy since I was still cooking outside, but I went with the classic BLTs, simple, effective, and something that always hit the spot. Sansa, Catelyn, and Ysaka didn't even hesitate to dig in, and immediately, the sounds of satisfaction filled the air. Your cooking is amazing as always, Haru, Ysaka purred, savoring her bite. It's so good, Sansa moaned, her eyes fluttering shut as she chewed. Catelyn shifted slightly in her seat, a pleased hum escaping her as she blushed. Was she rubbing her thighs together? I gulped, quickly refocusing my attention on the other lords and ladies. Seeing their liege ladies eat first, the rest of the nobles hesitantly picked up their sandwiches. I watched as Lord Umber took a begrudging bite, his scowl melting into something akin to reluctant bliss. The old bastard looked like he had tears in his eyes, probably hating that this was the best thing he'd ever eaten. Smirking to myself, I grabbed my own sandwich and made my way over to the girls, taking a seat next to them. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Sansa set her sandwich down and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Now that we've all had a good meal to clear our heads, we should head back inside to discuss the changes I want to implement in the North. Catelyn nodded in agreement, and the lords and ladies slowly rose from their seats, preparing to return to the hall. Just as we were about to head back inside, a shout from the walls made everyone freeze. Lady Ysaka, a young catboy yokai, called out, "There are people approaching Winterfell. It's an entire army." The gathered nobles instantly erupted into murmurs, panic creeping into their voices. Ysaka and I exchanged a sharp glance. How the hell did an entire army slip past our notice? I muttered. Ysaka frowned, ears twitching as she considered the possibilities. I'm not sure. For riders have split off in the army and are approaching, he added from up on the wall. The army wasn't here to attack us. Maybe Sansa practically vibrated with excitement, while Catelyn, on the other hand, looked like she had just bitten into something sour. Yasaka gave me a gentle push toward the older redhead so I could comfort her. I took Caitlyn's hand in mine, running my thumb over the back of it in slow circles. Out of all my, let's say, harem members, she was the one I'd spent the least amount of time with. Not because I was ignoring her, far from it. She had just been incredibly busy learning everything she could about the modern world. She wanted her family to be powerful enough that they'd never be victims of tragedy again. I respected that. She wanted to stand on her own, not just rely on me or my family's strength. Sansa suddenly gasped and ran forward. John, you're alive. Im so glad. The hall went silent as every lord in the room turned to get a better look at the man in black. I could hear their hushed whispers. Ned Stark's bastard. The half-brother to Sansa. That's why Caitlyn was looking like she was sucking on a lemon. I gently squeezed her hand, and after a deep breath, she let out a long exhale. I suppose, given the circumstances, it's foolish of me to still be upset about his existence, she murmured, giving me a wry smile. Then her gaze flicked back to John. Although, I'm wondering why he's not at the wall. The wall. That frozen hell's cape at the top of the north. Our yokai and hired ninja never bothered going that far, because even the Boltons hadn't wanted land that worthless. John wasn't alone. I asked for bread and salt for myself and my companions, he said. Sansa gestured to a servant, who quickly rushed to bring what was needed. John turned his eyes back to her and Caitlyn, still clearly reeling from seeing them here. His voice hardened. Where is Ramsay Snow? Ramsay? He's been dead for over a month. Sansa told him. Good riddance. Fucking Bolton traitors. A couple of the noble women in the hall shouted their fury. They were likely the ones who had lost family to the Boltons' cruelty. Jon Snow was staring at me strangely, and so were all of his companions. I was sitting at the head of the hall between Sansa and Caitlyn again, still looking a bit confused. Jon had taken the time to introduce his people. Sam Tarly, Davos Seaworth, Tormund Giantsbane, and the Red Witch, Melisandre. Quite the collection of misfits had found himself with. Not to mention the army of wildlings that had come with them. Yeah, the lords and ladies were not thrilled about that. None of them were outright shouting yet. I had a feeling they were too nervous to set Yasaka off again. After the whole flinging a lord across the hall incident earlier, I think they decided indoor yelling wasn't worth the risk. It's great to see you, John, but why aren't you at the wall? My watch has ended, he said solemnly. I gave my life for the cause, and my brothers paid me back with a knife in the heart. The hall fell into hushed murmurs as he gestured toward Melisandre. Lady Melisandre brought me back. That certainly got everyone's attention. Caitlyn's eyes narrowed slightly, skepticism written all over her face. That's quite the story, she said carefully. I could tell she wasn't completely dismissing it after all. She knew that devils in my world could resurrect the recently deceased. But still, it wasn't exactly an easy thing to believe. Meanwhile, I noticed something else. Melisandre wasn't looking at John. No, her piercing gaze was locked onto me, and she wasn't blinking. It was honestly starting to creep me out. There was something off about this woman, and I could tell she was using illusion magic to hide her real appearance. Tormund suddenly slammed his fist on the table. The army of the dead is fucking coming. We don't have time for everybody's damn stories. Well, that escalated quickly. We were supposed to ease them into it. Sam whispered loudly to the large wild man. We want them to believe us, not freak them out. Tormund didn't seem to give a fuck and just grunted. Lord Umber scoffed where he was sitting on the side. Army of the dead? What the hell are you talking about? Snow? Davos stepped forward. I know it sounds insane. I'm not a scholar, not a learned man, but I've seen things I can't deny. The dead are real, and they're coming. The Night's Watch is all but destroyed. The survivors have banded together with what's left of the free folk. I came here to reclaim the North from Ramsay Bolton so we can unite everyone against the real enemy. John declared. I let out a low whistle. Yasaka giggled beside me. This guy sounded like the grittier, medieval version of a zombie apocalypse protagonist. Too bad for him. None of this was actually necessary. I cleared my throat and waved a hand to get everyone's attention. All right, so, tell me about these undead. John blinked. What? He seemed shocked that I believed him. I sighed. Were these zombies like? John frowned. Zombies? That's just what we call undead that don't act very dead where I'm from. Judging by the dry expressions on John's and his companions' faces, that joke didn't land. Right, I continued. Do they turn people they bite into more undead? John looked confused before shaking his head. No, they can only turn the dead into whites. Lame, I muttered under my breath. Sansa, who was seated next to me, giggled. Sam took that as his cue to step forward. The dead are controlled by the White Walkers. They raise the bodies and command them. I was catching on. This was basically just an army of skeletons controlled by some necromancers. Ones that were a lot less powerful than someone like Ains. All right, I said. How many of these White Walkers are there? John and Sam exchanged a glance before Sam spoke. We don't know, but maybe around 100 or 200. Caitlin turned her gaze toward John and his companions. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, she said. We'll handle it from here. John and his group looked like they'd just been slapped. Tormund scowled. What do you mean you'll handle it? I grinned and stretched my arms. She means exactly what she said. We got it covered. Good work. I gave them a thumbs up for their efforts. John's brows furrowed. You don't understand the scale of this. I waved him off. It's fine, dude. We'll handle it. What is it, dude? Someone whispered. Listen here, you weird-looking animal fucker. I don't know what the hell you are, but you don't get to act all high and mighty sitting there up on that chair with those women acting like the dead won't get you. They will. Tormund said to me. Well, that was a bit rude, Haru. They think you're mocking them, Yasaka told me. They don't realize you're being serious. I blinked and quickly looked back at John and his group, realizing the hard expressions on their faces. I cleared my throat, holding up my hands in a placating gesture. Look, I'm not making light of this. I know this is serious for you. I'm just saying, well, take care of it. That's all. I let out a small sigh and raised one hand. A faint glow appeared above my palm, forming a flicker of blue foxfire. See? John's group stared at me. Tormund pointed at me. Is that some kind of evil sorcery? John's expression became tense. Who are you? What are you? Why are you so close to my sister and my stepmother? Mother and I will be marrying Haru. He is a prince of the yokai, and we plan to unite the North and the Riverlands into a new kingdom. Sansa spoke. Sam Tarly muttered something about the logistics of such a thing being enormous. John's face tightened. He looked at me, then at Yasaka with an accusatory stare. Are you using magic on my family? He asked. Did you depose the Boltons only to take their places? Caitlin stood up. We are not controlled by any magic. Haru saved the North from the Boltons, and this plan protects our people. Melisandre watched the blue flame above my palm and murmured something about the prince that was promised and Azor Ahai. She then announced she believed I was the one. Her words caused a brief pause, but most people were paying attention to John and me. I saw Sansa step forward, telling John to respect guest rights, but he was too angry to listen. He believed I had used magic on his family, and he was determined to prove it. John stopped. Sansa shouted, eyes filled with worry. He drew his sword, eyes locked on me with anger. He lunged at me. I took a slow breath and stood up. My hand came up to catch his blade, and a sharp pain ran through my palm. Blood started sliding down my wrist. Yasaka gasped. Havu! Sansa shouted my name in worry. I had stopped his attack, but my hand was hurt. A normal human shouldn't have been able to cut me. But then I realized his sword was deeply enchanted. I gripped the steel and yanked it from John's grasp, then kicked him in the chest to push him away. It was not enough to injure him. He was going to be my future brother-in-law, and also my son-in-law. John, stand down, Caitlin added firmly. Yasaka rushed to my side, looking at my bleeding hand. Haru, are you all right? A few of the lords and ladies rose from their seats, whispering among themselves. I overheard someone mutter. He stopped Valyrian steel with his bare hand. I knew it. He's a demon. I flipped the sword in my hand, holding it by the hilt. It felt lighter than regular steel. My blood was on the blade, so I covered the entire blade with blue foxfire to burn it off. Yasaka touched my shoulder. Haru, let me see your hand. I'm fine, Mom, I said, though my palms still stung. She immediately started to heal it for me. Azor Ahai, Melisandre said, dropping to her knees, eyes locked onto the flaming sword in my hand. He is the one I have been seeking. This is an interesting sword. I smirked. I think I'll hang on to it for a bit. I'm sure Elo would love to teach me how to properly use it. John climbed back to his feet, grimacing and breathing heavily, glaring at me and the sword in my hand. The hall felt tense. Many of the lords and ladies remained standing, unsure if another fight would break out. John pointed at the blade I had taken from him. You can't keep it. Only the commander of the Night's Watch should have it. Sansa spoke up. Her cheeks were flushed, and I could tell she was very angry. John, you said your watch ended. Didn't you leave the Night's Watch? John glared at her, then back at me. That doesn't matter, he insisted. It belongs to the watch, not this demon. I will not let you keep it. Yasaka stood beside me, her nine tails swishing behind her in a way that showed her annoyance. My son Haru is not a thief, she said. He defended himself after your attack. You should be glad all he's doing is taking away your toy after trying to harm him. Azor Hai, Melisandre declared again. Yet we were all kind of ignoring her at this point. John gave me one last glare, his whole body tense, as Sam and Tormund held him back from lunging at me again. His hands clenched into fists, and his breathing was heavy. He scanned the room rapidly, eyes landing on every noble in attendance before speaking. My name is Jon Snow, and I am the last living son of Ned Stark. I know people look down on bastards, but as the only male heir of the Starks left, I will claim the title of Lord of Winterfell. The room erupted in murmurs, some shocked, others intrigued. Sansa stood abruptly, her voice laced with disbelief. What? Catelyn's face darkened, her hands gripping the arms of her chair. John wasn't finished. He turned and pointed at me. I have an army outside those gates, and I will use it to bring you and your strange people down and take back my family's birthright. And then we shall drive back the White Walkers together. I already said I'd handle them. Wiping out zombie armies was a pastime for me at this point. Shut up, you mummer. John snapped at me. Now, who is with me? He looked around the room. Gasps rippled through the assembled nobles. A few lords exchanged eager looks. John spun on his heel and marched toward the exit. I considered stopping him, knocking him out before he could stir up more trouble. But guest rights were sacred here. Sansa and Catelyn had made sure I understood that. Even if John had already broken them by attacking me, I couldn't justify doing the same. And to my growing annoyance, he wasn't the only one leaving. The king in the north. One noble shouted, rising to his feet. To Ned Stark's son. Another echoed. No demons. A third yelled, glaring at me. One by one, the noble lords and ladies stood and followed John, presumably to pledge themselves to his cause. The sound of their footsteps filled the hall as they streamed out the doors. They all must have incredibly short attention spans for their fears of Yasaka, and me, to have already vanished. Sansa looked absolutely mortified, her hands slightly trembling as she watched them leave. Catelyn, however, remained stone-faced. Her grip on the armrest of her chair was tight enough that her knuckles turned white. Yasaka let out a small chitter and smirked at me. Well, that could have gone better, she said, clearly amused. I sighed, rubbing a hand over my face. I made them all BLTs, and now they want to join John's army and kill me? I groaned. Not cool. Not cool at all. A long silence followed. I glanced around the now much emptier hall. That's how I noticed one lone figure still sitting with us. Lyanna Mormont, the little girl lady from Bear Island. Sansa wiped away a stray tear, blinking at her. You're staying with us? Lyanna nodded firmly. Fuck those guys. I choked on my own laughter. Seeing a little girl say that with complete conviction was too much. Kunu and Tanya would love her. Sansa let out a shaky laugh, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Even Catelyn's expression softened, if only a little. Lyanna looked at me. So what are we going to do? Before I could answer, Melisandre suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with fanatic devotion. Isn't it obvious? The Azor Ahai will slaughter them all and sacrifice them to praise the Lord of Light. I turned and blinked at her. Are you still here? I asked in disbelief. Wasn't she John's priestess or something? Melisandre's eyes gleamed as she stepped toward me. I will always be here for the Azor Ahai, she declared. I will serve you in any way you desire. Anyway, she emphasized the words with a slow flutter of her lashes, then reached up and shamelessly groped her own breasts. I had to admit they were very nice breasts. Yasaka's expression darkened, and before I could even react, she raised a hand. A surge of blue foxfire erupted from her palm and engulfed Melisandre in a roaring inferno. The Red Priestess shrieked as flames consumed her. I could sense her desperately trying to counter the magic, but Yasaka's power was overwhelming. Within seconds, Melisandre was reduced to nothing but a pile of ash on the stone floor. Silence filled the hall. Sansa, Catelyn, and Lyanna all stared at Yasaka, eyes wide with shock. Yasaka let out a small growl, baring her teeth. Trust me, you would have done the same if you could have seen through her illusion to her real appearance, she said. I will not allow such a wretched crone to try and seduce my son. I exhaled and rubbed my temples. I was curious about what Melisandre actually looked like, but she was dust now. Oh well. I trusted my mother's judgment, and if she decided to fry the priestess, then it was probably for the best. I shook my head and got back to the more pressing matter. We've got an army of about 10,000 barbarians outside the walls, I said, glancing at Yasaka. I could just kill them all, or we could give the fairy tale mages a little field test before they face the real armies in Ainz's world. Yasaka hummed in approval. I like that idea. I have no idea what's going on, Lyanna admitted flatly. Sansa sighed and patted the young girl on the shoulder. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Yasaka smiled at the girl. On the upside, little one, you just received a massive promotion as the only loyal family left in the north. The rest will all be stripped of their lands and titles for daring take up arms against my son, she said while her tail swayed behind her menacingly. Chapter 59. John massaged his aching head as he wandered through the camp of his makeshift army. The cold wind bit at his face, and the scent of burning would mix with the smell of unwashed bodies. It wasn't a pleasant combination. The wildlings and what remained of the Night's Watch kept mostly to themselves, but tension still ran high. He had come here to fight Ramsay Snow. Now he was preparing to fight an entirely different kind of enemy, a race of creatures with magic, and that made him nervous. It wasn't exactly what he had envisioned when he had declared war. Maybe running his mouth hadn't been the best idea. It was strange, he was usually more level-headed than that, but for some reason he just got so angry back there he frowned, trying to remember why he had been so furious in the first place. Sansa and Catelyn hadn't looked like prisoners. If anything, they seemed fine. Maybe he should send an envoy to talk to them, try to work things out before blood was spilled. That might be a good idea, Jon said to himself out loud. We can talk this out, and what was I thinking about just now? I can't remember. Jon frowned. It was like the thought was just pulled right out of his head. He tried to recall it, but came up with nothing. It probably wasn't important. A sudden caw made him jump slightly. A raven perched on a tent, staring at him. Get out of here, you stupid bird, Jon muttered, waving a hand. The raven cawed once more before flapping its wings and disappearing into the sky. With a sigh, Jon stepped into the command tent. The air inside was heavy with unspoken tension. Davos stood near a makeshift table. Tormund leaned against a post, scowling. Sam was poring over parchment, likely reviewing their numbers for the 100th time. I don't agree with what happened back there, Jon Snow, Davos said, his voice calm but firm. But he'll follow your lead. That animal fucker won't know what hit him, Tormund grunted. I've never seen people with animal parts like that in the true north. It ain't natural. Jon ignored the remark. What kind of numbers can we field? Sam cleared his throat. We have about 50 men left in the Night's Watch. There are 6,000 free folk. He hesitated before continuing. And then I will fight for the true king in the north, Lord Umber interrupted, stepping forward with the other lords. All of my personal guards stand with you. Jon hesitated, then gave a curt nod. Thank you. More lords and ladies stepped forward, pledging their forces one after another. Each of them had come to Winterfell with dozens of men. It wasn't much, but at least these were all trained soldiers. We don't want no unnaturalness in the north. One noble shouted. We don't need changes. Another added. We've lived fine for thousands of years. John let their voices die down, then straightened his back. "We will be victorious," he said, his voice strong. "We will take back Winterfell. We will drive out these creatures, and we will free my sister from their influence." He hesitated, glancing around before adding, "And Lady Catelyn too, I suppose." There was a brief silence before the tent erupted in cheers. "To the king in the north." John nodded, though the weight of their expectations settled heavily on his shoulders. He told himself he was doing the right thing. He had to be doing the right thing. I stood on the outer walls of Winterfell as I surveyed the scene below. Lady Catelyn stood beside me. Jon Snow's forces were gathered in formation, ready to attack. By our estimation, they had around 7,000 soldiers. A couple hundred yards away stood the mages of Fairy Tale, only about a dozen of them, but they were the strongest their guild had to offer at the moment and the ones willing to fight. Their number was tiny compared to Jon's army, but I knew firsthand how much damage they could do. "There's not very many of them," Catelyn said, her voice edged with unease. I hesitated for a moment before wrapping an arm around her shoulder, pulling her a little closer. She didn't resist. In fact, she gave me a faint smile as she pressed herself against me even more. "They'll be fine," I assured her. "As far as I know, the only magic user Jon has is the Red Witch." My eyes flicked back toward the opposing army, narrowing slightly as I noticed a few massive figures among the soldiers. "Are those giants?" I muttered. They were smaller than the ones I'd seen in other worlds so far. "Kinda disappointing," Catelyn sighed, shifting slightly in my hold. "I wish Sansa wasn't down there with them." That surprised me too. But Sansa had insisted she wanted to fight alongside her friend Urza. I wasn't sure if Sansa wanted to prove something, or she just wanted to claw somebody's eyes out. Jon Snow stood at the front of his army, delivering a speech with all the passion of a man who believed he was on the right side of history. His voice carried across the field, rallying his men, calling for the retaking of Winterfell and the removal of me and the other monsters who had taken over the castle. The only reason I could even hear his speech in the first place was because of my fox ears. Catelyn, standing beside me, glanced up, clearly irritated. "What is he saying?" I sighed, folding my arms. "He's giving a speech about how he's going to cleanse Winterfell and drive out the monsters that stole it from him." Catelyn's jaw clenched, and she muttered under her breath, "Ungrateful bastards." I hated the way that word was used in this world. "Hey now," I scolded lightly, giving her a side glance. "You know that's just supernatural nonsense from your world's fake religion." Or at least I suspected their gods were fake. It wasn't that I didn't believe the Seven might exist, but their whole setup sounded so dumb that I struggled to take any of it seriously. Catelyn let out a slow breath, shaking her head. "I don't hate all bastards," she clarified. "Just the ones who are ungrateful enough to turn on their own family." She peered across the battlefield, her gaze locked onto Jon Snow. Before I could respond, the signal was given. Jon's army surged forward, a roaring mass of soldiers charging toward the Fairy Tale mages. "Here we go," I muttered, watching as the battle began. The battle kicked off, and, as expected, the Fairy Tale mages absolutely tore through Jon's forces. It wasn't a slaughter since they weren't killing anyone, but it was a magical beatdown on an epic scale. Soldiers were being flung through the air, weapons shattered, armor crumpled like tin. Ice bolts, fire explosions, and waves of flying swords sent entire ranks of people flying. "I bet it'll take down more than you, Grey. You won't get even half as many, Flamebrain. Come at me if you're a man. Get them, Taurus. They'll always fight for your nice body. Lucy. And on the other side, oh gods. He can breathe fire. It's a dragon in human form. We're all going to die. Fuck the king in the north. Run for your lives." I glanced at Catelyn. She looked surprisingly excited. Her eyes were locked on the battlefield, and she seemed completely engrossed in watching the traitor lords and their men get humiliated. Then my ears twitched as I caught the faintest sound of panting. Was she getting aroused watching this? Damn, I had never seen this side of Catelyn before. Before I could process that, I felt a hand slip behind me. Fingers ran down to the base of my tails, stroking in a way that sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. "This is so exciting," Caitlin murmured, her breath heavy. I stiffened as a tiny, involuntary moan slipped out. My tails were incredibly sensitive at the base, and she had just found that out firsthand. I turned to look at her, wide-eyed. She just smirked, her fingers still tracing along my fur. She let out a slow breath, her touch lingering. "Thank you," she said softly, "for being here. For Sansa. For me. I never thought I'd feel safe again after everything that's happened, but you've given me hope." Her fingers stroked the base of my tails again, sending another shiver up my spine. At the same time, her other hand slid over my chest, rubbing against my shirt. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the heat rising in my face, but the sensitivity of my tails made that nearly impossible. In the distance, explosions rumbled and screams echoed across the battlefield, but Caitlin seemed entirely focused on me. Her grip tightened slightly, and she leaned in just a bit closer. This new future, it feels real now. I exhaled and shuddered. Yeah, real is one way to put it, although I was focused a lot more on the present. In my racing heart, "You deserve a reward," she said in a husky whisper, "for keeping me and Sansa safe." My face felt hot, and I gave her a nervous grin. I glanced around the walls, checking if any guards were near. Then I waved my hand to cast a quick barrier. I placed it around us, forming an invisible dome that would keep prying eyes away. Explosions still rumbled outside, and soldiers kept screaming, but no one would see what happened in this little space. Caitlin reached down to check the buckles on my armor. Her hands trembled with adrenaline. I couldn't believe we had stumbled into this brief shelter right here. She gave a short laugh, her voice breaking with anticipation. "I can't believe how alive I feel," she murmured. The air between them grew electric. Caitlin let out a soft gasp, her eyes wide as the moment drew them closer together. She took my hand gently, a warm smile crossing her face. I felt my heart race and a flicker of embarrassment at being so exposed. "I guess you never really saw me like this before," I said quietly, trying to lighten the moment. She nodded, leaning into place small kisses along my neck. She dropped down her knees, her dress pooling around her legs. Her auburn hair brushed against my shirt, and I looked down at her as she lifted her head to meet my gaze. I could feel my heart pounding. The base of my tails still tingled from her earlier touch. She leaned in closer, her lips brushing gently against my skin, placing slow, soft kisses. I groaned, gently resting my hands on her hair. She looked up once more, her mouth parted slightly, eyes clouded with need. I inhaled sharply, trying not to let out too loud of a noise. My barrier only blocked sight, not sound. She began to move in a steady rhythm, her focus intent and careful. Waves of sensation shot through me, especially when her fingers pressed against a tender spot. I tightened my grip in her hair. She seemed to know exactly what she was doing, and each gentle movement made me shudder. The tension in my belly grew quickly. Caitlin reached up with her free hand, steadying her grip as she continued. She moved her tongue in a smooth motion, swirling around each time she pulled back. My vision blurred for a moment, the intense rush mixing with the chaos in the background. Explosions, distant shouting. But in this little barrier, it was just the two of us, caught in our own moment. I felt my toes curling inside my shoes, my tails twitching in excitement. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I let out a rasping exhale. "You're too good at this," I managed to whisper, my voice shaky. She only hummed in response, continuing the activity. My breathing turned ragged, my body trembling as the intensity built. The occasional explosion or scream of pain reminded me that a whole battle was going on, but I couldn't pull my mind away from the warmth of her closeness. I felt a wave of emotion crest inside me, my abs tensing. I let out a ragged Caitlin in warning. She pressed closer, her hand moving faster. Her touch pushed me right over the edge. A surge of sensation tore through me, and my hips jerked forward. She responded softly, holding close. My entire body shook as I caught my breath. She stayed still, her lips pressed close, as we shared a quiet moment together. showing an impressive level of experience. My legs felt weak for a moment. I steadied myself, my hands clinging to her shoulders. She stayed on her knees close to me until the last shudder passed. Then she pulled back, releasing me, and I caught my breath as the intensity faded. She rose to her feet, smoothing her dress, looking almost casual despite what had just happened. She licked her lips to clean them, and my cheeks felt warm as I tried to gather myself. I managed a small smile. "Thanks for that," I said quietly, leaning in and pressing a brief kiss to her cheek. My heart still pounded. "You really know how to reward a guy." Caitlin giggled softly and ran a hand across my chest over my shirt. "I'd be happy to continue this in the future," she said, her tone still carrying a hint of excitement from what we had just done. I let out a slow exhale, nodding at her. "Yeah, I do like that," I said, adjusting my pants and making myself look somewhat presentable. The barrier I had raised around us flickered as I dropped it. Fairy Tale's mages were clearly finishing the fight. Over 7,000 soldiers lay around, beaten and scorched, but not killed. Some of them twitched or groaned, trying to crawl away. The mages themselves looked tired, covered in soot and sweat, but mostly fine. I could see Urza leaning on her sword, tired but not harmed. Sansa, in her massive werewolf form, was sniffing between the bodies, pushing them aside, clearly searching for someone in particular. It had to be Jon Snow. It didn't take her long to find him, judging by the final scream we heard a bit later. Sansa spent a long time rinsing the blood from her hair in the shower after she shifted back into her human form. She had not killed anyone in the battle, but she had seriously maimed a lot of them. Some wounds might never fully heal. She did not feel too guilty about it, though. These were wildlings that had invaded her lands and her home, or simply oath-breaker lords, hoping to take everything from her and her fiancé. She also realized she had changed a lot since she became a werewolf, or as her father would have called it, embraced her wolf blood. She felt more protective of those she cared about, and she was a lot less squeamish about violence. She also liked how her body looked now. Her stomach felt firmer, and her breasts looked perkier than before. She let out a small snort of amusement as she admired her naked figure in the mirror in Haru's bathroom. Then she slipped on a fresh dress and stepped out into the foxhole to join the victory party. The moment she entered through the back, she spotted Natsu standing on a table with his strange blue cat. "That battle was awesome," he shouted. "I blew up so many idiots." "Aye, sir." Gray, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. "It was pretty fun, I guess," he said. Urza, seated at the bar, gave them both a smug look. "Neither of you could match my count," she said, speaking around a mouthful of cheesecake. It was obvious Haru had baked it for her, and she was devouring it like she had no intention of sharing. Then Sansa turned her gaze toward her mother and Haru, who stood together by the bar, chatting with big smiles on their faces. A flicker of curiosity ran through Sansa's mind. Why did her mother look so unusually happy? Had something happened with Haru while Sansa was busy ripping through Jon's forces? She allowed herself a small smile. If her mother was warming up more to Haru, that was a good thing. Sansa decided to leave them to it and wander around the party. Eventually, she ended up at a booth in the corner of the foxhole. She noticed her half-brother, Jon Snow, sitting on one side of a table, and Yasaka, Haru's mother, sitting across from him. The sight of Jon made Sansa's mood darken for a moment. She remembered dragging him off the battlefield earlier, planning to throw him in the dungeons until they figured out what to do with him. He had chosen to attack them, and it felt like a serious betrayal. And then Yasaka stopped her, claiming there was something off about him. Yasaka said she sensed traces of magic around Jon, saying that someone might have been tampering with his mind. For his sake, she hoped that was true. She couldn't help but smirk when she noticed him gulp nervously as she took a seat next to Yasaka across from him. Chapter 60. Drinking with the boys, Ains dragged himself through the doors of the foxhole, still in his human form, feeling every muscle in his body ache. His throat felt dry, and his clothes clung to his skin. He looked like he had gone through a war. He wobbled toward the counter, where Haru stood pouring a drink for the Dragonborn, Agner. Haru's fox ears twitched the moment he caught sight of Ains, and his tail swished behind him. Agner, seated at the bar with a mug in hand, noticed Ains's disheveled state and let out a hearty laugh. "You look like you got run over by a horse," he said, grinning widely. Ains let out a long groan and slumped onto a nearby stool, his limbs trembling from exhaustion. "I'm so damn tired," he muttered, burying his face in his hands. Being able to get tired again was something He'd have to get used to, at least if he wanted to stay in his humanoid form for prolonged periods of time. Which of course he did. Being an unfeeling skeleton kind of sucked other than for epic role play. Haru raised an eyebrow at Ains's appearance. "You also look dehydrated," he said. "What have you been up to?" "Actually, I can guess. You've been going at it with Shaltir and Albedo all this time?" "It's been days." "Man," Haru pointed out. Ains groaned again, massaging the back of his neck. "Dolomama. I thought it would be exciting, but those two wouldn't stop. They're relentless." Agner chuckled and reached over to thump Ains on the back. His large hand almost sent Ains toppling forward. "I know how it is to be with a vampire, but a vampire and a succubus at the same time? You're a man amongst men." He smirked. Ains only managed a weak shrug, lifting his gaze to Haru with a silent plea for something to drink. Haru grabbed a glass pitcher, filled it with ice water, then slid it across the counter without bothering to pour a glass. Ains gripped it in both hands and downed half of it in a gulp. He slammed the pitcher down, gasping for air. "Another," Ains rasped. Haru snorted, grabbing more ice and refilling the pitcher. Ains leaned back on the bar stool, letting out a shaky exhale after draining the second pitcher of ice water. He hadn't realized how badly he needed fluids, and his body still ached all over from his long day spent with Albedo and Shaltir. He set the empty pitcher down and looked between Haru and Agner. He cleared his throat. His voice still sounded rough, though. "So, what did I miss around the restaurant while I was busy?" Haru shrugged. "Not much. Just a cooking competition that I won, of course. A fallen angel general tried to kill my girlfriend in a small war that happened in Westeros." Ains blinked, staring at Haru like He'd lost his mind. "A war qualifies as more than not much," he pointed out. "Not in our crazy lives," Agner chimed in, taking a gulp of his mead. Ains slowly nodded. "That's fair," he muttered. He realized that ever since he started hanging out with this crowd, what counted as normal had gone down the drain. Although he had no real social life before all this, so maybe he wasn't one to judge. Haru leaned on the counter. "Anyway, we gave the fairy tale mages a field test. They took down 7,000 enemies without killing anybody. But the problem is, they ended up completely exhausted afterwards," Haru sighed. "And the real army we want them to fight in your world is rumored to be 10,000 strong, with a couple hundred magic casters supporting them. And that's only my side. Yours will have over 100,000 levies with thousands of magic casters." "I might have overestimated Fairy Tale's capabilities." Haru sounded sad to admit that. "Using non-lethal magic drains a lot more power than just saying fuck in and going for the kill. I always say fuck it and go for the kill." Agner cheered. "Although I suppose that has got me in trouble once or twice." Ains knew that Haru wasn't a fan of needless killing, and neither was Ains for that matter. Now that he had a human form and most of his muted emotions back, it was even less so. But Ains would never allow anyone to destroy what he or his friends had built. If he had to wipe those armies out himself, then he would do it. He was interested to hear that Fairy Tale was back as an option, though. Didn't they say no? Ains rested an elbow on the bar, head in his hand. "I wasn't even aware they were on the table as an option. Did Demiurge not tell you?" Haru asked. Ains pondered. "I haven't gotten any messages from him in a few days now that I think about it." Haru smirked. "Yeah, probably his new girlfriend. Guess he's been too occupied to keep you updated." Ains's eyes widened. Demiurge has a girlfriend? He didn't recall a single instance where his most loyal guardian expressed any interest in romance. He assumed the only thing Demiurge was attracted to was evil in general. "It's Sona Citri," Haru explained. "She's a pure-blood devil heiress from my world. Basically a princess of hell. She's very rule-oriented, so, besides wars and cooking competitions, did you get any new customers? Has the restaurant connected to any more worlds? Ains asked. Agner, sitting to Ains's right, perked up. More worlds and more adventures, he exclaimed. Haru scratched his cheek. Not really. We haven't tapped into any fresh worlds in a while. I figure the goddess is giving me a break so I can deal with the stuff on my plate first. Ains raised an eyebrow. It was nice being able to do that again. Is that a cooking joke? He asked dryly. Haru rolled his eyes. If it was a pretty bare-bones one. They all paused for a second, then burst out laughing. That was terrible, Agner declared, shaking his head. Then why are you laughing? Haru shot back, his tail swishing behind him. Because it was terrible, Agner replied. Ains shook his head and couldn't help but grin. It was nice that he was a man now, but sometimes nothing beats just hanging out with the boys. Haru. I leaned against the bar, try not to laugh too loudly as I teased Ains with Agner. What ended up in another of our weird conversations, this time about the ladies in our lives. Ains looked a bit shell-shocked from his recent escapade, and Agner was puffing out his chest, boasting about his experience with women. Agner grinned and slapped a hand on Ains's shoulder. I've won the favor of maidens in every hold of Skyrim, he said proudly. Trust me, if you want to charm the ladies, you have to be more dominant. Otherwise, you'll be worn out every time they want to fuck. I snorted, turning to Ains. He's only saying that now because Serana isn't here. If she was, I bet he'd be singing a different tune. Agner glared at me, as if, in the Dragonborn, no woman can change my views, not even my wife. I lifted my hand and waved dramatically toward the door. Hey, Serana. Agner jumped in his seat, his eyes going wide. He whipped his head around, scanning every corner. Oh shit, where? He blurted, looking like he might bolt at any second. Ains and I burst out laughing. I was practically holding my sides. She's not here. I was just screwing with you. Agner let out a heavy sigh, sinking back onto his stool. It's not nice to scare a Nord like that, he grumbled. I shrugged, still smiling. The only thing more terrifying than a Nord man is a Nord woman. I added. I knew that from experience. My first girlfriend was Ela. After all, I poured another round of drinks for all three of us. We clinked our glasses together. Agner raised his mug high, exclaiming, to our crazy lives and the crazy women in them. Ains mumbled something about needing a long vacation in his undead form, but he took a small sip of the drink anyway. Suddenly, the door to my restaurant swung open, and a black, cloaked figure stepped inside. I saw Jon Snow walk into my bar, looking stiff and uneasy. His shoulders were drawn up, and his gaze kept darting around, like he expected to be thrown out any second. I knew exactly why, but Agner and Ains were clueless. They both turned to watch him with confusion, waiting for me to explain. Jon lowered his head toward me in a quick bow, not even trying to hide his guilt. I need to apologize, he muttered. I messed up. Yeah, that was saying something. Agner and Ains exchanged a glance, their eyebrows raised. I sighed, leaning on the counter. Jon here is the guy who led that small army against me in Westeros, I told them. Agner shot to his feet, gripping the hilt of his sword. Jon's eyes went wide, and I could see the panic on his face as he realized how formidable Agner was. I waved Agner off. Easy, big guy. It wasn't all Jon's fault. Well, mostly, but not entirely. I paused, crossing my arms. To be honest, I didn't really like Jon. He struck me as a complete stick in the mud, which was saying a lot. Jon approached the bar, moving slowly. He slipped onto a stool next to Ains, making sure to stay away from Agner. I reached for a mug and poured him some mead, then slid it across the counter. Welcome to the unofficial guys' night, I said, keeping my tone neutral. The place was nearly empty because all the women in my life were off having their weekly meeting about me. Lucky me, Agner still stared daggers at Jon. You tried to kill my best friend, he growled. Why? Ains nodded in agreement, turning slightly in his seat. I'd like to know that too, he said quietly. I couldn't help but grin to myself. It felt good to have them back me up like that, even if they both obviously knew this guy was no threat. Jon swallowed hard, fiddling with the handle of his mug. It's a long story, he began, glancing between the three of us. Jon Snow. Sansa's half-brother Jon Snow took a deep breath and began telling us his tragic life story. He started with being raised as a noble bastard in Winterfell, how he always felt like an outsider, and how he had to fight for every bit of respect he got. I half listened as I poured drinks for everyone. The start of the story was pretty standard brooding hero stuff, and I wasn't particularly interested. But when he got to the parts about joining the Night's Watch and discovering an undead army that wanted to wipe out all life, I started paying attention. Jon explained how he had tried to warn everyone, only to be betrayed and murdered by his own brothers. Then he got brought back to life by a red witch, and apparently things got complicated from there. I don't really know how everything spiraled from there. Everyone looked to me to lead them, and I just went with it. I think I got in over my head. Jon trailed off. Not really a great explanation at the end there. Agner and Ains both turned to look at me. Thankfully, I already knew what had happened next. Ysaka had briefed me after she fixed his head, which had apparently been fucked with pretty badly. When Jon was resurrected, his mind had been weak and vulnerable. Perfect for someone skilled in mind magic to take advantage of. Some dickhead sorcerer who used ravens as familiars had latched onto his mind, whispering suggestions and guiding his actions in subtle ways. It wasn't full-on mind control, but Jon wasn't making all of his own choices either. Whoever they are, they wanted Jon Snow to be the king of the North, whatever it took. Obviously, they weren't getting their way. As the legitimate daughter of Ned Stark and his oldest living child, Sansa was going to be queen. It took Ysaka a couple hours earlier to properly straighten out Jon's mind and for us to find all of this out. Sansa had been absolutely livid when she found out. I was pretty sure she wanted to shift into her werewolf form and go hunt down the bastard controlling her brother. The problem was, we had no leads on where the Raven Sorcerer actually was. Until we did, Ysaka had ordered all yokai stationed in Winterfell to kill any ravens they saw flying around. It was a bit harsh, and I was pretty sure PETA, yes, they even had a supernatural department, would hate us if they ever found out. But since this was another world, I wasn't exactly worried about that. We agreed not to tell any Tengu, though. That's quite the story, a deep, gravelly voice said from the other side of Agner. Jon snapped his head toward the speaker and immediately lost his mind. "What the fuck?" he shouted, pushing himself away from the counter. His hand instinctively went to his hip for a sword he wasn't carrying. "What the hell are you? Where did you come from, monster?" Rex let out a low chuckle, his red eyes gleaming in amusement. "That's kind of rude, human. You all don't look that great to my kind either, but we don't go around insulting you." Jon looked like his brain was short-circuiting. He had clearly never seen an alien before, and judging by the way he was staring, he wasn't handling it well. I chuckled, shaking my head. Rex was a massive Krogan, built like a living tank, but for someone that big, he could be sneaky when he wanted to be. He had managed to slip in while Jon was too busy trauma-dumping his entire life story on us. To be fair, Jon hadn't even fully processed the fact that he was sitting in a restaurant that connected to other worlds. I doubted he had the mental energy left to deal with a Krogan just casually showing up next to him. Rex turned to me, completely ignoring Jon's panicked reaction. "Pour moi drink, Aru." The latest mission was super boring, he complained. Shepard ended up talking down all the terrorists instead of shooting them. "I hate when she plays nice," he grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest. I grabbed a mug and poured him a strong drink, sliding it across the counter. Yeah. I figured you'd be here to drink and vent." Rex picked up the mug and took a deep swig, sighing in satisfaction. "Damn right." Jon, meanwhile, still looked like he was trying to process what was happening. His fingers twitched at his sides as he glanced between me, Rex, and the others. I smirked. "Welcome to the foxhole, Snow. You need to chill out and have a drink that's right," Agner grinned. "I declare this to be boys' night." "Fuck yeah." Rex roared and poured his special drink that would kill any non-Krogan down his throat. A couple of hours later, everyone was having a pretty good time. Armsmaster and Ray-Jin had both shown up. Ray-Jin was loudly complaining about a client who refused to pay, claiming Rhaegon was a scammer. I mean, most of the time he was. Meanwhile, Armsmaster and Rex were locked in a discussion about futuristic weapon designs, each tossing out ideas that sounded more destructive by the second. I was flipping burgers, making pizzas, and grilling hot dogs, going for the most trashy, American-style dinner I could think of. The scent of greasy food filled the air. I even brought out a couple of TVs, even though I didn't usually allow them in my restaurant. Multiple sports games played at once, some of which featured Krogans playing what looked like a violent version of football. How exactly I was getting alien cable, I had no idea. Jon Snow, on the other hand, was sobbing at the counter. Apparently, had left out a crucial part of his tragic life story earlier. His first love had been killed recently. Now I felt kind of bad for ragging on him so hard earlier. What made it even worse was that the girl Head lost had been a sexy redhead. Now, as he nursed his drink, he was coming to terms with it while sort of drunk. I miss her so much. Ains patted John on the back. Want me to bring her back to life? What? John's tear-filled eyes widened. You do that for me? Ains grinned, lifting his mug. Hell yeah, anything for a bro. There was a pause before the entire room cheered and went back to what they were doing. The door to the restaurant swung open, and someone I had never seen before stepped inside. I stiffened for a second, sensing they were very powerful despite being a bit short. Their long blue hair swayed behind them as they walked in, looking around in amazement. Holy shit, is this an actual bar in my village? This is the best day of my iSky life. Where the hell did all this come from? Agner spun around, nearly spilling his mead. Hey, this here is boys' night. You'll have to come back tomorrow, little girl. The newcomer puffed up their cheeks. Hey, I'm a boy. Agner narrowed his eyes, looking the new guy up and down. They stared right back at him. Yeah, all right then, Agner said with a shrug. He handed over his own mug of mead. Welcome to boys' night. Then, without missing a beat, he turned back to me and demanded another drink. The new guy took the mug, glanced at it, then chuckled and downed the whole thing in one go. For someone who looked like a young kid, they had some serious tolerance. They strutted over to the bar, slamming the empty mug down on the counter. Oh my gosh. Pizza, burgers, hot dogs, and TV. What is this place? He asked, eyes full of excitement. His gaze flickered toward me. And are you a nine-tailed fox? That's so cool. Damn right I am. I grinned, resting an elbow on the bar. Welcome to the foxhole. I'm Haru, the owner of this crazy interdimensional restaurant. Who are you? The newcomer grinned back. Me? I'm Rimuru Tempest. Chapter 61. Evolution? Skills? Cheyenne wandered through the village, searching for Rimuru-sama. She had sworn her unwavering loyalty to him. The benefactor of the surviving ogres, now the proud Oni tribe. He was everything to her, and the fact that she couldn't find him anywhere was frustrating. She stepped into a wooden building and found Shuna sitting at a table, carefully sewing a new outfit for their lord. Shuna, have you seen Rimuru-sama? She asked, crossing her arms. Shuna didn't even look up from her work. I haven't seen him since last night. Cheyenne sighed and tapped her fingers against her bicep. Where could he have gone? All right, thanks. She left the building and made her way to the blacksmith. Inside, Benimaru was standing by as the dwarves fixed his sword. You gotta go easier on your equipment, kid. Until we get some magic-resistant metals, you need to use less fire magic, one of the dwarves said. They'll try, but it's not my fault crazy strong guys keep popping up, Benimaru grumbled. Benimaru, have you seen Rimuru-sama? She asked, looking around as if expecting him to pop out from behind a forge. Benimaru shook his head. Nope, not since yesterday. The dwarf shrugged, confirming his statement. Another dead end. Cheyenne groaned. Where'd he go? As she turned to leave, a voice spoke directly behind her. I've seen him. Cheyenne yelped, spinning around with a glare. Sui, stop sneaking up on me like that. Sui smirked, clearly enjoying himself. No. She rolled her eyes, but there was no time to bicker. Where's Rimuru-sama? He tilted his head toward the outskirts of the village. Inside that new restaurant that popped up last night. He walked in and never came back out. Cheyenne froze. What? Why didn't you say anything sooner? What if it's a magic trap? What if he's in danger? Sui waved a dismissive hand. Relax. We checked through the door. It looked like he was having fun. I have to go save him. Cheyenne declared, cutting him off entirely. Without waiting for any further explanation, she bolted toward the mysterious new building. How had she not noticed it before? It was right there, sitting at the edge of the village like it had always belonged. I'm coming, Rimuru-sama. she shouted. Cheyenne shoved open the doors to the restaurant. Her heart was racing. What she found inside left her speechless. The entire place was a disaster. Men were passed out everywhere, slumped over tables, sprawled across booths, some even lying face down on the bar counter. The air reeked of alcohol, and empty mugs and plates were scattered across every available surface. And lying in the middle of the floor was Rimuru-sama. Rimuru-sama, she shouted, rushing toward him. Are you all right? A chorus of groans erupted from the various hung-over men inside. Oh God, why is someone yelling? Someone turn off the sun, the windows don't even show outside. There's no sunlight. You're just that hung-over. Fuck. Cheyenne ignored their complaints and dropped to her knees beside Rimuru, gripping his shoulders. Rimuru-sama, wake up, she demanded. Rimuru cracked one eye open and groaned. Hey, Cheyenne, when did you get here? You were just in time for the party. Cheyenne frowned. Rimuru-sama, it's morning. Whatever party you attended is clearly over. His eyes widened slightly before he let out a weak laugh. Oh, hee. Last night was awesome. Cheyenne couldn't help but feel a tad jealous that Rimuru-sama had so much fun without her. A quick scan of the room, however, allowed her to relax. There were no other women here. She didn't have to worry about some scheming hussies trying to steal her lord away while she wasn't looking. Hey there. Cheyenne turned toward the bar, where a nine-tailed foxman was waving at her. He had a pitcher filled with ice water pressed against his head, looking just as miserable as the rest of the men. Welcome to the foxhole. I'm the owner of this crazy place, Haru, he said with a tired smile. I'd serve you breakfast, but I'm a little hungover right now. That stinks, Rimuru grumbled as he clutched his head. How the hell do I have a hangover? Slima. Magic booze, Haru chuckled. Cheyenne narrowed her eyes slightly at the foxman. He was clearly powerful, and this place was obviously more than it seemed. But Rimuru-sama seemed comfortable here, and that was enough for now. This place is awesome, Cheyenne, Rimuru said, perking up despite his headache. Haru's food is so good. Her brow twitched. Another chef? She folded her arms and gave the foxman an appraising look. If he was a fellow master of the culinary arts, then she would have to see for herself if he was worthy of praise. Another time, though, she wouldn't want to test someone's skills when they weren't at their best. She would take over instead. If you'll allow me to use your kitchen, I would be more than happy to make breakfast for Rimuru-sama and everyone else, Cheyenne said proudly, placing a hand on her hip. For some reason, Rimuru suddenly started trembling. He always got that way when she cooked for him. He just loved her food so much. Haru nodded and gave a thumbs up. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm gonna go hop in the shower real quick, because I'm pretty sure my tails may or may not have some vomit in them. Rimuru let out a weak laugh and dropped his head onto the bar with another groan. Oh no, her lord must be starving. She would rectify this immediately. She stepped behind the counter and couldn't help but admire Haru's kitchen. If nothing else, all the cooking equipment in here looked amazing and magical. She had always dreamed of cooking in a kitchen like this. Rimuru sat at the counter and placed Haru's pitcher full of ice water on his forehead. Even after transforming back into his slime form and then back again, the hangover didn't go away. Magical booze, what a delicious and formidable thing. His nose twitched as he caught the scent of something cooking behind the counter. His eyes drifted over to Cheyenne, who was happily humming to herself as she stirred something in a pan. Her back was turned to him, and for a second, his eyes wandered to her swaying hips. No, he shook his head, snapping himself out of it. He had bigger concerns right now. Cheyenne was making some kind of toxic meal, and he couldn't let his new friends eat it. Some of them were human. They would die. The doors to the restaurant swung open, and Rimuru turned his head to see a strange figure step inside. A freaking mecha knight. So cool, Rimuru whispered to himself. The knight looked around before spotting Armsmaster still passed out in a booth. Ugh, this place stinks of booze, the knight muttered before turning to the rest of the restaurant. Hey, everyone, I'm Gallant, a member of the Brockton Bay Wards. I'm here to pick up Armsmaster since he never reported back last night. Now we know why Rimuru had learned last night that Armsmaster was from a world with actual superheroes, and now here was another one. Damn, Why couldn't his old world have been that freaking cool? I'll help you carry him to the door. Rimuru offered, hopping off the stool. Gallant sized him up. Are you sure? I'm stronger than I look, Rimuru pouted. And he was way stronger than he looked. Armsmaster didn't stir as the two of them hoisted him up and hauled him toward the exit. The dude obviously had a lot of stress to work off last night and drank way more than a regular human should have been able to. Thanks for the help, Gallant said. Glory Girl said this place was pretty interesting. I'll have to check it out when it's actually open for business. He gave a nod of appreciation before heading toward a black van parked outside, guarded by several armed agents. The van had PRT labeled on the side. Rimuru made a mental note to ask about that next time. With one human safely removed from danger, Rimuru turned back toward the counter, only to curse under his breath. Cheyenne was still cooking, her face practically glowing with excitement, and the kitchen was already filling with toxic purple fumes. I'd have to apologize to Haru later for that mess. Jon Snow was next. The guy was slumped over a table, groaning as Rimuru approached. What's going on, Jon slurred. I'm taking you home, Rimuru said, hoisting him up. Jon mumbled something under his breath before cracking one eye open. I don't want to go home. Everyone there hates me, and Caitlin is a bitch. I don't know what Haru sees in her. Rimuru didn't have time to unpack all of that. Well, if you stay here, you'll literally die, so it's time to go. Jon groaned, but didn't resist as Rimuru guided him toward the door. He pushed it open, and holy crap, a massive snowy landscape stretched out before him, with the largest freaking castle he had ever seen towering in the distance. Holy freaking crap. That's awesome, Rimuru blurted out. A couple of guards in steel armor stood nearby and immediately spotted him with Jon draped over his shoulder. You can take him back to wherever, Rimuru said, gesturing vaguely toward the castle. One of the guards chuckled. Queen Sansa will be wanting to speak with her brother, although it looks like he needs a proper sobering up first. There's a suspicious glint in the guard's eye, but Rimuru didn't sense any hostility. He figured Jon would be fine. Stepping back inside, he nearly choked on his own breath. Agner and Ains were now sitting at the counter. Shit. Cheyenne was smiling at them as she placed 2 steaming plates of purple goo in front of them. Rhaenyra's blood ran cold. The 2 men, still groggy from their hangovers, scooped up spoonfuls of the food without a second thought. Thanks for the food. Umo. No. Rimuru tried to call out, but it was too late. Ains, even in his human form, was technically undead. He should have been immune to poisons, right? Right. Ains immediately fell backward off his stool, convulsing on the floor. Oh no. Cheyenne's cooking could bypass racial immunities. What kind of broken ability was this? Agner didn't fare much better. His face slammed onto the counter, with his body twitching violently. Rhaenyra's brain scrambled for a solution. Agner was an adventurer. Maybe he had poison cure potions. Observation. The pouch on his left hip most likely holds his supply of potions. Thanks, great sage. Rimuru quickly opened it and pulled out a red vial. He poured half of it down Agner's throat before shoving the other half into Ains's mouth. The convulsions stopped. They didn't wake up, but at least they weren't dying anymore. He wiped his brow, even though he couldn't actually sweat because slime. Now all that was left was Rei-Jin. Hey, this isn't that bad, Rei-Jin said, casually scooping up spoonful after spoonful of Cheyenne's purple sludge. Rimuru froze. His jaw nearly hit the floor as he watched Rei-Jin eat it like it was no problem. Thank you. Cheyenne beamed. I'm always happy when people like my cooking. You're okay? Rimuru stared at the man. Freaking how? How are you not dead? Rei-Jin took another bite and shrugged. There were times when I was short on cash and had to eat way worse stuff than this. I've built up an immunity. That brought up so many questions. Rhaegon calmly set his spoon down, thanked Cheyenne for the meal, and stood up. Welp, last night was fun, but I gotta get back to work. Being an adult is hard. Sometimes Rimuru watched him walk out the door, still in utter disbelief. No way that guy was a regular human. No way. Observation. He was just a regular human, with no special powers. You're wrong about that one, great sage. Rimuru-sama. I save your portion and one for Haru as well. Cheyenne said happily, pushing a steaming plate in front of him. Her eyes sparkled with expectation. Damn it, Rimuru couldn't let Haru eat any of this. He might end up banning them from his restaurant. Thankmint Rimuru only had one option here. He grabbed both plates and opened his mouth wide before gulping all of the food down. Haru, I got out of the shower. My 9 golden fox tails now perfectly clean and fluffy. Pulling on a pair of jeans with a hole in the back for my tails and a white t-shirt, I headed back down the hall to my restaurant. The place had cleared out a lot since earlier. Ramira's friend, or maybe subordinate. Cheyenne was sitting on a stool next to him. He looked kind of sick, slumped against the counter, while Cheyenne happily chatted with Naruko. Hey Haru, I came to visit and see how things were going. Naruko smiled at me. I smiled back. The shower had done wonders for my hangover. I had promised myself to go easy on drinking, but last night had been an exception. Things are going pretty good. Last night was boys' night. Naruko grinned. And last night us girls had another one of our meetings. Do you want me to tell you about it? I'm good. I wasn't about to get involved in whatever gossip they had going on. Some things were better left unknown. I turned to Cheyenne. Did everyone else take off? She beamed at me. Yes. They all loved the breakfast. I made them. Then she pouted. I made some for you too, but Rimuru-sama loved my cooking so much that he ate your portion too. I raised an eyebrow, giving her an assessing look. Was she actually that good of a chef? That could be interesting. Maybe a cooking challenge was in our future. It'd been a while since ID had some true competition. My tail swayed a bit in excitement. Naruko leaned on the counter as she spoke to me. So, are Cheyenne and Rimuru from a new world? I haven't met them before. I nodded. Yeah, Rimuru showed up last night, and I just met Cheyenne this morning. I don't know much about their world yet. I don't know much about my whole world either. Cheyenne grinned. But I know a lot about the Great Forest. It's home to lots of monsters like me and Rimuru. Do you two want to come see? We're in the middle of constructing a village under Rimuru-sama's leadership. I shrugged and looked at Naruko. I've got nothing better to do. She shrugged back. Me neither. My brother Naruto's on a basic courier mission and won't be back till later, so I'm free all day. I held out my arm, and she wrapped hers around mine. Cheyenne glanced at us with an envious look, then back at Rimuru, who was still barely conscious and laying face first on the counter. She was obviously down bad for the guy. I'm going to carry you, Rimuru-sama, she declared. Okay, blurred Rimuru groaned. I winced. I think he just threw up in his mouth. Naruko yelped as Rimuru's body suddenly shifted, morphing into a small blue slime. Man, the multiverse was wild sometimes. Cheyenne scooped him up, and we headed toward the door. I took a couple steps outside with Naruko and breathed in the fresh air. Forests always had the best air. The village Cheyenne was talking about wasn't very big, but I could see the foundations being laid, and its location in the middle of a magical rainforest seemed pretty cool. Then, suddenly, the entire world froze. I couldn't move. My body felt completely locked in place, my muscles rigid, as if someone had seized control of me. A voice echoed in my head. New extra-dimensional magical species detected. Designation, Kitsune. More specific designation, nine-tailed fox. Altering constitution to align with world parameters. Converting energy, known as Yuki, into magicules. My mind reeled. What the hell was happening? Error. Conversion requires the yokai, known as Haru, to undergo evolution. Fixing error. Commencing evolution. Evolving nine-tailed fox yokai into 10-tailed demon fox yokai. 10 tails. That was impossible. 10-tailed foxes didn't exist. They were a freaking myth. A searing heat exploded from my spine. My entire body trembled as my energy surged to an unimaginable level. I could feel something shifting inside me, a deep, primal force awakening. My tails burned as I literally felt another one shoot out from the base of my spine. My vision blurred momentarily, and my breathing grew ragged. Establishing unique skill, the chef. The chef. This skill allows the user to enhance all meals he creates by infusing them with magicules. Depending on the amount of magicules used, dishes may even gain magical effects or enhancements. I barely had time to process what had happened before my body was finally released from its frozen state. I stumbled slightly, my balance thrown off by the unfamiliar sensation of my 10th tail swaying behind me. Holy crap, that really happened. Haru, did some weird voice talk to you too? Naruko asked me suddenly. I pulled my attention away from myself and glanced at her. I blinked in shock, staring at Naruko like she had just grown a second head, which, honestly, wouldn't have been that much weirder than what had actually happened. What? She had fox ears. A pair of red fox ears perched right on top of her head, twitching slightly as if adjusting to their existence. Behind her, 9 red tails swayed with every slight movement she made. Naruko, of course, was completely oblivious. For now, it said something about me evolving into a 9-tailed demon fox, and then I gained a unique skill called Karama or something, and my chakra being converted to magicules. Naruko rambled to me. I was pretty sure she hadn't even noticed her new features yet. I took a deep breath, then calmly reached out and took her hand in mine. Okay, don't freak out or anything, I said slowly, giving her a reassuring squeeze. Naruko blinked. Huh? Why would I freak out? Air, look behind you. I tried to sound as calm as possible. Naruko turned her head. Her gaze locked onto the swaying red fluffy tails behind her. She blinked, then reached up, feeling the new fox ears on top of her head. Silence. Then she screamed, "What the hell?" Chapter 62. You get power up, and you get power up. Haru, I sat in a booth with Naruko right next to me, her body pressed lightly against mine. She was still freaked out about no longer being fully human, and I was doing my best to comfort her as a good boyfriend should. One of the best ways to do that, stroking her ears and tails. The second my fingers ran through her soft, fluffy tails, she shuddered and let out a small, involuntary purring sound. Her face turned bright red, and she grabbed onto my arm, squeezing it tightly. I didn't know they were this sensitive, she muttered, burying her face in my shoulder. I chuckled, my hand continuing to stroke the base of her ears, feeling the way they twitched under my touch. Now you know how I always feel. It's kind of unfair, isn't it? Naruko groaned and peeked up at me. Yeah, I get it now. You've suffered in silence for too long. Poor you. I grinned and leaned closer, my breath tickling her ear. If I started stroking the base of your tails, though, I think you'd have a much different reaction. Naruko's whole body stiffened, and she smacked my chest lightly. Haru, please don't. She whined, her face somehow getting even redder. I've been wanting to be more intimate with you, but now is not the best time. I laughed, kissing her on the cheek before pulling back slightly. Relax, Naruko. I'm just teasing. We'll figure everything out when you're ready. Norus. She looked at me with warm blue eyes before nodding, some of her initial nervousness fading. I kept running my fingers through her tails, and she slowly melted against me, letting out another small purr she probably didn't realize she was making. And then the doors to my restaurant slammed open. Both of us jumped in surprise, and I turned my head to see Yasaka walking in with another familiar face right behind her. Amaterasu, or Amy-chan, as I prefer to call her, strode inside as well. It was always nice to see her emerge from her NET hole, aka her bedroom. Her expression immediately shifted when her eyes locked onto me, and she froze in place. Yasaka, my mother, had the same reaction. Their eyes zeroed in on me, or more specifically, on the 10 golden tails swaying behind me. Amy-chan's eyes twitched, her mouth opening and closing before she finally just threw her hands in the air. What the fuck did you do? She shouted, staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Did the devils give you some kind of weird experimental formula or something? 10-tailed foxes aren't a thing. They don't exist. Yasaka, however, had a less freaked-out reaction. A soft smile spread across her face as she walked forward, her golden eyes gleaming with pride. Era, my son, is even stronger than me now. How wonderful. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a tight hug. What happened, Haru? I hugged her back before stepping away and rubbing the back of my head. Not exactly sure. The newest world kind of forced me into a power-up out of nowhere. It was definitely a whole thing. I then gestured to Naruko, who was still sitting in the booth, her ears twitching nervously. Both Yasaka and Amy-chan turned to look at her, and both of them immediately froze again. Naruko shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny, gripping the hem of her jacket. Ooh-ee. Amy-chan's eye twitched again. What? The actual. Fuck. Naruko laughed nervously. Yeah, so, I'm surprised. Yasaka looked completely taken aback, her mouth slightly open as she stared at Naruko's newly acquired nine-tails. She's really a nine-tailed fox now. Technically her race is nine-tailed demon fox, and I'm a 10-tailed demon fox now. Other than the power-up, it's not a huge change. The only real difference I feel, though, is my Yuki has all turned into something called magicules. I added. Amy-chan looked like she suddenly had a migraine as she sat there at the table with a bowl of ramen. She rubbed her temples with one hand while using chopsticks with the other, slurping up the noodles at a rapid pace. How has your cooking gotten even better? You were already better than all the chefs in Tamegahara. She tried to complain, but it was hard to take her seriously when she was practically inhaling her meal. The smile tugging at the corners of her mouth wasn't helping her case either. Yasaka, sitting next to her, let out a pleased chitter between bites of sushi. I must agree. This is simply divine. I got some kind of weird skill called the chef. Apparently, it lets me enhance my food by adding magicules to my recipes. It's kind of cool, but honestly, it feels like cheating. I huffed. Naruko, seated next to me, raised an eyebrow as she took another bite of sushi. Her ears twitched happily, her tail swishing behind her. Cheating? You're literally making your food even better. Who cares? I do, I said with a shrug. It grates on my pride as a chef. If I rely on a skill like this, it'll never truly improve on my own. So, I decided I'm going to train myself to the point where my natural cooking skill matches my magic-boosted one. I feel like I'd been growing a bit complacent with my cooking anyway. This would be a good opportunity to try out new recipes and techniques. Amy-chan sighed, placing her empty ramen bowl down and folding her arms. So this world just randomly hands out power-ups the second we step into it? That's a political disaster waiting to happen. Yasaka nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if word gets out, every supernatural faction in our world will be fighting to get here for an easy evolution. It would completely destroy the delicate balance of power, Amy-chan groaned. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. We cannot let this news get out. And what am I supposed to do in my world? Naruko asked, glancing at me. I can't exactly hide my new features all the time, she whined. She grabbed another piece of sushi and took a bite. The second it hit her tongue, she let out a soft moan and her ears twitched again. Oh wow, this tastes so much better than before. Is this why animals always look so excited when they eat? It feels like my taste buds are way more sensitive now. Yasaka let out an amused chitter. Yokai don't particularly enjoy being referred to as animals, but yes, some of them do have enhanced senses, including taste. Be careful when you eat spicy food like wasabi, though. That'll hit a lot harder now, especially with your enhanced smell. Naruko pouted. Ugh, I always liked Old Man Tuchi's spicy wasabi ramen. Guess I'll have to be careful with that now. She let out a sigh. Not that it matters. I have no idea how I'm even going to walk around my village looking like this, she said again. I frowned. You worried about how people will react? I don't know, Naruko admitted. I'm pretty sure I might be stronger than my entire village right now. But the villagers always used to think my twin brother and I were the reincarnations of the nine-tailed fox. Now I actually look the part, and that's just going to make things worse. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure the nine-tails is dead now. I think I ate it, or absorbed it, or something. Anyway, it became my new unique skill Karama. It lets me cast any jutsu I know without hand signs, she explained. And that's just one of the things it can do that seem pretty handy or not handy, I guess. As if to demonstrate, a puff of smoke appeared next to the table. And suddenly there was a perfect shadow clone of her standing there. It gave us a small wave before disappearing again. Yasaka leaned back at her side of the booth. This new world is quite fascinating, she mused. I wouldn't mind getting a little stronger myself. If it means protecting my darling Kunichan and my amazing son, Haru, then I'd say it's worth it. I felt my face heat up at the compliment. Mom, I'm already strong enough to protect myself, I muttered, rubbing the back of my neck. I was already ultimate class before all of this now. I didn't really know where I ranked, but it was going to be up there. Top 20 maybe? It's a mother's job to worry about her children's well-being, she replied fondly, giving me a knowing smile. Amy-chan, sitting across from us, looked more hesitant. She tapped her fingers on the table, clearly debating something. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Yasaka, she said, you're already more powerful than most gods. Yasaka just smiled, reaching over to pat Amy-chan on the head. It looked adorable from the outside, but knowing the dynamic between my mother and the literal mother of Japan, it was a pretty amusing sight. Even if I surpass you, Amy-chan, I will always be your priestess, she said softly. You have been so good to our family. Amy-chan's face turned red, and she puffed her cheeks indignantly. No way. If you're getting a power-up, then I want one too. I smirked. Why do you even need more power? You're just going to lock yourself in your room all day anyway. Amy-chan pouted, crossing her arms. If I'm stronger than Tsukuyami, he won't be able to drag me out of my room and force me to do evil paperwork anymore. I blinked. That's your reason? Naruko giggled next to me. That might be the most ridiculous reason I've ever heard, she teased. Amy-chan huffed. It's a perfectly valid reason. Naruko leaned over to whisper to Yasaka and Amy-chan. Just don't freak out when you suddenly freeze and a robotic female voice starts speaking in your head. I turned to my mom. Are you sure you want to do this? She smiled at me. Era, my son is so sweet to worry about me, but I'm sure it will be fine. The goddess wouldn't have connected your restaurant to this world if she didn't want us to take advantage of it. Amy-chan crossed her arms and huffed. I don't like some other goddess trying to sink her claws in a MY priestess family, she grumbled. But it'll allow if it keeps me away from paperwork. Internally, I doubted she'd get her wish. Even Surzek's Lucifer, one of the strongest beings in the world, couldn't escape the horrors of paperwork. If he couldn't, then Amy-chan was definitely doomed. It was another reason I was glad to be a chef. But with all the titles and territories I was gaining, I had a feeling paperwork was in my future too. As far as I knew, my mother was handling all the logistics so far. But I had no idea when Shed started expecting me to be more responsible Naruko, and I exchanged shrugs before following Yasaka and Amy-chan outside the front door of the foxhole into Rimura's world. Rimuru the Great Sage informed Rimuru that he had survived the attempt on his life, and that his poison resistance had dramatically increased. He sighed, rubbing his temple. It wasn't even an actual attempt on his life. Shine's cooking was just that terrifying. Suddenly, he froze. His senses picked up on a ridiculously powerful presence that had appeared out of nowhere. He snapped his head toward the source, his body tensing. Without wasting another second, he rushed out of his shrine home to see what was going on. His shoulders sagged in relief when he saw it was just Haru standing in front of his restaurant with 3 women Rimuru hadn't met yet. But then his brain completely short-circuited. Holy shit, one of the women was an absolute bombshell. A tall, ridiculously curvy, busted blonde foxwoman with golden fur, hypnotic eyes that practically oozed confidence, and an aura of raw, commanding sex appeal that could make even the most disciplined monk break his vows. She looked like the kind of woman who could make men ruin their lives with just a wink and a sway of her hips. Rimuru, despite no longer having a physical body as a slime, was pretty sure he had just fallen in love. He ran over to Haru, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. Hey, Haru, what did I miss while I was passed out from Shine's cook WHOA? Before he could finish his sentence, an explosion of power sent him flying backward. He barely managed to keep his footing as the very air around them became suffocatingly heavy. The ground trembled beneath him, and violent winds kicked up debris and dust all around them. What's happening, Great Sage? Rimuru asked in his head. The Great Sage responded in its usual monotone voice. The 2 beings in front of you are currently undergoing evolution. Rimura's eyes widened. Evolution? They already seemed insanely strong. Correct. The nine-tailed fox is in the process of evolving into a stronger fox demon, and the goddess is in the process of evolving into a greater deity. Rimuru nearly choked on air. Goddess. He dug his feet into the ground to keep himself from being blown away as the sheer force of their transformations continued warping the environment around them. Haru had done the same, using his tails to anchor himself while gripping onto the red-haired fox girl next to him. Keeping her steady, Rimuru squinted through the whirlwind of energy. Havu, what the hell is going on? He shouted over the deafening roar of power. Haru, despite the chaos around them, gave him a lopsided grin. My mom and the goddess Amaterasu wanted to come here so they could get stronger. Rimuru's brain stuttered to a halt. His mom? His gaze darted back to the blonde fox woman, still radiating divine energy that made his very soul tremble. Haru's mom was the total babe. Yasaka's life certainly hadn't been boring since her son opened his crazy restaurant to other worlds. As the voice of this world echoed in her mind, she felt her body shifting, her power skyrocketing beyond anything she had ever reached, even when drawing on Japan's ley lines. The overwhelming surge of energy coursed through her veins, raw and untamed, yet perfectly controlled at the same time. A strange dichotomy. The voice informed her that she had evolved into a 12-tailed demon fox. And that wasn't all. Something known as an ultimate skill had been bestowed upon her, one with terrifying potential if the description given to her was accurate. It was something beyond what even the gods of her own world possessed. Something that made her wonder just what kind of reality this place was. The winds around her died down as the evolution completed. She flexed her fingers and stretched, marveling at the change. As Haru had warned her, she no longer sensed the familiar Yuki in her body. Instead, it had been replaced by this new, denser, and far more potent energy magicules. It felt different yet natural, as if she had always been meant to wield it. A subtle shift behind her made her aware of the 3 additional tails now swaying behind her back. 12 tails that would take some getting used to. She glanced over at Amaterasu, or Amy-chan, as Haru so endearingly called her. To Yasaka's surprise, Amy-chan didn't look much different physically. However, the sheer power radiating off of her was another story. It was staggering. Yasaka was sure that, after this evolution, Amy-chan would easily rank in their world's top 10 strongest beings, assuming she didn't find a way to suppress that power, which Yasaka had no doubt she would. Turning around, Yasaka spotted her son Haru standing with his girlfriend, Naruko. A new face was standing beside them, a Bishounen with long blue hair. That had to be Rimuru, the new customer Haru had met last night, and a resident of this world. Head told her about Rimuru while they were eating earlier. Haru grinned. Glad to see everything went all right, Mom. Naruko tilted her head as she studied Yasaka. Wow, your new tails are really pretty, and you kind of look like you're glowing. Yasaka let out a soft chitter at the compliment, but as she glanced down at herself, she noticed the faint golden aura surrounding her. Oh, she was actually glowing, wasn't she? She had been radiating power without even realizing it. With a thought, she pulled it back in, and the glow disappeared. Wow, these magicules were a lot easier to control than Yuki. Shifting her gaze to Rimuru, Yasaka smiled warmly. You must be Rimuru. It's nice to meet you. The blue-haired young man fidgeted slightly, his golden eyes flickering with something between awe and nervousness. He swallowed before responding, It's nice to meet you too. Then, to Yasaka's mild amusement, he blurted out, Are you single? Ada. He was certainly a bold one. Malim stretched her arms above her head, feeling the rush of excitement build inside her. Today was super crazy. She sensed the sudden emergence of 2 more immensely powerful beings. Just a few hours ago, a new presence on par with an average demon lord had popped up, and now 2 more had appeared, even stronger than the first. Oh, this is getting good. Malim grinned to herself. She had been lounging around, bored out of her mind, but now she had the perfect excuse to get moving and do something fun. One of the newcomers felt like a boring greater deity, which wasn't as fun. But the other was a demon, a powerful one. And what was even more interesting was how similar they felt to the first presence she had sensed earlier. Family? That would be even more super interesting. Malim felt a shiver of excitement run down her spine. She had to see for herself. It's coming from the Jura forest, she muttered, squinting in the distance. With a playful smirk, she crouched down, and in the next instant, she took off. A sonic boom echoed through the sky as Malim launched herself toward Jura, her excitement bubbling over. It wasn't every day she got the chance to meet new powerful beings and possibly fight them. Chapter 63. A wild demon lord has appeared. Haru, we were still outside my restaurant in Ramirez World. Slimes can wriggle everywhere, right? My mom purred, leaning in just enough to give Rimuru a good view of her cleavage. She flicked one tail upward and brushed it against his cheek, which made him stutter and go bright red. We definitely can, Rimuru said with a small stutter. I face-palmed in embarrassment. Oh my god, I muttered under my breath. But she definitely wasn't paying me any attention. Amy-chan crossed her arms and let out a frustrated huff. I can't deal with this, she announced. She turned toward me and gave a dismissive wave. Thanks for the power-up, Haru, but I'm heading home to watch the latest Naruto episode. If you actually want to meet the real Naruto, you can visit the Leaf Village anytime, I try to point out. Amy-chan pouted. It's not the same, she insisted, before she headed to the foxhole to leave. Naruko puffed her cheeks next to me. Oomph. My life is way cooler than some dumb cartoon. She was obviously annoyed. I turned to her. So what do you want to do now? I asked. Naruko's eyes brightened at my question. I want to go home for a bit and then bring Naruto to this world, she said. If I'm going to be stuck as a fox girl forever, then he gets to share my fate. Plus, the nine-tailed fox will definitely die if he goes through the same process I did, she added vindicatively. I opened my mouth to protest, but thought better of it. Life in her world wasn't an anime where the power of friendship always wins out. The Nine-Tails was a massive pain, and maybe it was better this way. If Kurama died, it'd be impossible for the Ten-Tails to ever be revived. Naruko suddenly leaned over and pressed her lips to mine in a quick kiss, her new tails curling around me for a few seconds before she pulled back and gave me a playful wink. I'll see you later, she said with a wink and followed after Amy-chan. A glance to the side confirmed that my mom and Rimuru were still at it. I could hear Rimuru stammering something about how he perfectly controlled his slime form, how he could wriggle it around and even make it vibrate. My mom laughed in that sultry voice of hers she usually saved for business deals. Era, that sounds like it could be a lot of fun. I'm older than most modern science, but that doesn't mean I don't like to experiment. Nope, I murmured to myself, deciding not to listen any further. She was clearly way too excited after her power-up, and that had somehow made her horny. I didn't need any of these mental images. I wandered off, deciding to go for a walk. I found myself walking aimlessly until the trees started getting dense. I headed deeper into the Jura forest, which was supposed to be home to all sorts of monsters. Hopefully they would make for some good ingredients. As I wandered through the Jura forest, I couldn't help but wonder where all the monsters were. The place was supposed to be teeming with them, yet I'd barely seen anything interesting. And then I passed by a particularly massive tree where I felt a pulse of magic. Instinctively, I tensed, my ears perking up as I turned my gaze toward the trunk. A moment later, the bark shifted and split open, revealing a beautiful woman with green hair stepping out as if the tree had birthed her into existence. A dryad. Her long green hair flowed like vines down her back, her golden eyes sparkling with mischief as she gave me a slow, knowing smile. Her skin had an almost unnatural smoothness, and her body, well, let's just say she had the kind of curves that could tempt weaker men into throwing away all common sense. Well, she purred, her voice as smooth as honey. It's not often I get such a handsome and powerful visitor. Welcome to my tree, traveler. Would you care to stay a while? I didn't miss the way she let her fingers trail down her own arm, drawing attention to her ample chest. I cleared my throat. Thanks, but I'm just passing through. She tilted her head, stepping closer. Are you sure? I can be very accommodating. A shiver went through me. ID heard stories about dryads before, and even though ID never met one in person, I wasn't about to risk it, even if I actually doubted she could harm me. Besides, I already had more than enough on my plate with the women in my life. I wasn't the type to fool around with whoever threw themselves at me. I appreciate the offer, I said, forcing a polite smile, but I'll have to decline. She pouted, crossing her arms under her chest, which only served to push her cleavage up more. What a shame. Handsome and disciplined? You're a rare one. I chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, that's me. Anyway, I'm actually looking for some monsters to hunt. Any idea where I can find something good? The dryad sighed. I don't eat meat, but I hear other monsters love hunting the giant spiders to the west. Their legs are thick and apparently taste just like something called crab. Crab, huh? That definitely caught my interest. I don't think ID ever tried spider before I gave her a nod of thanks, and was about to head off when she smirked at me. You sure you don't want to hang around a bit before you go? Handsome? I nearly tripped over my own feet. I'm good, thanks. Her laughter followed me as I ran westward. A couple of minutes later, I was deep in spider territory. Webs covered everything: trees, trunks, rocks, even the ground in some places. But strangely, there were no spiders in sight. Where are they? Then I heard it, chittering, from above the treetops nearby. I looked up and gaped in shock. Those weren't tree trunks around me. They were legs. Massive spider legs. A spider bigger than my entire restaurant loomed overhead, its 8 massive legs shifting as it prepared to strike. Those legs lifted high before slamming down toward me like giant spears. I rolled out of the way, dodging as they impaled the ground where I had just been standing. I slashed with my claws. One of the spider's legs was severed instantly as the monster let out a shriek. It wobbled, but steadied itself. It still had 7 more legs, after all. The one I caught off flopped to the ground, and as soon as I caught it sent my mouth watered. So much meat. The dryad wasn't kidding. It really did smell like crab. I couldn't wait to cook some of it up. There's just something about monster meat, the way it always smells delicious and richer than anything from normal animals. I sat on a log, tending to a campfire as the scent of sizzling spider meat filled the air. The giant spider I had killed earlier had given me plenty to work with. 8 massive legs, each the size of a tree, were piled up beside me, ready to be cooked. I'd already brought out a griddle from my storage space, where chunks of thick, tender meat sizzled, the juices searing into the metal. A pot nearby was filled with melted butter, bubbling slightly, just waiting to be drizzled over the cooked meat. Yes, I carried all this around with me at all times. Any self-respecting chef capable of magic should do the same. You never know when you'll need to cook a feast in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed next to me. Breaking my focus, I turned my head and blinked in surprise. A girl with pink twin tails stood there, staring at me with wide, sparkling eyes. She wore what looked like black bikini bottoms and a short white top, showing off her toned stomach. More importantly, she was drooling like a lot, and her stomach let out another loud growl. She was absolutely locked onto the food. Hey there, I said with a grin. Pull up a log if you're hungry. You'll share some with me? She asked, her voice filled with excitement. Of course. I'm a chef, and I'd never turn away someone who's hungry. You're the best, Demon Fox. She practically squealed before turning to a nearby tree. Without warning, she slammed her fist into it. The entire tree exploded into splinters, shaking the whole damn forest. Then, with an effortless yank, she pulled the stump clean out of the ground. It was bigger than she was, and casually carried it back over. She jammed it into the dirt, sat down, and beamed at me like nothing had happened. I blinked at her display of raw power, but honestly, I couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was something else. The name's Haru. I introduced myself. Malim Nava, she said with a big, proud smile. Then she waited, and waited, tilting her head in confusion. You don't know who I am? Nope. Should I? I asked curiously. That only seemed to make her even happier. Nah, it's nice to meet someone who doesn't for once. Hi. Havu. She giggled. Milim, Ishukladbuk. She practically bounced in place, her excitement bubbling over as she started rapid-firing questions. Are you really a chef? Where are you from? How come I've never heard of you before? You're pretty strong. Thanks, you're pretty strong too. And yeah, I'm a chef. I just got to this world today, actually. I run a restaurant called the Foxhole. It connects to a whole bunch of crazy worlds filled with interesting people. That's where I usually spend my time. Amaline pouted. And here I was going to offer to name you and make you my personal chef. I blinked. I already have a name? She shook her head. No, no, you probably don't know, but in this world, powerful monsters can bestow names onto weaker monsters to make them more powerful. It's a huge deal. Is that so? I said, curious, but not really interested in getting any stronger at the moment. Malim looked almost surprised that I wasn't jumping at the offer. I decided to shift the conversation back to the food. It's ready. I pulled out a second plate from my inventory, along with some outdoor silverware, and handed Malim a full serving of cooked spider meat, complete with a dish of melted butter for dipping. The moment she took her first bite, her entire body tensed. Her eyes literally sparkled as she let out a moan of absolute delight. This is the best thing Eve ever eaten in my life, she declared, her voice practically echoing through the trees. She didn't stop until her plate was completely empty. Then she pointed at the pile of uncooked spider legs and shouted, I want to eat all of it. I chuckled, flipping another piece of meat on the griddle. Careful what you wish, for I never leave someone hungry. Malim grinned, her stomach growling in agreement. It looked like I'd be cooking for a while. By the time I finished grilling another batch, Malim had already finished 2 more plates. She had an endless appetite, but I wasn't complaining. It was fun watching someone enjoy my cooking so much. As I flipped another piece, I decided to ask, so, what's a strong girl like you doing out here, anyway? Malim swallowed her food and grinned. I was bored, and then, all of a sudden, I sensed 3 ridiculously strong beings show up in the forest, so I came to check it out. 3? Was talking about my mom, Amaterasu, and me? You sensed us from that far away? I asked. Duh. I'm super strong, you know. One of the strongest, she said proudly, puffing out her chest. I raised an eyebrow. That's so? How strong are we talking? Malim smirked and put her hands on her slender hips. I'm a demon lord. I don't know what that is. I shrugged at her, and she deflated. I'll that usually get the bigger reaction, she mumbled. Once Malim was completely stuffed, there were only 4 of the giant crab legs left. Yeah, the cute demon lord sure could pack away a lot of food. That was super good, she said, rubbing her still flat stomach. Then her eyes lit up again. Want to fight and burn off some of those calories? Itzyokel hier in Luhusiism. Tempting, but I actually need to get back to my restaurant and check up on my mom, and Ramura Malim tilted her head, curiosity flashing across her face. Oh, your mom? What's she like? I raised a brow. She just evolved into a 12-tailed fox demon and might be the strongest being in Japan now. Malim's jaw dropped. Whoa, that's so cool. But wait, who's Rimuru? I sighed, rubbing my temple. He's a slime that was flirting with my mom. And she was into it. Malim blinked. Whoa, that's weird, but hey, you know what they say, love is love, she said with a thoughtful tilt of her head. Then she frowned. Although I've never really been in love before. I wonder what it's like. I shrugged. It's nice. You feel a lot more fulfilled and a lot less lonely, I guess. I said, thinking about Naruko. Honestly, I was happy for my mother. It had been a long time since Kyuna's dad passed away, and she never really talked about my father much. If she was moving on, then good for her. Though she'd probably have to share with that Shine girl, given how crazy she was about Rimuru too. Malim pouted a little when I reminded her I had to leave. I was having fun. I'm always so bored on my own. I thought for a second before smirking. I can't fight right now, but we can throw down later if you want. Then, without really thinking, I reached out and patted her head. Malim blinked in surprise before giggling, leaning into my hand. You're fun, Haru. If you want, you can come back to my restaurant with me, I offered. There are plenty of people there, and you'd make friends in no time. Malim's pout instantly turned into a beaming smile. Really? That sounds fun. I sighed dramatically. I'd have said Rimuru could be a good friend for you. But who knew he was so devious when it came to women? Malim scoffed. I don't want a guy like that as my bestie anyway. I've decided that you'll be my bestie from now on, she declared with a grin. Before I could react, she smirked mischievously. Oh, and I name you Haru. Huh, was all I managed to get out before my vision blurred and my whole body swayed. I barely had time to process what was happening before everything went dark. Now commencing evolution, the voice of the world echoed in my head. Shit. Chapter 64. To calm Malim, it wasn't very hard for Malim to track the restaurant Haru told her about before he passed out. She carried his unconscious body through the forest after he suddenly collapsed. Teehee, maybe she should have warned him first about what happens when a powerful monster bestows a name. But she'd just been so excited. She had never had a best friend before, so of course, she had to name him immediately. That's what friends do. At least she thought that's what they do. Her journey through the forest was only interrupted once by a random dryad who popped out of a tree with a sly grin. The green-haired woman eyed Haru's unconscious form and practically purred. Oh my, what a handsome young man. I wouldn't mind looking after him for a while. Malim felt something snap inside her. Without even thinking, she scowled and let out a tiny bit of her aura. Just a smidge. Okay, maybe not a smidge because the dryad turned ghostly pale and immediately retreated back in her tree, the branches trembling as if the whole forest was shaking in fear. Get back in your tree, slut. Malim huffed, still holding Haru close. He's my bestie. She blew a strand of pink hair out of her face before stomping forward, resuming her journey. That was close. She had never thought about it before, but she definitely didn't like the idea of some random tree woman trying to steal Haru away. It wasn't long before she spotted her destination. The restaurant was impossible to miss, mostly because of the sheer amount of magicules still clinging to the area. 3 powerful beings had evolved back-to-back right in front of it, and their presence had left a lingering effect in the air. The closer she got, the more excited she became. Malim stopped in front of the entrance and looked up at the sign above the door. The foxhole. She giggled at the tiny carving of a small fox next to the name. Goo, she said to herself before eagerly pushing the door open. There were a few people scattered around the restaurant. Some looked up at her in confusion, while others barely seemed to react. That was until they noticed Haru's unconscious body draped over her shoulder. A golden-haired woman with fox ears and 12 tails was sitting at the bar. Immediately stood up, her slitted eyes narrowing as she moved toward them. What happened to my son? The woman asked, her voice firm but not exactly angry. Oh, this must be Haru's mom, the one he said was flirting with the slime guy. Don't worry. Malim waved a hand dismissively. I just named him, that's all. He's going through evolution right now. Hell, wake up super strong. Malim introduced herself to Haru's mom, Yasaka, and a shorter guy with long blue hair, who had to be Rimuru. Haru had told her a bit about his life while they ate the delicious food he had cooked in the forest. Yasaka gently grabbed Haru and placed him in an empty booth, brushing a hand over his forehead with motherly concern. She turned to Malim. How long until he wakes up? She asked. Malim shrugged. Shouldn't take much longer, and when he does, he'll be stronger. Because I'm super awesome, and everyone I name becomes awesome too, she declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Although now that she thought about it, she hadn't actually given a name to anyone in a long time. That must mean Haru was extra special. Of course, he was her bestie. After all, Rimura stepped up, eyeing her curiously. Your name is Malim Nava? I feel like I've heard that before. Malim smirked. You probably have. I'm a super strong demon lord, she declared, placing her hands on her hips. Rimuru visibly tensed at the revelation, his eyes widening in alarm. Yasaka, on the other hand, didn't look particularly impressed. In fact, she was giving Malim a scrutinizing look that made her shift uncomfortably. Something wrong? Malim asked, tilting her head. Yasaka's golden eyes flicked downward. My son runs a polite establishment, so if you're planning on staying for a while, I insist you wear something that actually covers you up. Malim blinked before looking down at her black bikini bottoms. Huh? What's wrong with my outfit? Everything, Yasaka said bluntly. But for now, we'll just focus on your bottoms. Malim pouted, crossing her arms. but I like just wearing these. It's more comfy. You can at least wear a skirt then. Come with me." Yasaka turned around. Malim grumbled, but followed as Yasaka led her through a door at the back of the restaurant, opening into a small hallway lined with rooms. Yasaka opened one of the doors to reveal a bedroom. Malim took a deep breath of the lingering scent in the room and smiled. "Hee, this is obviously Haru's room." She grinned. Yasaka walked over to the closet and pulled it open. Malim frowned when she saw racks of women's outfits. Dresses, skirts, blouses, and more. Not a single piece of men's clothing in sight. She turned to Yasaka, confused. "Is Haru a crossdresser? Not that I judge, or anything. Shed met weirder monsters in her long life." Yasaka chuckled, shaking her head. "No, these belong to Haru's girlfriends. I'm sure they won't mind you borrowing something." Malim froze. "Wait, what? Her bestie had girlfriends? Plural?" She clenched her fists as a sudden surge of jealousy coursed through her. Why hadn't Haru mentioned this? How many girlfriends did he even have? Were they strong? Were they pretty? Malim puffed her cheeks, her excitement shifting into something else she didn't exactly like feeling. She had an overwhelming urge to meet all these women immediately. Her bestie had a lot of explaining to do. "Haru, I knew I was dreaming, but it was a strange one. My body felt different. No fox ears, no tails, just a regular human body, almost. Something inside me fell off, like my very existence was rejecting everything around me. The landscape was hauntingly beautiful, with rolling green fields tainted by ruined buildings and undead creatures shambling across the land. A simple steel sword rested in my grip as I moved through the wasteland, cutting down any undead that dared to approach. They fell easily, turning to ash the moment my blade sliced through them. Despite the ease, I felt no sense of accomplishment, just an overwhelming sense of familiarity. I kept moving until I spotted a crumbling church. 2 walls were missing, the roof was gone, but in the center of the ruins was a small campfire. Only, there was no fire, just a floating orb of golden light. It called to me, urging me to sit and rest beside it. I took a step forward. "No," a voice rang through my mind, stopping me in my tracks. It was a woman's voice, soft yet commanding, unfamiliar yet nostalgic. "You are not yet ready to remember. Wake now, my beloved. Wake and do not return to these memories until you are ready." My eyes snapped open. I was back in my restaurant era. "You're awake, my son. How are you feeling?" Yasaka's voice greeted me with warmth. I sat up in the booth, stretching my fingers against the table. The moment I drummed them lightly, the wood beneath me cracked. I froze, staring at the damage. I hadn't even used any force. Yasaka sighed. "You'll have to watch out for that. We'll both need training to control our new strength." "You doubly so," she said, casting a pointed look toward the pink-haired girl smirking at me from across the booth. "Hi." Malim, I wasn't really surprised Shed stuck around after knocking me out. "Hi, Haru." She grinned. "I'm glad you're awake. Do you feel stronger? You're almost like me now. I'm so happy." I raised a brow. "Almost like you? What's that supposed to mean?" "Era, I'd like to know as well. My son feels much stronger than he was an hour ago, but unlike me, he still only has 10 tails," Mom chimed in. Malim nodded eagerly. "That's because Haru's going to be like me." That explained absolutely nothing. Rimuru, who had been standing quietly nearby and looking at Malim, nervously spoke up with something more useful. "I have a skill called Great Sage, and it's telling me what's going on. Apparently, Haru has gained something called a demon seed and is on his way to becoming a fully fledged demon lord," he explained, sounding genuinely surprised. Then he turned to Yasaka and flushed slightly. "You, on the other hand, have 12 tails and are still technically a demon fox, but you're very close to ascending as a high-ranked deity." Mom was going to become a goddess? And what the hell was a demon seed? Did I plan to grow baby demons or something? My restaurant serves some interesting foods, but I don't know if people would be down to try demon meat. Who am I kidding? Of course they would. Yasaka sighed dramatically. "Ara, being a goddess sounds like a lot of work. I wouldn't mind worshipping you anytime you want," Rimuru said smoothly. Before I even processed his words, my instincts reacted. A flick of my finger sent a small blue fireball flying at Rimuru, who yelped and dodged just in time. "Hey, that was dangerous," he complained. "Quit flirting with my mom in my own restaurant." Yasaka giggled, clearly enjoying the attention. "Oh my, is my son jealous? I suppose I can tone down my playful flirting, though, if Rimuru wants to hear more. He'll have to buy me dinner first." Rimuru grimaced. "My village is a bit strapped for cash at the moment, and no doubt a classy lady like you only deserves the best era. I've suddenly become a sugar mommy." Malim suddenly cut in while pouting at me. "Speaking of dating, how come you didn't tell me about all your girlfriends already?" I scratched my cheek. "I thought I mentioned it, didn't I?" Memories of the past few hours were a little foggy. Maybe it had something to do with the naming. Or maybe it had something to do with that strange dream. "Tell me." She whined adorably again. Malim demanded to know how many women were in my life. I had to actually pause to think about it for a moment. That probably wasn't the best sign. I started counting in my head, but before I could get too far, Malim let out an annoyed grumble and crossed her arms. "You better still make time for your new bestie," she demanded, puffing her cheeks out. I wisely chose not to mention that I had other friends as well. Something told me she wouldn't take that very well. Luckily, I was saved from further questioning when the restaurant doors swung open and Cheyenne walked in. Her violet eyes immediately locked onto Rimuru, and she stomped over with a serious expression. "Rimuru-sama, you need to come back immediately," she said. "A contingent of lizardmen just arrived outside the village with news about an orc army." I sighed, rubbing my temples. Damn, every world I went to seemed to be dealing with some kind of war or invasion. Now Ramirez's world was added to the list. I would have offered to help, but unfortunately, I had my own immediate problems to deal with. The army approaching Carne Village could arrive as early as tomorrow, and I needed to make sure everything was prepared for that battle. Rimuru stood up, looking far more serious than usual. "I got it. Let's go." Before he left, though, he turned back to Yasaka and gave her a small smile. "We'll be back soon. We'll talk more then." Yasaka returned his smile warmly. "Stay safe, Rimuru." I blinked. What the hell was that? That was way too soft of a moment between my mom and the damn slime. Was this going to be an actual serious thing instead of her just flirting? Cheyenne, however, looked absolutely scandalized by the display of affection. Her jealousy was practically radiating off of her as she shot a glare at my mother before grabbing Rimuru by the arm and dragging him out of the restaurant. Rimuru, for his part, just let out a nervous chuckle and waved as he was hauled off. There was a moment of silence before Malim spoke up again. "Wow, a lot of stuff goes on around here, huh?" she asked, tilting her head. I couldn't help but snort. That's an understatement. Later that night, after skipping so much work lately, Yasaka was forced to return back to her palace to play catch-up. Even with her new power-up, nothing in our immediate lives had changed. At least for now. I was sure there would be a lot of questions once the rumor mill across Kyoto kicked off and all the yokai found out she and I suddenly became more powerful and had more tails, but that was a problem for future Haru and future Yasaka. Instead of worrying, Mom and I had instead done the healthy thing and just said fuck it. We'd figure everything out as we went. I was a bit worried about Naruko never coming back after she left though, but I figured she'd be fine. If not, I'd send someone to check on her tomorrow. Malim was eagerly devouring a pepperoni and bacon pizza that I had made for her. She was practically inhaling the slices, eyes shining with excitement. The restaurant was filling up fast, even more than usual. Familiar faces were scattered throughout. Jane Shepherd was the first of my girlfriends to arrive. I was actually surprised to see her. She usually stayed on her ship and ate with her crew despite having a door to my restaurant in her cargo bay. But everyone needed a break once in a while. Out of all the girls, she was always the busiest, constantly trying to save her galaxy from an evil alien terrorist and his army of killer AI robots. The moment she walked in, she made a beeline for the bar, plopping down on a stool just as I was preparing some leftover spider meat for anyone brave enough to try it. Predictably, the younger ones Harry, Hermione, and Kunu all refused outright. Anyone from Skyrim also declined. Apparently, their entire homeland had developed an intense arachnophobia thanks to the sheer number of giant spiders roaming the countryside. You're all a bunch of pussies, Rex declared as he sank his teeth into the tender meat, chewing with satisfaction. Keep that bug meat from me, Agner grumbled to my surprise. And that was how I suddenly learned he didn't like spiders. And my first girlfriend, Ela, apparently really didn't like spiders. In fact, she scooted herself as far away as possible at the end of the bar. Sniffing the air and looking at me with eyes filled with betrayal, Shepard shrugged and grabbed a piece. I've eaten way weirder alien food, she muttered before taking a bite. A pleased moan followed. Damn, Haru, you never miss. How's your mission going? I asked as I handed her a beer. Shepard paused, taking a sip before answering. Honestly, pretty well, which makes me nervous. Things don't usually go this smoothly. But I think we've finally pinpointed Saren's base of operations. We're planning an assault on the planet, soon. I frowned, concerned. You know you can always call for help if you need it. Shepard smirked. I appreciate it, but you know me, I like doing things on my own if I can. I really do appreciate you bailing me out those couple times, though. At that moment, Malim finished inhaling her pizza and locked on to Shepard like a predator sighting its prey. She hopped off her stool, the skirt she had borrowed from Rias' wardrobe fluttering as she landed, and pointed a finger at Shepard dramatically. Hey you, Malim said. Are you one of Haru's girlfriends? Shepard blinked and pointed at herself. I guess. I don't really do labels, but it's not like I'm interested in anyone else. Malim huffed, crossing her arms. Oof. You seem pretty strong for a lame human, but that doesn't mean he'll accept you. I sighed in annoyance. Malim, you don't get a say in my love life. Mine either, Shepard added, taking another sip of her beer. Me too, by the way. Who's the midget? Alice chimed in as she walked up to the bar. Malim instantly turned around, glaring at Alice. You're the midget, she said while stamping her foot. Thankfully, she controlled her strength enough to not break the floor. Sure thing, Shorty, Alice said with a smirk. Grr. I sighed again and grabbed Malim before she could lash out, reminding her that the no fighting rule applied to everyone in my restaurant. Not wanting to lose her delicious new source of food, Malim immediately calmed down. This is Malim. She's my new friend and also a demon lord. I added that second part casually. I'm his best friend, Malim declared proudly as I let her go again. Technically, that title probably went to Agner or Ains, but I decided not to argue with her. Maybe she'd earn it one day. Cool story, whatever you say. Little girl Shepard and Alice both had pretty disinterested reactions after that. They both scooted away from Malim and moved towards Ela, where the three of them started chatting among themselves. Malim seemed to be genuinely shocked and muttered to herself how she'd never had humans ignore her before. I'm a demon lord, you know, she added. It's an important job, you know. What's an important job? Rias asked as she walked up to the bar with Aquino trailing behind her. Adu. Hi, new girl. Being a demon lord, Malim said again before sizing up Rias and Aquino. At least you're both monsters, and more worthy of being with Haru than some dumb humans. She pouted while glaring at the three redheads at the end of the counter. The only one with hearing good enough to listen was Ela, who simply rolled her eyes in Malim's direction. Discrimination isn't allowed in my restaurant either, Milim. If you keep that up, I won't make you desert. I scolded her. It'll be good. Wow. It turned out managing a demon lord was not as difficult as I thought it would be. She was basically just a much more powerful and destructive Kunu Rias, and Aquino gave Milim odd glances before introducing themselves to her. Both of them were very direct. Imha was fiance, and Im is mistress, and Im is new bestie, Malim said, obviously not wanting to be left out. Ah, that's adorable, Rias cooed and asked me where I found this girl. Technically, she found me, I said, and explained what had happened today. Rias and Aquino were shocked at first, and then they both seemed very interested in the potential of a free power-up just from visiting a new world for a few minutes. The fact that there were skills and some other ice guy, mumbo-jumbo, also really seemed to excite Rias. Both of their eyes drifted towards the front door before they shrugged and shook their heads. Ugh, I'm sure that there's at least a few spies watching me and Sona at school. They'll notice if I suddenly evolve into Super Rias. Maybe we could do it sometime over the summer, where growth and power could come off as more normal? Aquino suggested, and Rias agreed. You two are weird, Most devils won't hesitate to get more power, Malim pointed out. Era, that's just how we are. Aquino replied. Either way, I saw this as a good opportunity. Out of all the girls, Rias was definitely the best when it came to managing children or thousand-year-old demon lords that acted like it for some reason after taking their orders. I asked Rias if she could explain everything about the foxhole to Malim along with all the other basic world knowledge ID left out, because of how crazy today had been. Sure thing, Haru, Rias said with a sly smile. He'll even tell her about the weekly meetings all of us girls have. Chapter 65. Moving on Haru, it was time for a war. A few yokai scouts had rushed in my restaurant earlier, reporting that an army was approaching Carne Village. By now, the village was completely evacuated. The locals had already used the large back doors of the foxhole to escape into Kyoto, where they'd stay for the next few days. Not that I thought the enemy would even get this far, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I stood atop the wooden walls surrounding the village, watching the distant dust cloud on the horizon. The mages from Fairy Tale were stationed nearby. Floating next to me was a tiny blonde ghost, Mavis Vermilion, the first master of Fairy Tale. Dolly, Ahu. She chirped, hands on her hips. As Fairy Tale's best strategist, I've got this in the bag. I gave her a dry grin. I hope so, because I'm paying your guild a lot of money for this. Mavis pouted at me for that one. Before she could reply, Malim cut in. Yes, she was still here. I hadn't found out a way to get rid of her yet. Not that I didn't appreciate her presence, but she was a bit clingy. So are you like? Dead? What's it like not having a body? Do you still have a poop? Malim asked. Mavis let out a long, suffering sigh. Maybe it's weird and no. She answered each question like she'd been asked them 100 times before. I chuckled, shaking my head. Down below, Urza was leading the guild members. Natsu's group looked excited except for the blonde cheerleader Lucy. The other mages, whose names I didn't know as well, were more similar to her in nervousness, but none of them had run away. A blonde man with an incredibly punchable face rode forward on horseback. A mage next to him raised a staff, casting a spell to amplify his voice. I am Barbaro, Crown Prince of the Riestai's kingdom. We will not tolerate a deceptive monster living in our lands and lording over our noble people. Stand aside, fellow humans, so that we may slay the beast and reclaim this territory in my name as the future king. I roll my eyes. 3 guesses who the deceptive monster was. Urza stepped forward as the leader of the Fairy Tale mages. We refuse, she declared, her voice steady and unwavering. This land was fairly purchased by Haru, Prince of the Yokai, and he has hired our guild to defend it. If you choose to attack, we promise none of you will die, but you won't walk away unscathed. Barbaro sneered. Arrogant wretch, you'll be made to serve once my army is through with your pitiful defense. He turned his horse around and rode back to his forces. Urza's expression didn't change, but her magic flared. A set of metallic wings materialized behind her, and she lifted into the air, returning to the front lines where the Fairy Tale mages were preparing themselves. The battle was about to kick off any second now. Oh, this just got way less boring. Malim suddenly blurted out. Huh, what are you talking about? Mavis asked, tilting her head. Malim just pointed upwards. I followed her gaze. That's not good, I muttered. Mavis, despite being a ghost, started trembling. Whatever she was seeing was triggering some really bad memories for her. A black and red dragon flapped its massive wings directly above the Riestai's army. Something about it was off. It looked sickly, its scales cracked and discolored, and its bloodshot eyes were filled with something unnatural. And then it opened its jaws. But instead of fire or ice, a thick, blood-red mist poured out, blanketing the army of 10,000 soldiers, including Barbaro. A second later, the screams began. The soldiers didn't just die. They melted. Flesh sloughed off their bones. Armor corroded within moments, and their weapons rusted away as if centuries had passed in an instant. Barbaro himself barely had time to scream before his face disintegrated, his body crumbling into a pool of liquefied gore along with the rest of his forces. Silence followed. Even Fairy Tale mages, who had been prepared for battle, stood frozen in horror. I gripped my teeth. What the hell kind of dragon breath was that? A vampire dragon, Malim said cheerfully. You don't see many of those very often. I clenched my fists. Fuck, this had gone completely wrong. Mavis turned to me, panic written all over her face. Haru, you promised to protect my mages if something went wrong. They can't fight a monster like that. Tied ID. I gritted my teeth. She wasn't wrong. I'd been getting bad feelings about this whole situation all week, but I ignored them. I didn't want to abandon the contract with Fairy Tail after Mom, and I had worked so hard to secure it. And now the entire army ID wanted to avoid killing was dead anyway. The vampire dragon let out a low, guttural growl before opening its massive jaws again. It inhaled deeply, and the blood and liquefied remains of the Re-STI's soldiers lifted into the air, swirling toward its mouth like some grotesque, flesh and blood slurry. I had to fight the urge to throw up on the spot. That was easily one of the most disgusting things I'd ever seen. Iwi, Malim whined beside me, scrunching up her nose. Mavis yanked at my sleeve, her translucent fingers passing right through the fabric. Havu, she snapped, her voice sharp with urgency. Right? I needed to kill this thing. I was about to make my move when a loud roar erupted from below. You bastard! Natsu's entire body ignited in flames, his magic exploding outward in a violent surge of power. His scarf fluttered from the heat as his eyes locked onto the dragon with pure rage. Natsu, Urza, Gray, Elfman, and Lucy all launched their attacks at the dragon at the same time, hoping to catch it off guard while it was still preoccupied with its grotesque meal. Natsu roared as he hurled himself at the beast, flames bursting from his fists. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He drove his attack straight into the dragon's side. Gray followed immediately after. Ice Make. Lance. A barrage of ice spears shot toward the dragon's head. Urza, already mid-air, re-equipped into her strongest armor. Heaven's Wheel. Swords rained down like a storm, targeting every weak point she could aim for. Elfman charged and leapt high as his body morphed into a gorilla creature. Beast Soul. Full body takeover. He punched the dragon's leg with all his might. Lucy summoned a spear of some kind. Golok. But none of it worked. The dragon barely reacted as all the hits landed. Natsu's flaming punch connected and was snuffed out on the scales. Gray's ice shattered upon contact. Urza's swords bounced off harmlessly. The gorilla man barely budged the dragon's leg, and Lucy's spirit didn't even attack. Instead, he scooped Lucy up and immediately started bolting in the other direction. The dragon finally acknowledged the rest of them with a slow, lazy turn of its head before casually swatting at Natsu with one of its massive claws. Natsu didn't even have time to react. The blow hit him directly, sending him flying across the battlefield. He slammed into the ground hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He wasn't getting back up anytime soon. Shit. Gray ran toward Natsu. Natsu, you okay? Say something, idiot. Urza cursed under her breath, gripping her sword tighter. Damn it, we're not doing anything to it. The other Fairy Tail mages were shouting now, realization setting in fast. We can't win this. We need to retreat. We need to fall back. I landed hard between the dragon and the retreating Fairy Tail mages, my claws digging deep into the earth, my tail swaying behind me. My body felt heavier, stronger. My transformation had definitely changed. I wasn't just a nine-tailed fox anymore. I was something more. 50 feet tall, covered in golden fur, my 10 tails swaying behind me as I bared my fangs at the monstrosity hovering in the sky above me. The vampire dragon finally took notice, its massive head tilting slightly, its bloodshot eyes locking onto mine. Unlike with the mages, there was no indifference in its gaze. No, this thing was wary of me. Its voice was raspy, guttural, filled with malice. I am the vampire dragon lord, and I am here to kill you, player. I narrowed my slitted eyes. Player. That was the word Evil Eye had used before what she called people from other worlds, those who didn't originally belong here. And she also mentioned how dragons in this world hated players. So that was it, huh? This thing wasn't here for conquest, or because it had some grand plan. It was here because it instinctively wanted me dead. The dragon's massive wings flared open, its sharp claws flexing as it bared its own fangs at me. It was preparing for a fight. All right, then I was about to give it one. Malim punch. And just like that, Malim appeared in front of the vampiric dragon lord and threw a single punch. The entire world seemed to shatter around us. The ground split apart. A shockwave erupted through the battlefield, and a massive trench miles long was carved into the earth in the direction of her attack. And the vampiric dragon lord? Just gone. No body. No remains. Not even a single dam scale left behind. It had been erased from existence. My tail slumped behind me as I just stood there on four legs. There went my epic moment. I had been seconds away from going all out, testing the full extent of my power, proving to myself and everyone else just how much stronger I'd become after evolving. But no, Malim had to just show up out of nowhere and one-shot the thing before I could even lift a paw. Seriously? I muttered, my voice flat. Malim turned back to me, grinning ear to ear, looking way too pleased with herself. Did you see that, Haru? I totally wrecked that overgrown lizard. I sighed, closing my eyes. Yeah, Malim. I saw Malim landed back in front of me playfully before tilting her head. Huh? What's wrong, Haru? You look like you were struggling, so I helped. I wasn't struggling, Malim. I didn't even get to fight it yet. She blinked at me. Oh, so you wanted to fight it? It was my fight. She pouted. But it was ugly and smelly, and I got bored waiting, so I punched it. I transformed back into my humanoid form and pinched the bridge of my nose. I turned back around to check on the fairy tale mages. And they were gone. Not just scattered or regrouping, completely gone. As if they'd never been here in the first place. I let out a slow breath, trying to process it. Mavis floated toward me, her expression filled with something between disappointment and resignation. Her gaze shifted between me and the aftermath of the battle, lingering for a few moments before she finally spoke. I'm sorry, she said, her voice soft but firm. But I don't think your life and the guild I founded are compatible at this time, Haru. I would like you to not visit Fairy Tale anymore or involve yourself with my mages. In fact, I'd prefer if your restaurant left Magnolia altogether. Stunned. You want me to leave? I asked, trying to wrap my head around her words. Mavis nodded, looking genuinely regretful. Fairy Tale isn't meant to handle conflicts on this scale, she said. Not anymore. At least I wanted to argue, to tell her that I didn't ask for this fight, that I wasn't the one who brought a vampiric dragon lord into the picture. But deep down, I knew she wasn't wrong. After a long pause, I let out a heavy sigh and lowered my head. I'm sorry about the mess and the violence, I told her honestly. That wasn't what I wanted. Mavis studied me for a few more moments before she finally turned away. Goodbye, Haru, she murmured before floating off and passing through the doors of the foxhole. I stood there for a while, just staring at the spot where she disappeared. Sorry you lost some friends, Malim said after a moment. She sounded uncharacteristically serious for once. I shook my head, forcing a small smile. Death and destruction aren't uncommon in the worlds we come from, but for Fairy Tale, it's different. Even as I said it, my mind drifted to Irene. The dragon mommy hadn't been around since she was recalled to her continent. I wonder how she'd react to all this when she found out. With nothing else left to do here, Malim and I turned back toward the restaurant. As we approached the outskirts of Inris village, my stomach twisted. Now that I was looking at it up close, I grimaced at the extent of the damage. The shockwave from Malim's punch had done more than just shake the battlefield. It had torn through most of the village's wooden houses and buildings. Only the foxhole was really untouched at this point. The entire village was going to need to be torn down and rebuilt. I ran a hand through my blonde hair and sighed. Damn it, I muttered. Good thing we evacuated, but still this is a mess. Malim scratched the back of her head. Yeah, my bad, she said, looking more sheepish than I'd ever seen her. Didn't think my punch would, do all that. I gave her a look. You obliterated a dragon lord with one hit. I pointed out. What did you think was going to happen? She shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he'd put up more of a fight. He was really weak for someone claiming to be a dragon. Lord, talk about lame. I snorted despite myself and shook my head. Henry was standing behind the counter when we walked back inside. She looked nervous, glancing between me and Malim, clearly unsure of what to say. She hesitated before finally speaking. All the fairy tale mages stormed, and earlier they used the door and left in a hurry. Did everything go okay? I sighed and rubbed my temples. I muttered before explaining everything. I didn't leave out the part about the crown prince of Riestai's being dead, the vampire dragon lord getting one shot by Malim, or how Inris village was basically wrecked in the crossfire. Henry blinked. Oh, she said, her voice small, clearly struggling to process it all. I nudged Malim with my elbow. She let out a small huff, but begrudgingly turned to Henry. Sorry for, accidentally breaking your house, she mumbled, rubbing the back of her head. That's okay, Henry said, her expression softening. Honestly, I kind of prefer spending more time in the foxhole anyway. It's a lot nicer. And maybe, when Lord Haru rebuilds everything, we can all have modern houses. She smiled at me. I chuckled, shaking my head. He'll make sure of it, I promised before dropping onto a bar stool on the customer side. I stretched, feeling the exhaustion from the day finally setting in. Then I shot Henry a grin. Why don't you go ahead and make us some celebratory victory food? My tails happily swayed behind me as I spoke. I wasn't going to let myself be bummed out over losing a few sort of friendships. Maybe it would be only temporary, or maybe they'd never want anything to do with me again, but that didn't mean there weren't plenty of other people in my life. Inris' eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together. Of course, one special meal coming up. I've been practicing. Malim and I happily dug into the bacon macaroni and cheese that Henry had prepared for us. The flavors were perfectly blended, with 5 different cheeses melting together into something rich and creamy. The fresh, crispy bacon added the perfect crunch, giving it that extra kick of flavor. This is really good. Malim beamed between bites. If you were a monster, I'd dename you for this. Henry blinked, looking mildly confused. A thank you? She said, clearly unsure how to respond to what was probably meant as high praise. We finished our meal pretty quickly, and as soon as we did, Malim stood up and fidgeted slightly, looking like she wasn't sure what to say. Her usual confident energy was still there, but there was a little hesitation behind it. Then, without warning, she rushed over and wrapped her arms around me in a tight hug. I had a lot of fun. Bestie, she said excitedly, but now I have to go back to my territory and do boring work. They'll come and play again another day, so don't go having too much fun without me. I chuckled and patted her on the back. Looking forward to it, I told her, although I was hoping she'd give me at least a week before storming back into my life. Malim was a lot. After we finished eating, I helped Henry clean up the kitchen, wiping down counters while she handled the dishes. Once we were done, I wrapped an arm around her shoulders and led us towards the door. Why don't we take the rest of the night off? I suggested. I kind of want to go spend some time with my family. Henry stiffened slightly at first, her cheeks dusting pink from how close we were. But after a second, she nodded, smiling softly. That sounds like a good idea, she said. Her people were safe in Kyoto's yokai territory, but I had no doubt they'd want to hear about what happened. I sat alone in my restaurant, the dim lighting casting long shadows across the empty tables. The past couple of days had been a complete whirlwind, and despite spending the evening with my family, I still had too much on my mind to sleep. So I went for a walk around town and ended up here, of course. Evolved into a nascent demon lord? Check. Mom halfway to becoming an actual goddess? Sure, why not? Malim casually one-shotting a dragon more powerful than anything we'd ever seen in Skyrim. Just another day in the life of a yokai chef, apparently. The front door creaked open. I glanced up, surprised that anyone would be here at this hour. Urza Scarlet stood at the entrance, looking hesitant until she spotted me. "Well, I'm glad you're still here, even though it's so late," she said. I gave her a small smile. Yeah, kind of hard to sleep after a day like that. She sat across from me. Her eyes darted around the near-empty restaurant before landing back on me. "I'm sorry about everything that happened today," she said, her voice steady but laced with frustration. It all went down so fast I could barely react. I wasn't expecting a random evil dragon to show up and start slaughtering people. And then I was too weak to do anything to that monster. I was surprised she was apologizing to me. I was about to start apologizing to her. I hired you guys to take down an army of peasants forced to fight, not a dragon, I reminded her. I know, but fairy tale missions never really go according to plan anyway. You should hear some of the wacky stories my guild mates have gotten up to over the years, she said with a half smile. Just from seeing those crazy bar fights, I can imagine. Urza leaned back in her seat with a frustrated look on her face. Makarov and the First are overreacting. They banned any fairy tale mages from coming near your restaurant or even associating with you. I sighed. Yeah, I figured. But I think that's bullshit, she said flatly. I choked on my own breath at how blunt she was. I've seen way worse things in my life, especially before I joined Fairy Tale, she continued. And I don't think you deserve this kind of treatment. So I've decided that it'll keep coming around if you'll have me. I'll have to sneak in, though. She sighed, clearly annoyed at the idea. This place reconnected me with my family. After all, even if my mom is a crazy dragon for some reason. I gave her a small smile. Of course you can keep coming around. Why wouldn't I want a beautiful girl like you gracing my restaurant? Urza immediately turned red before I felt an armored boot slam into my shin under the table. Oomph. Flatterer, she scoffed, standing up with a huff. I rubbed my shin and chuckled. Damn, Shed used magic to enhance that kick. Hey, I'm just being honest, I said playfully. She rolled her eyes but still smiled slightly. Thanks for being so understanding, Haru. I leaned back and grinned. Anytime, Urza. Just try not to kick me so hard next time. She smirked before heading for the door. No promises. And it'll still stop by whenever I can. You should bring your mom with you too next time. I don't know why I said that, but it just kind of popped out. Urza's face turned as red as her last name. I had to duck as she picked up a chair and threw it at me before storming out. Oomph. Pervert. Should be back. Chapter 66. Food Drive Haru. I stood there looking at the three massive and very dead woolly mammoths sprawled out on the ground in front of me. These were mammoths from Skyrim, meaning they were absolutely enormous, easily twice the size of the extinct animals from my own world. Wow, I muttered, still taking it all in. That's a lot of meat right there. Around 3 Baku's worth, right there, Ela nodded, crossing her arms proudly as she stood beside her kills. My beautiful Nord Huntress girlfriend had blood and dirt smeared across her toned arms and face, making her look even more striking than usual. She flashed me a wide, satisfied grin. Yes, it was quite the epic hunt, she declared, clearly pleased with herself. Serana stood off to the side, wiping a bit of blood off her pale cheek. She sighed, shaking her head gently. I'd call it more of a clusterfuck than a hunt, honestly. Ela's proud expression turned into a pout. Agner laughed loudly at that, slapping his armored chest with amusement. His dark ebony armor was completely covered in monster blood and mud. He looked as if he had just come straight from the heart of the fight and loved every second of it. A few feet away lay the bodies of 5 giants, each of them easily over 15 feet tall, now sprawled awkwardly across the grass just outside Whiterun city gates. Speaking of Whiterun, the guards stood around in small groups, scratching their heads in confusion and disbelief. Some of them were splattered with blood, looking as if they'd reluctantly joined the fray at some point. I could even see the Jarl standing nearby, looking down at the bodies with a look of exhausted resignation. I was surprised to see the guy come down from his throne room, but I guess a battle involving multiple giants and mammoths right outside his gates was enough to get his interest. The Jarl turned towards Ela with a weary sigh. Would you mind explaining exactly what happened here? Gladly, Ela said confidently. I was tracking a group of Argonian thieves across the plains near Whitehold. They thought they could outrun me, idiots. She chuckled darkly. I caught up to them easily enough, but then the bastards got desperate and ran into a giant's camp for cover. She paused for dramatic effect, her eyes narrowing angrily as she recalled the memory. Now, even I know that fighting multiple giants at once isn't a good idea. Giants usually hate Argonians, so I figured I'd tell them they had intruders and let them handle the problem for me. Serana sighed, and judging by the fact that we just had to fight off all these monsters, I'm sure that went well. Ela shrugged sheepishly looking less proud of this particular part of the story. Well, I admit there was a small error on my part. One of the Argonians was skilled in illusion magic and managed to cast in rage on the giants thinking they would attack me instead. The giants ended up killing all the Argonians, and then they all came after me. I did manage to bring down one giant on my own, though. Her confident smile quickly returned. Of course, that just made the rest even angrier. They chased me straight to Whitron. Luckily, I had backup waiting here. Agner grinned widely and nodded, raising his greatsword triumphantly. Indeed, it was a glorious battle. Although next time I'd appreciate a little warning, because I was on the toilet when it all started. A couple nearby guards scooted away from him. After that comment, the Jarl rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. Well, good job everyone, I suppose. Just try not to bring any more giants and mammoths to my gates again, will you? He said to Ela specifically. Ela just laughed. I make no promises, my Jarl. The Jarl groaned quietly, turning around and trudging back towards Dragon's Reach, likely hoping he wouldn't have to deal with something this ridiculous again for at least a few days. He didn't bother adding anything else either. No punishments for Ela, at least. Honestly, the Jarl probably realized by now that Agner was way too strong to punish. And Ela? Well, she was my girlfriend. At this point, most of Whiterun's citizens either respected or feared me enough not to complain too loudly. That, or they were just tired of my restaurant randomly bringing otherworldly chaos into their lives. I walked over to Ela and slid an arm around her waist, pulling her close as she leaned against me happily. Nice job, I said, smirking down at her. So, any plans on how we're going to cook all this mammoth meat? It's my gift to you, my love. Use it however you want. I think I had an idea, Brockton Bay. I flipped a thick mammoth steak on the sizzling grill, glancing up briefly to check how the line was going. The park ID picked out in Brockton Bay was crowded, with dozens of tables set up and people waiting patiently for their meals. Most of them were homeless, but others just looked like they'd had a run of bad luck. It felt good doing something good, even if it was just cooking for strangers. Mammoth meat was on the menu. Surprisingly, when I announced that when people started curiously gathering to the smells of cooking, no one seemed hesitant to try extinct animal meat. I guess Brockton Bay was used to weirder things. Mammoth steaks, mammoth fried rice, mammoth kebabs. I even tossed together some mammoth stir-fry. My tail swayed happily behind me while I worked. I loved cooking for people, especially when it meant helping those who really needed it. Ela stood beside me, wearing a long apron over her armor. Her fiery red hair was pulled back in a tight braid, keeping it out of her face as she served up plates and bowls. She glanced over at me with a raised eyebrow and a playful smile. I didn't expect you'd just be giving all this food away, love, she teased, handing a steaming plate of mammoth steak to an older man who thanked her with a toothless smile. How was he expecting to eat that without teeth exactly? Meh, he could always try the soup if it didn't work out. I just felt like doing something nice, I replied, shrugging as I flipped another steak. Out of all the worlds my restaurant connects to, this one definitely needs the most help. Ela nodded thoughtfully as she started serving another hungry person. Well, no argument there. Although I still don't see why anyone would willingly live in a city like this. It looked so bleak and sad. And that was coming from a woman who'd never heard of electricity or bathed in hot water until she met me. We weren't the only ones here, of course. I enlisted a bit of extra help. I even went the extra mile to make it an official D-rank mission that Tsunade found funny enough to make Naruto and Naruko participate in. Although Naruko didn't mind, since it meant getting to spend time with me. Naruko was smiling brightly as she handed out bowls of stew to a group of hungry-looking kids. Her 9 red fox tails swayed happily behind her, occasionally brushing gently against the curious children, who giggled each time they touched the soft fur. She seemed genuinely happy doing this. Her twin brother, Naruto, stood next to her awkwardly. He also now sported 9 golden fox tails and fluffy fox ears now, thanks to Naruko dragging him off to Ramirez World. Naruko had insisted on it, saying if she had to live as a fox girl, then he should experience it too minus the girl part. Here you go. There's plenty more food if you want more, Naruko said. Yeah, Databeo. Eat up so you can get big and strong like me, Naruto said to a group of small children. But we don't want to be case 53s, one of the kids pointed out. Naruto scratched his head and glanced at his sister. Huh? Naruto just stared blankly, clearly confused at the kid's question. Naruto glanced at him and then over to me. I shrugged in response. No idea what a case 53 is, I said. Before any of us could try guessing, a sudden gust of wind blew past, followed by the appearance of Glory Girl, who gracefully landed near us. A case 53 is someone who woke up one day with powers, but no memories, and usually they're mutated in some way. Her presence immediately drew everyone's attention. She approached Naruto and the kids with a reassuring smile, before turning to me. Hey Haru, what ya doing? Serving up some extinct mammoth meat. Wanna help out? Sure thing, Glory Girl said cheerfully, grabbing an apron and stepping right in to serve bowls of soup. The crowd seemed even more excited to have a familiar hero around now. She wasn't the only hero to show up either. Within minutes, more costumes arrived, drawing murmurs of excitement from the gathered people. 3 Protectorate heroes showed up next. Miss Militia, Dauntless, and Velocity. Was a bit surprised to not see Armsmaster with them. He was probably busy doing his own tinker thing. Miss Militia walked up to me, glancing at the makeshift cooking setup ID arranged in the park. She looked cautious, maybe a little hesitant. So you're Haru? She started, clearly choosing her words carefully. Do you have a permit to be serving food here? I smirked, meeting her eyes confidently. Nope. You gonna arrest me for it? Her gaze flicked quickly between me, Ila standing protectively nearby, and Naruto and Naruto handing out food to a group of smiling kids. No, Miss Militia sighed, her posture relaxing. They'll have the PRT issue a temporary permit immediately. It won't be a problem. Dauntless approached us, grinning widely. Yeah, no one's eager to pick a fight with someone who choked out Lung and one-shot an Endbringer. He extended a hand toward me, offering a friendly smile. Hi, I'm Dauntless. Want to join the Protectorate? I chuckled at his blunt invitation and shook his hand firmly. I appreciate the offer, but my restaurant already keeps me plenty busy. Ah, everyone dreams of being a superhero as a kid, though, Dauntless said with a chuckle. Or a villain, Miss Militia added dryly. Does this city have trouble with these villains you're mentioning? If you need someone to hunt them down, I'm always ready. Ila asked. Miss Militia visibly swallowed at the suggestion, clearly nervous at the idea of a complete unknown like Ila running loose in Brockton Bay. We appreciate the offer, really, she said quickly, but without Lung, the ABB has been effectively neutralized. Right now, the city's in a delicate state. Starting trouble with the Empire or the merchants could make things worse. Ila looked disappointed, but nodded understandingly. Dauntless laughed softly, trying to lighten the mood. Well, since fighting crime is off the table for now, mind if we lend a hand here? Of course, I replied, handing him an apron. The more help, the better. We were just about finished packing up after 2 hours of handing out food. Most people had already eaten, and I felt pretty good about the day. Doing something nice for people always put me in a good mood, especially in a city like Brockton Bay, which clearly needed it. Just as I was starting to collect the empty trays and clean up, the crowd parted, and a woman with a microphone and camera crew came striding purposefully towards me. Hello, Jessica Bayers. Brockton Bay News, she announced, pushing the microphone in my direction. Mind answering some questions for our viewers? I blinked, a little surprised by the sudden camera in my face, but nodded casually. Sure, ask away. Then I muttered under my breath. Do people even watch the news anymore? Glory Girl leaned in from nearby. I sure don't. I just check PHO for everything. Jessica shot her a glare, and Glory Girl smiled innocently, stepping back. The reporter sighed and turned back to me. So, first things first, Jessica began firmly. Who exactly are you? And why did you take over the boardwalk? It's lightly a acquisition. Hey now, I didn't exactly take over anything. My name is Haru, and I'm just a chef. My restaurant just ended up there. She narrowed her eyes skeptically. Just ended up there? Are you saying you had nothing to do with the stranger effect that prevents ordinary people from approaching your establishment? I raised an eyebrow at her words. This was actually news to me. Wait, really? There's some kind of stranger effect? Yes, she replied, irritation growing in her voice. Whenever regular citizens approach a restaurant, they suddenly change their minds and walk away. Care to explain? I rubbed the back of my head, feeling slightly awkward. It must have been something the goddess set up when my restaurant connected to Brockton Bay, probably to keep us from getting too swamped by random people. Honestly, I had no idea about that. But hey, if you can manage to reach the restaurant, anyone's welcome inside for a meal. I told the camera. I have no trouble getting inside, Glory Girl chimed in proudly, placing her hands on her hips. Me neither. Another voice called out. I glanced over, startled. Standing there with a mischievous smile and a stylish fedora was none other than the mysterious Illuminati hat lady. She winked at me, placed a finger playfully against her lips, and slipped quietly back into the crowd. Well, that happened. I stared after her in confusion before snapping back to the reporter, who had continued on, clearly frustrated by my casual demeanor. Moving on, then, Jessica said, her voice tightening. Are you a hero or a villain? I shrugged, completely unconcerned by the accusation. I'm neither. Like I said, I'm just a chef who happens to have a lot of power. And I guess pretty good looks, too. I flashed a teasing grin at Hila and Naruko. Naruko blushed furiously, her red fox tails swishing shyly behind her, while Hila simply rolled her eyes. Jessica let out a long sigh. Fine, let's address the elephant in the room. Did you actually defeat the Leviathan single-handedly? Or was that footage faked? I blinked, genuinely annoyed at the implication. Excuse me? You seriously think I'd waste my time faking something like that? I have better things to do than that. Dauntless laughed from nearby. Yeah, and no one's looking forward to challenging the guy who took down Lung and an Endbringer single-handedly. Believe me, if the footage were fake, Lung wouldn't still be in hiding. Jessica sighed again, clearly exasperated at our relaxed attitudes. Could you at least tell the people of Brockton Bay why you're here? What exactly do you hope to accomplish? I guess I'm just trying to help, I said sincerely. I saw people struggling here, so I decided to share what I could. That's really all there is to it. She stared at me for a long moment, probably hoping I'd reveal some secret motive or hidden agenda. When I simply smiled back, unbothered, she finally gave up, signaling to her cameraman to cut the recording. Fine, she muttered. We'll run what we have. Thank you for your time, she huffed out in irritation. Suddenly loud, piercing sirens echoed throughout the city. The peaceful park descended into instant chaos. People started panicking, shouting over each other, and scrambling around without direction. They started shouting that an Endbringer was coming. I quickly glanced toward Miss Militia, who had pressed her finger to her ear, clearly listening to some urgent information. Is an Endbringer coming here? I asked urgently. Miss Militia quickly shook her head, her expression grave. No, not here. It's Behemoth. He's heading straight for the city of Boston. The Behemoth? That's the radioactive one, isn't it? She nodded solemnly. Yes. Anyone who gets close risks instant death. Entire cities have to be evacuated after an attack because they become permanent radiation zones. Naruto and Naruko hurried toward us. They winced as their fox ears flattened against their heads. Both of them had just gotten their fox ears and were not used to loud noises. Haru, what's going on? What's with that horrible noise? She asked anxiously. It's a warning siren. An evil monster on the level of a tailed beast is attacking a city north of here. Naruto clenched his fists immediately, his tails bristling. Then what are we standing around here for? Let's go beat the hell out of it. Exactly, Hila declared fiercely, stepping up beside me with a confident gleam in her eyes. We can slay this beast easily. Hell yeah, Glory Girl shouted enthusiastically, clearly ready to leap into action. Before she could say anything else, though, her phone beeped loudly in her pocket. She sighed dramatically, pulling it out and checking the screen. Ugh, my mom just texted me. There's no chance in hell she'll let me go. Also, Glory Girl suddenly smiled sheepishly at the camera crew. Mom. I turned sharply to the reporter who was still standing nearby. Wait, this is live? She rolled her eyes at my obvious question. Of course it is. Then she gave me a skeptical look. So, Are you really going to punch out the behemoth too? Or was that Leviathan footage just cleverly edited? You know, a lot of people still think you faked it. Herself included, obviously. I don't know why, but that wrinkled my pride a little bit. Just watch. He'll handle your big radioactive monster. No problem. You mean, well, handle it. Hila corrected immediately, clearly insulted that ID, leave her out. I gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Hila, I can't let you near this one. The radiation would kill you in seconds, as a Wuru, human. I corrected myself to not give away her secret on live TV. Naruko, and I can handle it, but it's far too dangerous for you. She scowled stubbornly at me. That's bullshit. What in oblivion is radiation, anyway? I don't want to be sitting on the sideline like a milk drinker. I chuckled softly, shaking my head. She was always so confident, even about science things she didn't understand yet. He'll explain later. Just trust me on this one. She looked annoyed, but thankfully didn't push it further. Miss Militia approached again, this time with Dauntless and Velocity at her side. The heroes looked much more serious than before. Dauntless nodded appreciatively to me. We appreciate you stepping up, he said earnestly. We need every powerful ally we can get at times like these. Miss Militia's eyes were pleading as she added softly, please don't let us down. The world desperately needs another victory right now. Don't worry about this. Although it's a shame it's not the Simurgh. Gabriel really wants to get that bitch after she ran away from her last time. Wait, what was that? The reporter leaned forward eagerly, catching my remark. The Simurgh ran away? And who is Gabriel? Before I could respond, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated the area. When the glow faded, Gabriel stood before us. As always, she was amazingly beautiful and immaculate. In fact, her 12 white wings were looking even brighter and fluffier than usual. Her gaze flickered around curiously. Did someone call for me? Glory Girl stared at her in awe. She really knows how to make an entrance. Gabriel looked around again, noticing everyone's distress. Her tone softened with concern. Why is everyone so troubled? There's an Endbringer attack happening. I quickly informed her. Not here, but up north in Boston. Her expression darkened immediately, wings bristling defensively. Is it the false angel? No, I answered calmly. It's the radiation monster, Behemoth. But the false angel Simurgh might have come back near Earth again if this one is acting up too. Her eyes narrowed with determination. And I'll check myself. That fake angel won't escape me twice. With a powerful beat of her wings, Gabriel launched into the sky, vanishing within moments in a streak of golden brilliance. The reporter's mouth hung open, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Was that an actual angel? An archangel? But yeah, who exactly are you people? Conflict Engine 3, the entity known as Simurgh, hovered silently in Earth's orbit, watching the fragile world beneath her. Humans had given her that name, unaware that their labels held no significance to a being whose sole purpose was to guide their species toward inevitable conflict and ruin. However, her carefully orchestrated cycles had faced an unprecedented disruption. An anomaly had emerged, an entity closely resembling the angels from humanity's ancient religious myths. The anomaly was impossibly powerful, surpassing even the Simurgh herself. Their first encounter had been disastrous, forcing the Simurgh to retreat deep into Jupiter's tumultuous storms for more than a month. An indignity she had never previously endured. After careful calculation and thorough scanning, Simurgh determined that the anomaly had departed Earth. Confident she could resume her purpose, she positioned herself once again above the blue planet. She directed Behemoth, her fellow conflict engine, to target Boston, intending to shatter humanity's fragile sense of security and hope once more. But just as she finalized giving her instructions, an intense flash of golden light pierced Earth's atmosphere, streaking directly toward her position. Simurgh immediately recognized that familiar energy signature. The angel had returned. Oh, fuck, Simurgh thought sharply, a rare moment of panic surging through her. Her mind raced with calculations, each one returning the same dire outcome. Direct confrontation was impossible. Survival required immediate retreat. The Simurgh wasn't used to feeling emotions, let alone fear, for her own continued existence. Without hesitation, Simurgh spun around, propelling herself rapidly away from Earth. She fled toward the swirling storms of Jupiter, desperate to escape the anomaly's reach. "You're not getting away again, you evil coward." The angel's voice thundered behind her, impossibly audible even through the vacuum of space. Simurgh felt a rush of frustration. How could this creature persistently defy all her predictive models? She accelerated, pushing herself faster toward Jupiter. The gas giant storm had protected her once before, it would shield her again. "Face your judgment," the angel demanded. Golden energy shined around her wings as she closed the distance with terrifying speed. The sheer power radiating from the angel was overwhelming, threatening to envelop Simurgh entirely. Ignoring the angel's angry words, Simurgh pushed her artificial body to its absolute limits to try and escape a second time. Chapter 67. Grilling up some Endbringer Haru. The crowds had mostly cleared out by now in the Brockton Bay Park. The heroes from the PRT had done a decent job guiding everyone either home or toward the nearest shelters. Even though Boston was the target, Brockton Bay wasn't too far away and the fallout could potentially hit. Not that I planned on letting it come to that. Between me, Naruko, and Naruto, there was no way the behemoth wasn't about to get bodied. Miss Militia approached, pressing a finger to her earpiece, listening to whatever update she was receiving. "He's here," she said. Almost instantly, I felt a shift in the air. A figure appeared near us, a hero dressed in a mask and wearing a costume styled like an old-fashioned courier from the early 1900s. Dauntless stepped forward and waved at him. "Thanks for coming, Strider." Strider nodded curtly. "No problem. Is this the guy then?" He tilted his head, examining me with open curiosity. "Saw the footage on PHO, everyone saw it. Honestly, I've never seen someone scare off an Endbringer before. Think you can give us a repeat performance?" I couldn't help but smirk confidently. "You can count on it." Miss Militia glanced at me again, a quiet hope flickering in her eyes. "You sound pretty sure of yourself," she noted. "I am," I replied, cracking my knuckles and stretching my tails out comfortably behind me. Hila stepped forward with an irritated huff. She rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, looking around the nearly empty park with evident frustration. "Is there no one here worthy of my bow or blade?" she demanded. "Why can't I join this battle?" Miss Militia sighed patiently. "Right now, the Endbringer truce is in effect. Heroes and villains have agreed not to engage each other for about a week during and after an Endbringer attack." "A truce?" Hila scoffed. "You allow your enemies to roam free simply because a monster attacks?" Miss Militia nodded hesitantly. "The priority is the Endbringer. We can't afford distractions or unnecessary conflict. If a villain breaks the truce, though, you're welcome to handle them yourself." Hila scowled and shook her head. "That's the dumbest rule I've ever heard. Villains don't deserve that kind of mercy." I wrapped an arm around her shoulder gently, pulling her close to calm her temper. "Easy there. If a villain acts up and breaks the truce, they'll let you stab them to your heart's content." She glanced up at me, her lips twitching slightly into a smile. "You better keep your promise, Fox. Would appreciate you capturing the villains rather than stabbing them," Dauntless pointed out. "You get what you get," Hila said, and gave him challenging look. He just raised his hands up and backed away. "You to you, scary Viking." Lady Strider's teleportation was fast, and in a blink, we were standing on the outskirts of Boston. The moment we arrived, the sounds of chaos filled the air, horns blaring, people shouting, sirens wailing. The entire city was in a full-blown panic as civilians scrambled to evacuate before Behemoth arrived. Around us, hundreds of heroes and even villains stood near hastily erected FEMA tents, many of them looking nervous as hell. They were talking among themselves, checking their gear, or just staring off into the distance like they were trying to come to terms with the hell they were about to walk into. Naruto and Naruko stood beside me, their expressions grim as they took in the atmosphere. "This is bad," Naruto muttered with his ears twitching as he listened to the distant panic. No one here actually thinks they can win. Naruko frowned. I hate this, Ela snorted, unimpressed as she glanced over the assembled warriors. They've already lost, she scoffed. Cowards. A real warrior doesn't cower before battle. If these milk drinkers are this scared before the fight even begins, they might as well turn around and go home. A ripple of tension spread through the gathered heroes and villains. A few of them turned to glare at her for her words. I stepped in front of her before this escalated further. Sorry about that, I said to the crowd. She could be a little brash sometimes. She doesn't mean anything by it, Ela huffed behind me. I said what I said. Wait, is it the guy from PHO? Someone muttered. You mean the case 53 who made Leviathan run away? Another voice added. That got the attention of even more people. I felt dozens of eyes shift toward me, expressions ranging from disbelief to hope. I sighed, rubbing the back of my head. Yeah, that was me, I admitted. Imhahu. Nice to meet you all. I took a moment trying to figure out how to phrase my words so I wouldn't sound like a complete asshole. Taking a deep breath, I clapped my hands loudly and infused my voice with magicules so that everyone would hear me clearly. Hey everyone, I called out confidently. I appreciate you all showing up today, really, but your help isn't needed anymore. You guys can relax, kick back, and leave Behemoth to us. The reaction was pretty much what I expected. Heroes and villains alike stared at me, eyes wide with disbelief. A voice rose above the murmurs, a man in medieval-style armor, obnoxiously decorated with swastikas. Who the hell do you think you are to order us around? You slanty-eyed furry? My eyes narrowed dangerously. I felt my tails bristle. Oh, someone was definitely going to die today, and it wasn't Behemoth. Well, it was, but now this guy too. Miss Militia stepped forward, raising her voice angrily. Shut your mouth, Kaiser. No one wants to hear your racist garbage right now. She glanced back at me, tried to calm things down. Ignore him, Haru. Kaiser won't violate the truce, he's all talk. Twang thunk. I heard the sharp twang of a bowstring being released. Son of a bitch. Kaiser screamed, dropping to one knee. An arrow had lodged itself perfectly in the joint of his armor in his other one. Talk about my man like that again, and the next arrow goes straight through your eyeball. Ela shouted. She was holding her Nord hero bow, and it was pretty obvious who shot the Nazi. The assembled villains erupted into outrage, yelling about how the truce had been violated. Kaiser's fellow Nazis rushed to his side in anger. We'll kill you for that. A little girl Nazi yelled at us. You're nothing but trash. There's no way you fought Lung or the Leviathan. You fakes. A Nazi that smelled like a mangy dog added. Naruto and Naruko stepped forward with their tails swishing aggressively behind them. Naruto cracked his knuckles loudly. Just freaking try it. We'd love an excuse to kick your asses. Yeah, Naruko added, baring sharp fangs and a fierce grin. It's been too long since I beat some asses. This had escalated quickly, but then again, Nazis usually brought out the worst in people. Is there a problem here? Alexandria dropped from the sky, landing between our groups. Kaiser immediately tried to complain. She shot me in the knee. Are you just going to stand there and let these freaks violate the truce? He pointed at Ela and the rest of us while glaring hatefully. Alexandria cast a disdainful glance at him and scoffed. Go home, Kaiser. In fact, the Empire and every other villain here can leave right now. You're not needed today. Actually, you won't be needed at any future Endbringer battles, either. Her voice dropped ominously. Things will be changing soon. A few villains shuffled uneasily at her words. Alexandria turned toward me, her face softening slightly. Thank you for coming, Haru. Behemoth is nearly here. Good luck. I grinned, flashing my slightly elongated canines. You know what? Why don't you round up some grills? In a few minutes, we'll all be feasting on fresh Endbringer meat. She raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard, before chuckling softly and shaking her head. Behemoth is still radioactive, you know. Oh, right. I paused, then shrugged casually. That's fine. My new chef skill can probably cook out the radiation. The ground started shaking violently beneath our feet. The tremors were getting stronger and closer. It's here, Alexandria said, her confident smile fading just a bit. She glanced at me seriously. The behemoth travels underground by digging straight through the Earth's crust. It's currently tunneling up about a mile from our position. I turned to Ela, gently cupping her chin before planting a quick kiss on her cheek. She blinked in surprise, but smiled softly. I did the same to Naruko, who blushed brightly. Good luck, Haru, Ela said firmly. She then turned towards Naruko, nodding respectfully. Go kick some ass out there, sister. Naruko grinned back eagerly. Hell yeah, I will. Ela stepped back and scanned the crowd of heroes and villains with her eyes narrowed sharply. I'll stay here and watch these villains very closely. Her voice dropped threateningly on that last bit, and I saw several villains visibly gulp at her words. Naruto stepped closer, looking slightly nervous but determined. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder before glancing at Naruko. You two ready to test out your new forms? I asked. Naruko's grin widened, her canines showing clearly. Hell yeah. Honestly, I've always been a little jealous that Gaara could turn into a giant monster whenever he wanted. Now it's my turn. Naruto nodded beside her. This is going to be so damn cool. I chuckled softly at their enthusiasm, then closed my eyes, channeling the magicules in my core. Blue foxfire exploded outward, covering my body completely as my form began to shift dramatically. Bones grew, muscles expanded, and my vision rose higher and higher until I towered over everyone at a full 50 feet tall. 10 massive, golden tails swayed behind me, spreading out majestically. 2 more bursts of power surged beside me, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground as Naruto and Naruko transformed as well. When the energy dispersed, they stood at about 30 feet tall, each 9-tailed foxes towering impressively over the stunned crowd. Naruko's fur was a deep, brilliant red, while Naruto's fur shone a bright golden yellow. Both of them looked amazing. I leaned toward Naruko, nudging her gently with my snout. You look very pretty like this, Naruko. Naruko's ears flicked down bashfully, and even through the fur, I could tell she was blushing. Asharu, knock it off. You're embarrassing me. Despite her complaints, her tails wagged enthusiastically, kicking up clouds of dust. Alexandria flew upwards, floating right in front of my giant fox face. While she muttered, You're much bigger than when you fought Leviathan. Yeah, things happened, I said with a casual shrug of my massive shoulders. Met a demon lord. She decided to name me. It was a whole thing. Alexandria stared silently for a moment, clearly unsure how to respond. She opened her mouth to speak, but at that exact second, the ground erupted violently a short distance away. The behemoth had arrived. A deafening roar split the air, echoing through the entire city. Heroes and villains alike covered their ears or scrambled back. Smoke, dust, and debris filled the sky as the massive figure of the Endbringer clawed itself out from the earth. Naruto growled beside me. So that's an Endbringer, it looks nasty. Let's put it down quick. Naruko added. You got it, I smirked. Alexandria hovered in midair, her cape fluttering softly behind her as she stared in disbelief at the chaos unfolding below. If someone had told her a few weeks ago she'd witnessed something like this, she'd have called them insane. For most of her adult life, Alexandria had carried the world's burdens. Every crisis, every threat, the fate of humanity had often rested in her hands. She had been forced to make ruthless choices her old friend Hero would have never accepted. But she had always done what was necessary, all to keep humanity alive, all to prevent the monsters known as Endbringers and the even greater threat, Scion, from annihilating them. But this was completely beyond anything Shed ever imagined. 3 massive, mythological foxes, creatures straight out of Japanese legend, were tearing the behemoth apart. The largest fox, Haru, was towering over the battlefield at 50 feet tall. With a fierce growl, he whipped his 10 colossal tails forward, slamming them directly into the behemoth's face. The impact was deafening, echoing through Boston like a thunderclap and sending the radioactive beast tumbling across the landscape for miles, carving a deep trench into the earth. The second fox, Naruto, if she remembered his name, correctly lunged forward with impressive speed and snapped his jaws shut around the behemoth's massive front legs, powerful fangs piercing the thick, diamond-like skin. The beast roared in agony. Alexandria suddenly found that she really loved that sound. Then came the third red, giant fox Naruto. She leaped upward and raked her claws mercilessly across the behemoth's face, gouging out one of its red eyes. The Endbringer howled, thrashing violently as radioactive molten blood oozing from the empty socket. Back near the city's outskirts, hundreds of heroes erupted into wild, disbelieving cheers. The civilians who hadn't managed to evacuate completely had paused their frantic escape and watched in awe. Overhead, news helicopters flew daringly close, cameras capturing every detail of the unprecedented scene. Normally, Alexandria would have shouted at them to keep evacuating, to flee before it was too late. Yet this time, she couldn't bring herself to interrupt. Something incredible was happening right before all of their eyes. Naruto growled fiercely, ripping and tugging at the legs he had locked between his jaws. With a sickening crack, one of the limbs tore free, splattering the ground with radioactive blood. Now crippled, the behemoth howled again, thrashing weakly on 3 legs. Haru charged forward relentlessly, and his giant paw pinned the weakened creature into the ruined ground. He and Naruto grasped the remaining limbs with their jaws, tearing them free from the monster's battered torso. The Endbringer let out an intense burst of radiation, since that was all it could do without its limbs. And yet the massive foxes were all unaffected. This is it, she whispered to herself. She was finally going to see one of these monsters die. Haru snarled deeply. He plunged his claws violently into the Endbringer's torso, digging through its chest until finally he found something within. Alexandria hovered closer to get a better look. Was at the heart of the beast. Cauldron always speculated the Endbringers all had some kind of vital core. Haru pulled out a glowing crystalline orb from within the Endbringer's torso. It pulsed weakly between his claws. And then Haru opened his jaws and swallowed the core in one gulp. Whoa! Haru jumped a little bit after it went down, and smoke poured out of his jaws that was spicy. Without its core, the behemoth stopped moving altogether. It was dead. Silence filled the battlefield for a moment before people erupted in even louder cheers. An Endbringer had been killed in less than 2 minutes. Haru turned back toward Alexandria as he picked up the behemoth's body and its limbs with his tails. "Someone better find us some grills," Haru declared, "because in a few minutes, we'll be feasting on Endbringer meat." Alexandria thought Haru had been joking, but as she watched the surreal scene unfold before her, she realized he had been completely serious right now, in the middle of what had just almost been a war zone. Haru was calmly grilling pieces of the dead behemoth. A dozen outdoor grills had been set up in front of him, all raided from nearby stores. He stood casually in front of all of them, expertly flipping steaks, completely unconcerned that the creature he was cooking had been considered the world's greatest threat just a few minutes earlier. Alexandria shook her head slowly. This was ridiculous. The corpse of the behemoth lay only a short distance away, chunks of flesh already carved out of it. A small mountain of meat sat near Haru. "You're seriously cooking that thing?" Alexandria finally asked. Haru turned towards her with a relaxed smile. "Absolutely. I promised we'd eat some Endbringer, and I always keep my promises when it comes to food." He nodded his head seriously. "You know it's radioactive, right? Even after death?" She asked cautiously, still not entirely convinced this was safe. Haru waved off her concern casually. "I handled that. Trust me, it's totally safe. If it helps, I'll taste it first. I think that would reassure everyone," she replied dryly, a faint smile touching her lips despite herself. Haru chuckled, cut a fresh slice of steak, and popped it into his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully for a moment, his eyes closing as he savored the flavor. Finally, he nodded approvingly. "Perfect," he declared proudly, handing the first prepared plate directly to Alexandria. "Your steak, ma'am." He smirked at her. Alexandria stared at the paper plate in her hand, struggling not to laugh again. After all she'd seen, done, and endured. She was standing here, holding a piece of grilled Endbringer meat. She couldn't help but glance around. Nearly every cape present was staring eagerly, watching her closely to see what she'd do next. Taking a deep breath, she raised a fork in her other hand. All right, here goes nothing. She took a bite, bracing herself for anything but what she actually tasted. Warm, tender, perfectly seasoned meat practically melted in her mouth, and she released a quiet, involuntary moan of appreciation. Oh my God, Haru grinned triumphantly, arms folded in satisfaction. Told you. Pretty good, huh? This isn't just good, Alexandria admitted honestly, taking another bite. This is delicious. An Endbringer had no right to taste so amazing. After she declared that, the gathered heroes all piled up in a line, wanting their own tastes. The butcher, the latest incarnation of the butcher, grinned manically. He had been watching as the three massive fox-like Case 53s effortlessly took down one of the strongest beings on the planet. He had been looking for someone strong enough to inherit the endless cycle of insanity inside him. And right now, each of those giant creatures seemed perfect. They're perfect hosts, whispered the first butcher in his head. Any one of those foxes would give us power unlike anything before, echoed the fifth, excitedly. Then let's go die already. The eighth laughed wildly. I'm tired of this weak-ass body. The current butcher chuckled to himself, radiating bloodlust as he pushed through the crowd of shocked heroes and villains. The idiots were all busy celebrating, oblivious to the monster walking among them. Some finally noticed him approaching, quickly turning hostile as they recognized who and what he was. Not another step, villain, a woman with striking braided red hair, stepped in his path. She had a fierce, warrior-like appearance. You won't interrupt my beloved and my sister while they're celebrating. Ooh, she's pretty, hissed one of the butchers. Kill her slowly. The current butcher smirked, tilting his head as if amused. Sorry, sweetheart, he said darkly. You're just in the way. Without hesitation, he activated his agony-inducing power, expecting her to crumple and scream until her heart stopped. But instead of falling, her eyes flashed with pure, raw hatred, and she unleashed an inhuman roar. What the fuck? The ninth butcher shouted inside him. Before he could react, she launched forward, shifting rapidly into a huge, snarling werewolf right before his eyes. She slammed into him, driving him brutally to the ground. Yes, the sixth butcher cried in excitement. She's strong. Take her instead. The butcher felt claws tear through his flesh effortlessly, his supposedly invincible durability useless against her fury. He tried to scream, but her teeth tore into his throat, and blood erupted everywhere, silencing his latest host forever. It didn't matter, this was exactly what he wanted. His spirit surged forward, eagerly waiting to possess the powerful new body. But something felt wrong. Instead of merging with the awesome, sexy werewolf, the butcher found himself standing in a strange, ethereal forest. He blinked, looking around to see the other 9 butchers standing beside him. They had all been separated again. How? This was impossible. What the hell is this? The fourth butcher demanded. Where's the new host? The second growled. A deep, resonant chuckle filled the forest around them, sending chills down their spines. Naughty, the mysterious voice drifted through the fog, mocking them. Did you really think I'd let you possess my favorite huntress? Such arrogance deserves punishment. Who the fuck are you? Demanded the first butcher. I am Herson, the prince of the hunt. Welcome to my eternal hunting grounds. Your souls belong to me now, and you'll remain here, trapped, for a very, very long time. Chapter 68. PHO and Haranuru, welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in as Point Me. The Sky, verified cape. You are viewing. Topic. Behemoth is dead. WEF. Massive foxes ate him. In. Boards Endbringer attacks current events Bagrat. The guy in the know. Original poster. Holy shit. I don't even know how to come out and say this, but the behemoth is dead. Like straight up dead and not coming back. For those who don't check the news, even though you should, because a freaking Endbringer attack was going on. The behemoth attacked Boston. Heroes and villains arrived to hold him off bravely, I might add, because he has the highest body count of the three monsters. Although it turned out they weren't needed, because three gigantic nine-tailed foxes decided to show up, rip the behemoth apart, and then literally eat him. They even carved up his rock-hard meat, somehow cooked it to be edible, and served it to everyone afterward. And of course, this was all on camera, lots of cameras. Link, showing page 1 of 29. XX Void Cowboy Sex, temp and 1 week. First. And it's all fake. Come on, sheeple. You think giant foxes just popped out of nowhere and killed a freaking Endbringer? Open your eyes. It's obviously CGI and propaganda from Earth Aleph's lizard government. Wake up, Tin Mother, moderator, Void Cowboy. You have been given a 1-week timeout. Please use this period to reconsider your posting habits. Vista is best cape. Vista fan club president. This isn't fake. Vista confirmed on social media it's real, and she actually ate some of the behemoth meat. She rated it 10/10. Surprisingly tasty. Vista wouldn't Price Vista. DePopo 34, keyboard warrior. Can somebody ban these creepy Vista fans already? She's like 12 clock blocker. Verified cape. Tin Mother's not lying. Ate it myself. Had 3 servings. Still alive, still handsome. Endbringer barbecue is now the official cuisine of Brockton Bay Protectorate. Point me. The sky. Verified cape. Yo, I was there. These fox people are totes legit. I saw Haru turn the behemoth into a steak personally. Also, Naruko is gorgeous up close. 100 fangirling. Greggy Boyo, verified cape enthusiast. Hey, Glory Girl. Big fan. Question though, didn't your mom tell you that you couldn't go? I was watching TV and saw that live. Point me. The sky, verified cape, Greggy Boyo. I snuck out and flew over to Boston when mom wasn't looking. I'm gonna be grounded, but worth it. XX Void Cowboy Sex, temp banned 1 week, all to count. Void Cowboy Reborn also banned. You can't silence the truth, Tin Mother. This was clearly a bio-tinker experiment designed to pacify humanity into accepting alien overlords. Tin Mother, moderator, Void Cowboy Reborn. Your IP has been logged. Enjoy the permanent ban. You know we don't allow alt accounts. Tinfoil Hat Mafia, Cape Conspiracy Enthusiast. Okay, this time Void might have a point. I'm not buying the official narrative. Maybe it's not Earth Aleph's lizard overlords, but seriously, giant foxes appearing out of nowhere and casually eating the most terrifying Endbringer? This smells suspiciously convenient. Uber, verified villain. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm on Team Fox now. Can someone give me a collectible version of those 9-tailed foxes? Asking for a friend. And that friend is me. Let Fiat Feeling, Uber, Freitor. Actually, give me one too. Miss Malicious fan, 342. Anyone else see Kaiser get shot in the knee by a medieval Viking werewolf lady? Link. Villains getting what they deserve. Absolutely chef kiss. Point me. The sky. Verified cape. OMG, that was Ela. She's terrifying but amazing. Kaiser cried like a baby. BTW. Dragon. Verified cape. Let me clarify for those wondering. The Endbringer meat was extensively tested, and surprisingly, it showed no signs of radiation afterward. The cooking method Haru used genuinely removed radioactive contamination. Yes, I know how it sounds. I've triple-checked the results myself with multiple scanners. Boston strongest. I live in Boston. Saw everything through my window. This was no stunt, folks. I thought we were goners, but those foxes literally saved our city. I might actually sleep tonight for the first time in years. Paranoid Panda, anyone else worried that eating the behemoth could cause weird power mutations? Just me? Oh, cool. Still would have eaten it though. Aegis, verified cape. Ate it. Still feel normal. A bit more energetic, maybe? Honestly, just glad behemoth is dead. Everything else is gravy at this point. Bagrat, the guy in the know. Opie. Anyone catch that moment when Haru casually flirted with Naruko right in the middle of the fight? Priorities. Even if it was 2 foxes flirting, which was kind of weird to see. Clock blocker, verified cape, Bagrat. Bold of you to assume there's ever a bad time to flirt. Respect. Little Miss, Vista fan club member. Wait, didn't Alexandria show up and actually joke about grilling Inbringer meat with Haru? Like Alexandria actually cracked a joke on camera? Laser Dream, verified cape. She did. I was watching live with my jaw dropped the entire time. I thought Alexandria was physically incapable of humor. Tattletale, unverified cape. Nope, she's just been waiting 30 years for someone strong enough to make a joke with. Trust me on this. Point me, the sky, verified cape, Tattletale. No one trusts you, villain. But actually, you're probably right about this. Kaiser's actual knee. Temp account. Hello, I am the shattered remains of Kaiser's knee, and I can confirm this event really happened. I'm dead now. Please send condolences. Bagrat, the guy in the know. Opie, Kaiser's actual knee. I can't stop laughing. What is happening here? Vista is escape, Vista fan club presidente. Anyone else realize that we now have no real reason to fear Endbringers? We literally ate one of them. I'm starting to think the apocalypse might actually get canceled this year. Crisis Red, Vista is best cape. Why would you say that? Now you've jinxed it. Simmerg incoming in 3-2 gallant. Verified cape. Never jinx it. Guys, seriously. But also I ate some too, and am still alive. And I think my power might actually feel stronger. Dragon, verified cape, gallant. Please report to the nearest protectorate station immediately for tests. This is not a drill. Greggy Boyo, verified cape enthusiast. Endbringer meat power upgrade confirmed? Calling it now. This was all a conspiracy from Cauldron. Clock blocker, verified cape, Greggy Boyo. The hell is a Cauldron? Greggy Boyo, verified cape enthusiast. They're the secret Illuminati that rule the world. How do you not know this? You work for them. The dark web is full of stuff about them, scary hat lady, moderator, Greggy Boyo, and we know where you sleep, so you better zip it. I just PMD you, Greggy Boyo, verified cape enthusiast. Guys, I'm scared. Crazy hat lady, just send me a picture of my own freaking bedroom. Tin Mother, moderator, keep it civil, everyone. Any more conspiracy nonsense, or threats, and you'll join Void Cowboy in Bandland. Also, scary hat lady. Who the hell are you? You are not a moderator on this site. Scary hat lady, moderator. I am now Tin Mother, moderator. Why can't I delete your account? That should be impossible. Scary hat lady, moderator, LOL. Get good, Tin Mother, moderator, Greggy Boyo, verified cape enthusiast, woe point me. The sky, verified cape, don't piss off scary hat lady noted. Uber, verified villain. Who cares about that? All hail our new Fox overlords. Bagrat, the guy in the know. Opie, what a day. We witnessed history. Guys, end of page 1 Haru. I stood behind the counter of my restaurant, trying to cram leftover Endbringer meat into one of my magical fridges. The fridge, thankfully, was much bigger on the inside, making storage easier, but I still had to push pretty hard to fit the large crystalline chunks inside. It wasn't exactly my favorite meat to cook, mostly because I had to rely on my chef skill just to make it edible. But hey, at least people seemed to like it, and nobody died from radiation poisoning, so I couldn't complain. Not all of the meat ended up here, of course. Alexandria and a bunch of government agencies had practically begged for pieces of the behemoth for research. I had just closed the fridge when the door to the restaurant swung open with a forceful bang, causing me to jump slightly. Gabriel stormed in, her usually calm and graceful face twisted in an unmistakable pout. She was clearly upset. Actually, it was the first time I'd ever seen her so visibly frustrated. Even though the answer was obvious, I still had to ask. Hey, Gabriel, so how'd it go? She let out an irritated huff, crossing her arms beneath her chest as she scowled adorably. I don't want to talk about it. That meanie got away again. Whoa, did Gabriel almost swear just now? Things really must have gone badly up there in space before I could press further. The door from the kitchen swung open, and Naruko and Ela stepped out, both wearing fresh clothes borrowed from Rias. Their long, damp hair hung loosely, signaling they'd obviously just come out of the shower together. Even though I knew nothing sexual happened between them, I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, especially since Ela had asked Naruko, to help wash her after dealing with some villain that she mauled while I was cooking. Naruko, on the other hand, had simply wanted to clean dirt out of her fluffy tails. They noticed Gabriel immediately and her expression. Naruko offered a sympathetic smile, while Ila assessed the angel's obvious frustration and seemed to instantly understand what had happened. "You'll get her next time," Ila said confidently, giving Gabriel a nod of encouragement. "Even the most cunning prey eventually slips up. When she does, you'll be ready." Gabriel brightened slightly, returning a gentle smile. "Thank you, kind werewolf." After a moment of quiet, she sighed softly. "I suppose I should be getting back to heaven. Michael and my other siblings are probably starting to worry about me." "I get it," I said, leaning against the counter. "What do your siblings think about this place, anyway? You've never brought any of them here." Oh, Gabriel hesitated, looking a bit shy as she shifted nervously from foot to foot. "Well, the truth is, I haven't actually told them yet." I raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Really? Why not?" Gabriel looked away, a soft blush forming on her cheeks. "I just really like coming here. It's nice having somewhere to go where I can just be Gabriel, you know? Not Gabriel the Archangel, protector of humanity. Warrior of heaven, just Gabriel." Naruko nodded in understanding, her foxtails flicking softly behind her. "Yeah, I completely get that. Back home, my brother and I aren't just ninja. We're the Jinchuriki, weapons of the village, constantly under scrutiny. Here, I can just relax." Ila, however, scoffed, shaking her head proudly. Personally, I love standing out. Back in Whiterun, plenty of people call me that bitch. It's clearly a mark of respect. Everyone knows exactly who's in charge." Naruko and I exchanged a quick glance. I wasn't entirely sure that Ila fully grasped the meaning of that particular term, especially given her tone. I decided not to correct her right now, though I'd definitely be having a talk with anyone I heard using it around her, preferably with my fists. Gabriel's expression softened, her smile returning. "Either way, thank you again for inviting me here. Next time that false angel dares to appear, please call upon me immediately. I swear to you, she won't escape a third time." "I will," I promised, offering her a reassuring grin. "We'll get her together." She nodded gratefully, then vanished in a flash of brilliant golden light, leaving a warm glow lingering briefly in the air. "Well," Naruko said after a pause. "That happened." After Gabriel left, Ila leaned casually against the counter and turned to me with a curious look. Her vivid green eyes sparkled playfully as she asked, "So, Haru, what are your plans now? Any more strange worlds to save?" I chuckled, running a hand through my hair as I consider my answer. "Honestly, I've been bouncing around between dimensions and fighting giant monsters a bit too often lately. I think I might stay closer to home for a few days. Maybe finally get some peace and quiet around here." Naruko tilted her head thoughtfully, her red tails swishing gently behind her. "Weren't you talking about checking on Ains, though? And what about that Rimuru guy as well?" I sighed, nodding reluctantly. "Yeah, they'll probably swing by to see how Ains is doing." As for Rimuru, I paused, feeling my tails involuntarily stiffen behind me. The image of Rimura's shy but flirty conversations with my mother flashed through my mind. It wasn't jealousy, not really, but something about Mom possibly dating again made me a bit uncomfortable. Ila raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Oh, does someone not approve of his mother's new boyfriend?" I shot her a mild glare, though there was no real heat behind it. "I didn't say anything like that. If Mom wants to date some slime guy, that's her business. I'm definitely not jealous." Naruko giggled behind her hand, obviously not believing me for a second. I felt my cheeks heat slightly, but kept my mouth shut, deciding that further protests would only make things worse. Before I could dwell on it further, I felt a warm kiss on my cheek, pulling my attention back to Ila. She leaned closer, pressing herself gently against me, her breath warm against my ear. "Well, jealousy or not, I'd say you deserve to celebrate your victory properly." Her voice lowered, taking on that familiar, sultry tone that always sent pleasant shivers down my spine. "I'd suggest heading back to your room and making good use of that big bed of yours, but I get the feeling our sweet Naruko isn't quite ready for that yet." Naruko's eyes widened instantly, her face turning a delightful shade of red. Her fluffy ears flattened in embarrassment. I am definitely not ready yet, she stammered, clearly flustered. She quickly glanced between me and Ela, biting her lower lip anxiously. But I mean, if you two want to, go ahead without me. Ela laughed. Oh, you're just adorable, sister, she purred. Stepping forward, she gently cupped Naruko's blushing face and placed a gentle, reassuring kiss on her cheek, causing the fox girl's blush to deepen further. As Ela stepped back, she gave Naruko a mischievous wink. Then, without warning, she delivered a playful slap to Naruko's firm backside. The fox girl let out a surprised squeak, her tails going rigid in shock. Besides, Ela teased, grinning wickedly as she sauntered toward the door, I got plenty of eyefuls of your amazing body while we showered together. You really shouldn't keep Haru waiting too long. Naruko stared after Ela, eyes wide and face crimson. That's not fair. Ela chuckled deeply, tossing a casual wave over her shoulder as she walked out. All's fair in love and war, little sister. The door swung closed, leaving Naruko and me alone, an awkward silence hanging between us. Finally, Naruko cleared her throat shyly. She's really something. Huh. I couldn't help but chuckle as I watched Ela confidently stride out the front door. She certainly was something. Strong, fearless, and always unapologetically herself. It was part of why I'd fallen for her so hard in the first place. When the door closed behind her, I turned my attention back to Naruko, standing quietly by the counter. Our eyes met, and my breath caught slightly in my chest. Her face was still flushed. Maybe it was my fox instincts acting up, but at that moment, I found her genuinely beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that the words slipped out before I even realized I was speaking. You're really beautiful, Naruko, I said gently, my voice barely more than a whisper. Her purple eyes widened in shock, but then she smiled shyly. Thank you, she murmured softly, voice trembling with genuine emotion. That really means a lot coming from you, Haru. We stood there quietly for a moment, just soaking in the gentle warmth of the moment. My heart beat a little faster, prompting me to break the silence again. Hey, Naruko, I started, suddenly feeling uncharacteristically nervous. Would you maybe want to go on a date with me? Just us. You've seen plenty of the yokai side of Kyoto, but I haven't really shown you around the human side of my world yet. I'd love to take you somewhere nice. Naruko wiped gently at her eyes, the blush returning to her cheeks in full force. She smiled softly, her tail swaying gently behind her in excitement. I'd really like that, she said shyly. Honestly, I've been wanting to spend more time alone with you, but I just wasn't sure how to ask. I laughed softly, feeling relief wash over me. You can always ask me anything. You don't have to be nervous around me. Her eyes sparkled warmly, and she stepped a bit closer, reaching out to gently squeeze my hand. I'll try to remember that. But just a heads up, I haven't really been on many dates, so I might be a bit awkward. I squeezed her hand back reassuringly. That's perfectly fine. Honestly, I'm probably just as nervous as you are right now. She giggled sweetly at that, her ears perking up happily. Well, that makes me feel a little better. So, what kind of things do humans do on dates in your world anyway? Ik rente hier in Rusiism. Let's keep it classic. Dinner, maybe see a movie, take a walk around the city at night. Just simple stuff to start. Naruko's smile brightened further. That sounds wonderful. Glory girl, it was well past midnight, but the celebration in Boston was still going strong. Vicky had spent most of the evening partying alongside Gallant. Too excited about the Endbringers' defeat to even care about how it might look to anyone who saw them together, and thought she was cheating on her boyfriend Dean. Who was going to worry about her dating drama right now, anyway? The world had just seen Haru and his friends rip apart an unstoppable monster. Her problems were definitely small potatoes compared to that. But eventually, even Vicky got tired. Deciding it was time to head home, she took to the skies, flying full speed toward Brockton Bay. Boston wasn't that far, about 100 miles or so. At her fastest, the trip only took about 15 minutes. When she reached home, she hovered carefully by her bedroom window, relieved to see it still cracked open just as Shed left it. Quietly, she lifted it up and slipped through, making sure not to disturb her mom or Dad. Welcome back, Victoria Dallin. Vicky froze. Sitting on her bed, fully suited up in her Brandish costume, was her mother, Carol, and she did not look happy. The use of her full name was a pretty clear sign that things weren't going to end well. "Oh, hi, Mom," Vicky said awkwardly, offering her mother an uncomfortable smile. "What? Oh, why are you still awake?" Carol raised an eyebrow, looking entirely unimpressed with her dumb question. "There was an Endbringer attack tonight, Victoria. Why in the world would you think I'd just go to bed early?" Vicky winced a bit at her mother's sharp tone. "Well, because it's dead now," she offered weakly. Carol gave her a flat, almost disbelieving stare. "Really?" Vicky sighed dramatically, shoulders slumping. "Am I grounded?" Her mother folded her arms. "What do you think?" Vicky groaned and threw her hands up. "Oh, come on. Haru literally killed the behemoth in like 2 minutes. I wasn't even in danger. Nobody was. That isn't the point," Carol said firmly, her expression softening slightly with worry. "You didn't know that when you snuck out. You willingly put yourself at risk, and you didn't even think to tell me. How did you even know I snuck out in the first place? I monitor your PHO, and you literally posted you snuck out," her mom told her flatly. Damn, Vicky really shouldn't have posted that. She was just too hyped in the moment. Vicky's shoulders dropped, feeling a pang of guilt. She knew her mom meant well, but she really didn't understand. Carol had never actually visited the foxhole. She had no idea just how powerful Haru and his friends were. To Vicky, after spending time around literal godlike beings, the Endbringers barely seemed like a threat anymore. "Mom, seriously," she tried again, a bit softer now. "You need to come see the foxhole yourself. If you met Haru, Ila, Naruko, or any of the others, you'd understand why I wasn't worried at all. These guys are way beyond anything we've ever faced before. Seriously, screw the Endbringers and screw Scion. Haru's crew makes them look like nothing." Carol still didn't look convinced, but she hesitated, clearly intrigued by the intensity of Vicky's insistence. Taking the opportunity, Vicky pressed on quickly. "You could come with me tomorrow. Please? Bring Dad, too. Maybe someone there could even help him with his depression. It's not impossible. I've seen crazier things happen at that place." That caught Carol's attention more than anything else Vicky had said. Her mother's expression softened noticeably, a flicker of hope briefly crossing her face before being quickly masked. Finally, Carol sighed, standing up from the bed. "They'll think about it," she said reluctantly. "But you're still grounded for a week." "Fine," she pouted as her mother closed the door behind her. Just as Vicky let herself flop dramatically onto the bed with an exaggerated groan, her phone vibrated loudly on her nightstand. She picked it up, squinting at the bright screen, and saw a flood of new messages from PHO. Curiosity got the better of her, and she opened it up. Void Cowboy 3. Confirmed. Glory girl cheating on her boyfriend. Attached was a picture of her and Gallant dancing together. Vicky's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, come on." She groaned louder, burying her face in her pillow. "An Endbringer died, and people really do care about my dating life." She then paused. "And I thought that Troll Void got banned." She really hated PHO, sometimes Chapter 69. Funny-looking head Azazel sat uncomfortably across from Surzex and Seraphol, feeling the intense heat of their glares. So, he began awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. "What exactly did you two want to talk about so urgently?" Seraphol's pout deepened into an irritated frown. "Urgently? Azazel, we've been trying to reach you for almost 2 weeks." Azazel chuckled sheepishly. "All right, sorry about that. After visiting Haru's restaurant and witnessing literal alien technology, I got inspired for my artificial sacred gear project. You know how it goes, I had to act on it right away." Had barely stepped out of his lab during those 2 weeks. If Azazel hadn't been a 12-winged fallen angel, he probably would have died from exhaustion or dehydration by now. Thankfully, those human necessities were more of a recommendation for someone of his strength, though he did occasionally enjoy indulging himself. Judging by the irritated expressions of the two Mao in front of him, Azazel had clearly missed something crucial. Surzex folded his arms, his usually gentle gaze now stern. While you were busy with your experiments, your subordinate Kokabeel blatantly marched into Kuo town and tried to assassinate both Rias and Sona. Azazel's eyes widened in disbelief, his casual demeanor vanishing instantly. He did what? When? 2 weeks ago, Seraphal snapped sharply, her gaze piercing him like a blade. Azazel winced, feeling genuinely guilty. Hell, maybe I should actually check my messages once in a while. No wonder Penemu looked ready to tear my wings off when I saw her earlier. Seraphal leaned forward, scrutinizing him closely. Do you realize how serious this is? Azazel, Kokabeel was your responsibility, and he nearly killed our sisters. And the peace talks are officially on hold, cause Yasaka is pissed off too. I'm sure she's tried to contact you as well. She has. He asked in surprise. You kinda suck as a faction leader, Seraphal told him. I know, but I'm kinda all we have, he admitted. She glared at him some more. Azazel held up his hands defensively. I know. Look, I'm not excusing any of all this, but at least tell me your siblings are okay. Seraphal's expression shifted, a proud smirk crossing her lips as she leaned back confidently. Oh, they're more than okay. Sotan and Riatan kicked Kokabeel's ugly ass so thoroughly he had to run away like a coward. Azazel blinked in surprise, genuinely impressed. Really now? Damn, I didn't expect your little sisters to be that powerful already. Seraphal's smug grin widened triumphantly. Damn right they are. My Sotan isn't someone Kokabeel can bully around. She's growing up so fast. Surzex, however, remained serious, his eyes fixed steadily on Azazel. That still leaves the question, what exactly are you going to do about Kokabeel? He's your subordinate. Azazel scratched his chin thoughtfully. Honestly, Kokabeel probably already fled the Grigori after pulling such an idiotic stunt. There wasn't much Azazel could realistically do besides damage control at this point. Still, he supposed he could at least check if Kokabeel was feeling cooperative enough to explain himself. I guess I can call him and find out what the hell he's thinking, Azazel offered with a casual shrug. Surzex stared at him blankly. Seraphal gave him a look as though Head just said something painfully stupid. Call him. Seraphal repeated incredulously. Seriously, Azazel. There's no way he's going to pick up. Your Azazel already had his phone out, dialing the number. Let's see. To everyone's surprise, including Azazel's, Kokabeel answered immediately. Well, Kokabeel's arrogant voice dripped venom from the speaker, sharp and mocking. You finally dragged your ass out of that pathetic lab of yours and noticed I was missing? Azazel resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I guess so. So, I heard you tried to assassinate 2 devil heiresses. Care to explain what that's about? He asked calmly despite the increasingly hostile glares coming from Surzex and Seraphal across the table. Kokabeel practically growled through the phone, bitterness heavy in his voice. I'm tired of pretending. Azazel, I'm sick of this pointless peace you've chained us to. We fallen angels are the strongest race, and it's about time I reminded everyone. I'll admit, I was arrogant to assume those pampered little devils wouldn't have decent protection. But Kokabeel's voice darkened ominously. Can you say the same about the Yukai? Azazel's stomach clenched with dread. What are you planning now, Kokabeel? He demanded sharply. A low, humorless laugh echoed through the line. That Grimmery girl's destruction magic actually managed to hurt me. They humiliated me, Azazel. So now I'm going to repay the favor. I'm going to Kyoto, and I'm going to murder that fiancé of hers. Tell me you're not in Kyoto right now. Azazel snapped. Kokabeel laughed cruelly. Damn right I am. Funny enough, I see Yasaka's precious boy out enjoying a cute little date with another fox girl. How disgustingly adorable. Let's see you idiots keep your precious peace after I kill them. The Yukai will be out for blood, and I will have my war. Kokabeel, don't you dare. Azazel started angrily, but Kokabeel had already hung up, leaving nothing but silence. Azazel stared numbly at his phone for several seconds before shrugging helplessly. Welp, that happened. He glanced up, only to find both Maos already standing, fury etched clearly on their faces. "We need to get to Kyoto now," Sir Zek shouted, already preparing a teleportation spell. Naruko was genuinely enjoying her date with Haru. It had turned out even better than Shed hoped. Haru took her to a 5-star restaurant far fancier than anything Shed ever seen back in the Leaf Village. Sitting at a table covered in white linen and sipping sparkling wine from crystal glasses, she genuinely felt like a princess. Then again, considering she technically was an Uzumaki princess, maybe this was just her finally getting a taste of what her life could have been if things had gone differently. She giggled quietly at the thought, gently brushing her fingers through her red hair to ensure her new fox ears remained properly hidden beneath an illusion. Having to conceal her tails felt a bit uncomfortable, like tucking your leg in at an awkward angle, but the delicious food and Haru's company on their date easily distracted her from that small inconvenience. The food wasn't nearly as good as Haru's divine cooking, of course, but the romantic candlelit atmosphere more than made up for that. "You know," Naruko said softly, leaning across the table with a shy but playful smile, "I could get used to this. Fancy dresses, romantic dinners, you're spoiling me." "Haru," he chuckled lightly, his own smile turning tender. "You deserve to be spoiled, Naruko. I'm just sorry it took us this long to finally do this." Naruko blushed, reaching out to gently take his hand, her thumb tracing small circles on the back of it. "Better late than never, right?" "Absolutely." After dinner, Haru led her to a nearby movie theater. She had no idea what movie they'd even chosen, because from a moment they sat down in the darkened theater, Naruko's full attention was on Haru and Haru alone. It began innocently enough, a gentle kiss, but it didn't stay innocent for long. Soon they were locked in passionate kisses, their breathing becoming heavy, his fingertips tracing teasingly down her side. She sighed softly against his lips as his hand brushed near her hip, nearly causing her to lose all self-control and let out a loud moan that drew attention. "Haru," she whispered breathlessly. "I think we're being a little too loud." He chuckled quietly against her neck, placing another soft, teasing kiss just below her ear. "Yeah, I noticed the dirty looks we're getting. We should probably go before they call the human police on us." Blushing furiously, Naruko glanced around and noticed several irritated patrons glaring at them from nearby rows. Her cheeks felt hot enough to catch fire. "Ah, yeah, good idea." They quietly made their escape, slipping out of the theater with sheepish laughter. Back on the streets of Kyoto, they walked slowly, their fingers entwined comfortably. It was late enough that the streets were empty. "Hey," Haru said softly, glancing around briefly before giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "I think it's safe to let our tails out now. Nobody's around." Naruko released a relieved sigh as she dropped the illusion, her 9 fluffy red tails immediately appearing behind her, swaying happily in the cool night air. "Much better," she sighed, stretching slightly as she relaxed fully. Keeping those hidden all night was uncomfortable. "I'm still getting used to them." Haru smiled warmly, gently wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her closer as they continued their walk. "Next time, let's pick somewhere we won't have to hide." Naruko leaned her head comfortably against his shoulder, her own arm wrapped snugly around his waist. "Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying in the foxhole next time." She might have discovered that she liked to be pampered a bit, but that didn't automatically start making her a high-maintenance woman. Naruko thought the night had been going perfectly. Great food, romantic ambience, and plenty of time alone with Haru. It was exactly what she had hoped for, except for the 2 annoying teenagers who had decided to stalk them through the empty streets of Kyoto. Yeah, she had noticed them. She wouldn't be any kind of proud kunoichi if she hadn't noticed them trying to sneak behind them. She glanced subtly over her shoulder again. Something about these 2 felt different from regular humans. One of them had a clear yokai presence, but she wasn't experienced enough yet to figure out what type. The other one felt strange, like they were partly human and partly yokai. But hadn't Haru said something about partial yokai being impossible? Children were either born fully human or as yokai. That was strange. Glancing at Haru, she noticed his eyes narrowed slightly, clearly aware of their little followers as well. He chuckled softly, leaning close enough to whisper into her ear, Looks like we've attracted a couple of curious kids, he murmured playfully, loud enough for their stalkers to overhear. Isn't it past your bedtime? Young Master Nura almost immediately. There was an embarrassed squeak from behind a nearby corner. Naruko smirked as two teenagers sheepishly stepped into view. One was a boy around 13 years old, with messy brown hair and round glasses perched awkwardly on his nose. He was tugging a girl of similar age along with him, her long black hair and icy blue eyes giving her an ethereal appearance. The girl wore an irritated pout, clearly annoyed at having been discovered. "I'm not a little kid anymore, Haru," the boy protested, adjusting his glasses indignantly. "I'm 13 now. For your information, I don't have a bedtime." The girl beside him scowled. "And you two completely ruined our night. You were practically climbing all over each other back at the movie theater. Everyone around us was uncomfortable." Naruko blushed furiously, her ears flattening slightly against her head. She wasn't exactly used to being called out so openly, especially by a pair of teenagers. Haru chuckled sheepishly beside her, rubbing the back of his head. "Ah, sorry about that, little Yukiana," Haru said. "We didn't mean to interrupt your evening." He then turned to the boy, who was still adjusting his glasses and attempting to look older than he was. "It's been a while, Rikuo. What brings you and your friend here to Kyoto?" The Nura clan rarely leaves Yukio town. Rikuo sighed. "Grandpa suddenly decided he wanted to pay your mom a surprise visit. I tried to talk him out of it, but you know how stubborn he is. He dragged me and Sorora all the way here with him." "Yeah," Sorora added grumpily, puffing out her cheeks in a childish pout. "Then the hotel ended up being super boring, and they didn't even have anything good on TV. So I convinced the young master to go see a movie instead, and you two lovebirds completely ruined it." Oof. Naruko had been silently listening, trying to piece together the conversation, but she finally gave up. "Hey Haru," she asked quietly, nodding toward the two younger teens. "Mind explaining who these two are?" Saw the Naruko. Allow me to introduce you properly." He gestured toward the younger boy. "This is Rikuo Nura, grandson of Nurera Heian and heir to the Nura clan from Yukio town. He's technically the next head of one of Japan's strongest yokai clans, though he's still got some growing to do." Rikuo bristled at Haru's casual remark, but didn't argue. Haru continued, pointing at the pouting girl beside Rikuo. "And this young lady here is Tsurara, a Yukiana who serves as Rikuo's personal attendant and guardian. We've met a few times over the years." I turned to Rikuo, giving him a teasing smile. "Sorry for interrupting your date. You know, Kunu is going to be devastated when she hears about this." I had always suspected my little sister Kunu had a crush on the future head of the Nura clan. Whenever they played together as kids, while our families were meeting, she had this habit of throwing bugs into his hair. Girls did that to guys they liked, right? Or was it the other way around? Or maybe she just enjoyed bullying the quarter yokai. Kid Rikuo instantly flushed, waving his hands defensively. "It wasn't a date." "Yes, it was," Sorara chirped happily, clinging tighter to his arm with a bright, unapologetic grin. He sighed heavily. Trying to spare Rikuo any further embarrassment, I gently squeezed Naruko's waist. "Well, either way, my girlfriend Naruko, and I should probably head back to my restaurant." Rikuo perked up at that, looking surprised. "Wow, you really did open a restaurant? You always talked about how much you love cooking, but I thought you'd end up stuck doing something boring like running your clan." "Hey," Tsurara protested immediately, puffing her cheeks out in annoyance. "Being the head of the Nura clan won't be boring. Young master, it'll be amazing." Rikuo sighed again, adjusting his glasses wearily. "We can agree to disagree." Naruko chuckled beside me, leaning slightly closer. "You know, Haru, he reminds me of a calmer, glasses-wearing version of my brother. If your grandpa's here for a meeting with my mom, then I'm sure we'll see each other again soon." I told Rikuo. He nodded. There was a flap of wings above us. Don't leave yet. I just got here and wanted to have a little fun first." I groaned inwardly, looking up as an arrogant crow landed on the rooftop nearby. Great. ID sensed a fallen angel nearby. But ID figured it was some low-level messenger, not this idiot. After what had pulled with Rias and Sona back in Kuo, I couldn't believe he was stupid enough to show his face in Kyoto. Then again, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. Kokabeel grinned at us. Tonight must be my lucky night. Not only do I find Yasaka's precious son wandering around town, but the heir of the infamous Nura clan as well. Killing both of you will definitely ignite the war I've been craving. Rikuo and Sarara both froze, eyes wide as they stared up at Kokabeel. Rikuo went pale, gripping Sarara's hand tightly. Sarara herself was trembling slightly, clearly terrified by the fallen angel standing arrogantly on the rooftop. Naruko and I exchanged a bored look. Honestly, this guy had to be kidding. Kokabeel ruining our date was annoying enough, but him thinking he posed an actual threat was just pathetic. I tilted my head back and called out casually, "Do you actually think you can take me, Kokabeel? You do realize I'm ultimate class, right?" I paused, smirking slightly, and then I added silently. Kokabeel scoffed loudly, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Please, that so-called rating game between you and that Phoenix brat was obviously rigged from the start. Everyone knows yokai are nothing but weak vermin." Okay, now he was just pissing everyone off. Naruko looked ready to tear his wings off. Rikuo panicked behind me.